Chapter 154. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the clinic. There were a few patients in the morning, but there wasn't much business in the afternoon. Gu Jiao rested in her small courtyard. Separated from her by a wall was the small garden of the girls' school. There was a pavilion in the small garden. Usually, no one would come here, but now there was a girl playing a song there. Her playing was somewhat unsatisfactory. Not only was it intermittent, but the notes were also wrong. Gu Jiao was lying on a rattan chair with her eyes closed. As a result, she was tortured by the girl's deadly music. She opened the door and walked out. Looking in the direction of the courtyard wall, she said, "Wrong." The girl clearly didn't expect that someone would hear her playing. She was so scared that she scratched her fingertips, making an ear-piercing sound. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. "Who is it?" the girl asked. She looked around but didn't find anyone nearby. "Your music isn't accurate," Gu Jiao said. This time, the girl could tell that it was the person behind the courtyard wall who was speaking. She was stunned and asked, "Is it not accurate? I just bought a guqin." The quality of this guqin wasn't very good. Ordinary daughters of aristocratic families wouldn't buy this kind of inferior guqin. Gu Jiao guessed that the other person's status wasn't high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be secretly hiding in a corner to practice. "Bring it here," Gu Jiao said. How do I bring it?" the girl asked. Gu Jiao looked at the wall that was taller than a person. She dispelled the urge to jump over and scare the other person to death. She said indifferently, "Can you find the guqin?" After a while, the other person said, "Found it." Gu Jiao said, "I said you play it. Hook the 3 strings." Chem? The girl was obviously a novice. The earliest guqin only had 5 strings. Later, King Wen added 1 string and King Wu added 1 string. Thus, it became 7 strings and was also called a 7-string guqin. The 7 strings also had their own names: Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, Yu, Wen and Wu. Gu Jiao said, "The 3rd string, the horn string." "Oh." The girl raised her finger and hooked it. Gu Jiao said, "It's too high. Loosen the zither." After the girl finished loosening the zither, she plucked the strings again. "How about this?" Gu Jiao said, "It's too loose. The pitch is too low. Tighten it up a little." The girl carefully turned the zither. This time it was finally accurate. After that, she adjusted the other 6 strings one by one under Gu Jiao's guidance. She played the song she learned in class and exclaimed happily, "It's really much better." Gu Jiao's face darkened. "You call this pleasant? Do you have some misunderstanding about what it means?" "Miss, thank you. I was originally discouraged and planned to give up after a bit of practice, but now I've changed my mind. I won't be going anywhere this afternoon. I'll just practice here." Gu Jiao. "Is it too late for me to regret now?" After being tortured by the deadly zither music next door for an entire afternoon, Gu Jiao's face was completely dark when she came out. In the brothel of the girls' school, Gu Jinyu had just finished practicing. As long as she practiced, there would be a large group of people coming to admire her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her zither music would linger for 3 days. "County Princess Hui, how can you play so well? The teacher only taught you this morning, but you can already master it in the afternoon. Did you put in a lot of effort to practice?" Yes. "County Princess Hui, please share your experience with us." The 2 daughters of the aristocratic families looked at Gu Jinyu enviously. Gu Jinyu hugged the lunar shadow Fushi zither in her hands and smiled slightly. "No need to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Actually, I haven't practiced for a long time. It's nice that you don't mind." The daughter said, "Heavens, you haven't practiced for a long time? If you practice for a while, how good would you be?" The daughter said, "Miss Gu, is the zither in your hands the lunar shadow Fushi zither?" The top zither player in the state of Chen Lunar Shadow made it personally. It's the only one in the 6 nations. Everyone was so envious that they almost drooled. The daughter said, "Miss Gu, can you lend it to us to admire?" "Of course." Gu Jinyu gave the zither in her hands to them. Everyone crowded around to admire the legendary lunar shadow Fushi zither. It was indeed the top zither in the 6 nations. The surface, strings, emblem, head and tail were all close to perfection. Why was it close to perfection? Because only the real Fushi zither was perfect. But the Fushi zither was long gone, so lunar shadow naturally became the top zither in the 6 nations. In the girls' school there were 2 people who were the most popular. One was the daughter of the Marquis Gu Jinyu, and the other was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi's poetry was more outstanding, while Gu Jinyu's zither skills were more outstanding. The 2 of them were on par. But in terms of popularity, Zhuang Yueshi, who was arrogant and disdained to make friends with others, could not be compared to the approachable Gu Jinyu. At this moment, Zhuang Yueshi came out from another zither room with a zither in her hands. Behind her was Zhuang Mingdai, who was also carrying a zither. Zhuang Mingdai was playing the zither to make up the numbers. She had been dozing off ever since she entered the zither room. She only woke up when it was over. The two of them passed by Gu Jinyu's zither room and saw her surrounded by a group of daughters asking for advice. Zhuang Mingdai rolled her eyes in disdain. Tisk, what's so great about her? She's just a wild girl from the countryside. She's puffing herself up at her own cost. She stole someone else's identity and is still so smug. She really thinks she's the real daughter. Zhuang Yueshi glanced at her idiotic sister. How much better can you be than her? Zhuang Mingya's mouth twitched. How can you talk about your own sister like that? No matter how bad I am, I'm still father's biological daughter. I'm of noble birth. I'm the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family. Zhuang Yueshi said coldly, the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family can't even recite a few poems. Don't tell others that you're the daughter of the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family can't afford to lose face like this. You. Zhuang Mingdai was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Zhuang Yueshi didn't like Gu Jinyu and she didn't like Zhuang Mingdai either. She always felt embarrassed to have such an idiotic sister. The two sisters went downstairs. Zhuang Mingdai was originally angered to death by her sister. However, when she saw Prince An's carriage by the street, all her worries disappeared. Big brother. She threw the guqin to the servant and ran towards Royal Prince and got down from the carriage. It snowed last night. The streets and eaves were all white. However, he stood in the middle of the snow. It was as if the snow couldn't take away his brilliance. Zhuang Yueshi's face was also filled with joy. Zhuang Mingdai held Prince An's arm. Brother. Why are you here? Prince An said gently, I was passing by so I came to see you. Have you finished your lessons today? Yes. Zhuang Yueshi walked over and said. She didn't give the zither to the servant. Prince An saw that she was tired and reached out his hand. Give it to me. Zhuang Yueshi smiled and gave the zither to her brother. Prince An pulled his arm out of Zhuang Mingya's hand because he wanted to take the zither. Zhuang Yueshi was very satisfied with this. After Prince An took the zither, he didn't rush to bring his two sisters into the carriage. Instead, he looked around as if he was waiting for someone. Zhuang Yueshi asked, Brother, who are you looking for? Prince An said calmly, I heard that Miss Gu also came to the girls' school. Zhuang Mingdai immediately pursed her lips. You're talking about that Gu Jinyu? I hate her to death. Brother, why do you care about her? Zhuang Yueshi looked at Prince An suspiciously. Prince An looked at Zhuang Mingdai and smiled. Isn't she your friend? I was just asking. Zhuang Mingdai sneered. I don't have a friend like her. She's the only one from the Gu family? Prince An asked. Zhuang Mingdai snorted. Well, how could that girl who grew up in the countryside get the admission card? Zhuang Yueshi asked, how did you get it? Zhuang Mingdai choked. Could this elder sister not always tear down her stage? Prince An was deep in thought. Could it be that she sold the admission card he gave her to Zhuang Mingdai? What Prince An didn't know was that his admission card was sold to Du Xiaoyan by Gu Jiao. Zhuang Mingya's admission card was obtained by Marquis Gu from Consort Shu. On the second floor of the brothel, Gu Jinyu pushed open the door and saw Prince An, who came to pick up his two sisters from school. Gu Jinyu's heart was beating wildly. After not seeing him for a long time, Prince An seemed to be more handsome and his aura was more powerful. Who was he looking left and right for? Herself. Gu Jinyu's heart beat faster. She vaguely heard Zhuang Mingdai say, You mean that Gu Jinyu? I hate her so much. Why does brother care about her? Gu Jinyu's breathing was messed up. Prince An was concerned about her. He didn't come to pick up his sisters. He specially came to see her. Gu Jinyu hurriedly put away the zither and went to the tea room to reapply some rouge. She also fixed the hairpin on her head before going downstairs to see Prince An. Unexpectedly, Prince An was already gone. It turned out that Zhuang Mingdai accidentally said, That girl is working as a medicine boy at the clinic next door. I saw her that day. So Prince An went to the clinic. But Prince An didn't go there. Gu Jiao couldn't stand the zither music behind the courtyard wall and got off work early. At this time, the four men in the family hadn't finished school yet. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to stew soup. Halfway through, Nanny Fong came. Eldest miss, something strange is growing on Madame's body. Quickly go and take a look. Gu Jiao lowered the fire in the stove to let the soup in the pot stay warm. She sat in the carriage with Nanny Fong and went to the Marquis's estate. When Madame Yao saw Gu Jiao, she reprimanded Nanny Fong. I said I'm fine. Don't look for Jiao Jiao for everything. It's always good to be careful. Gu Jiao walked forward and looked at Madame Yao. It's eczema? It's fine. Just apply some medicine and it'll be fine. Madame Yao looked at Nanny Fong. I said it's fine, right? Look at you making a fuss over nothing. Nanny Fong heaved a long sigh of relief. Isn't it because once bitten, twice shy? Ever since concubine Ling lost her power, she became restless. She frequently went to Gu Chengfeng and Gu Qinglin's courtyard to make a good impression in front of the two brothers. Now, the two of them wanted to drive Madame Yao out of the estate. She didn't do it herself and wanted to use others to do it. Nanny Fong had been guarding against concubine Ling, but she was afraid that she couldn't guard against her. Gu Jiao took out a box of eczema ointment from the small medicine box and gave it to Madame Yao. If there are any problems in the future, tell me immediately. It was better to be safe than sorry. She didn't care about making a few more trips. Nanny Fong sent Gu Jiao to the carriage. Gu Jiao returned to Chishui Alley. The old lady asked, Is your mother okay? Gu Jiao said, She's fine. However, what even Gu Jiao didn't expect was that Madame Yao was fine, but her two younger brothers in the family had an accident. The first one to show symptoms was little Jing Kong. During dinner, little Jing Kong didn't have a good appetite. Gu Jiao touched him. He didn't have a fever, so he went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he suddenly shook Xiao Lulang awake. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. What's wrong? He sat on the bed and said with a serious face, I'm so itchy. Xiao Lulang lit the oil lamp and lifted his clothes to take a look. He found that there were several transparent blisters on his arms and stomach. Xiao Lulang covered him with the quilt and called Gu Jiao over. After Gu Jiao saw it, she diagnosed it on the spot, chickenpox. Xiao Lulang frowned. You mean, chickenpox? Gu Jiao nodded. Well, you can say that. Little Jing Kong was in good health. He hadn't gotten sick since he left the mountain. Who would have thought that he would get chickenpox? Although chickenpox wasn't as terrible as smallpox, it wasn't that difficult to treat. Chickenpox is contagious. Did you get chickenpox when you were a child? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang. Yes. Xiao Lulang said. He also got chickenpox when he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. What about you? Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao. I think I got chickenpox before. Gu Jiao searched the original owner's memory in her mind. She got chickenpox before Gu Sanlang and his wife passed away. Because she was well taken care of, she finally recovered. Xiaoshen didn't get chickenpox before, she said. Chickenpox was contagious. It was better not to come into contact with little Jing Kong if she didn't get chickenpox before. Did Grandaunt get chickenpox before? She asked Xiao Lulang. This question was a bit interesting. The old lady was just a leprosy patient who was casually rescued. She lost her memory and couldn't remember the past. How could Xiao Lulang know if she had chickenpox before? Unless she was already certain that Xiao Lulang had known her for a long time. Xiao Lulang didn't ask if she knew anything, nor did he deliberately change the topic. He just said calmly, I don't know. He really didn't know. Gu Jiao thought about it. It was normal. For example, she didn't know what illness old Master Gu had in the past. She said, oh. Then to be on the safe side, it's better to ask Grandaunt to be careful. The chickenpox this time came fiercely. The next morning, Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Yan also got chickenpox. Chapter 155. Great, there were 6 people in the house and 3 of them fell ill. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't dare to let the old lady continue to stay at home. Little Jing Kong's acne was similar to a serious cold, but the old lady's acne could kill her. Let the old lady stay next door for a few days? Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao already knew that the old man next door was the old man she had treated on the mountain before, mainly because she recognized Lu Quan. Lu Quan had given her and Gu Xiaoshen a gift on the first day of the new year, a warm jade pendant. Gu Jinyu even mistook that jade pendant for her own, causing a big misunderstanding. No matter if he was the old lady's husband or not, he was someone worthy of trust. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Actually, they were old enemies, the kind that would fight to the death. Was it really okay to stay next door? Wouldn't they strangle each other to death if they couldn't control themselves? When the old lady heard that she was going to stay with her husband, she felt a little disgusted, but when she thought that the 3 little guys all had acne, she still chose the dog head to save her life. When the old lady appeared in front of him, the old chancellor was watering the flowers. He was so scared that he dropped the kettle. I don't have any money left. The old lady stared at him with a death stare and silently took the luggage into the house. The old chancellor was stunned. This is my house. The old lady threw his things out and said expressionlessly, from now on, it's not. The old chancellor gritted his teeth. He had to endure. Gu Xiaoshan and little Jing Kong didn't have any headache or fever for a year, but this time they had acne and their symptoms were even worse than Gu Yan's. Both of them had a high fever of 40 degrees, which didn't go down even after taking the antipyretic. Gu Jiao gave the two of them some fluids. Gu Yan sat opposite the two of them and watched with a smug expression as the two of them were injected with needles. One adult and one child sat on the chair and got in 4 drip. How much they wanted to beat up Gu Yan. When Xiao Lulang entered the room, he saw this scene. This strange treatment method was unique in the 6 nations and the universe. Now the secrets between the two of them could no longer be hidden. His background and her medical skills were slowly coming to the surface. It was just that he didn't want to talk about his background, so he naturally didn't have the right to ask about her medical skills. Gu Jiao was the same. They were all smart people. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, there's no hot water. I'll go cook it. Xiao Lulang turned around and went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the 3 of them. Little Jing Kong was the youngest, so he was the most receptive to new things. He quickly got used to the needles on the back of his hand. Gu Xiaoshan was so scared that his whole body trembled. It's okay. Gu Jiao comforted him softly. After a while, little Jing Kong started to feel sleepy. Gu Jiao carried him over and placed him on her lap. She sat beside Gu Xiaoshan and quietly accompanied them. Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong's symptoms would be the least severe since he was the youngest. However, at night little Jing Kong's hands and feet started to feel cold. Gu Jiao fetched him some hot water to soak his feet. The little guy couldn't even sit still. Hold him, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and held little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang squatted on the floor and held a wooden basin for him to soak his feet. This action was tiring for a normal person, let alone him. Gu Jiao said, let me do it. No need. Xiao Liulang's forehead was sweating. He said calmly, he doesn't want me to hold him. Little Jing Kong was sleepy. How could he know who was holding him? Gu Jiao glanced at him. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with her sleeve. After soaking his feet, little Jing Kong was sweating all over. His fever subsided a little and his hands and feet were not so cold anymore. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't have much contact with little patients in her previous life. She didn't dare to let her guard down for a while. I'll go check on Xiaoshan and Gu Yan, Xiao Lulang said and took the used hot water out. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan also had a high fever, but it was not as serious as little Jing Kong's. In the middle of the night, little Jing Kong suddenly sat up. He opened his dark eyes and blinked. No one knew what he was looking at. Gu Jiao asked, what's the matter? Jiao Jiao, he said. I'm here. Gu Jiao held him in her arms and lay down. Little Jing Kong closed his eyes. After a while he sat up again. His eyes were wide open. Bad brother-in-law, he said. He's here too. Gu Jiao called Xiao Lulang in. Go to sleep. Brother-in-law is here too. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. He fell asleep peacefully. However, he got up again after a while. He was muddle-headed from the fever. Although his eyes were wide open and bright, he looked like he was drunk. He started to recite the poems of the Tang dynasty, one after another. Then he started to speak the language of the Qin nation. He talked a lot and looked very serious. After he finished speaking the language of the Qin nation, he started to speak the language of the Liang nation. Xiao Lulang just mentioned some sentences casually and did not pay attention to the key points. He thought that little Jing Kong had not learned them. Then he said a few sentences in the language of the Jin nation. Xiao Lulang had not taught him the language of the Yan nation and the Turkic nation, so little Jing Kong did not speak them. Xiao Lulang had a few words with him out of curiosity. Usually Xiao Lulang would test him like this. He had not learned for a long time, so he always had to think before he could answer. Sometimes he would even answer vaguely. After all, he had learned a lot of languages. But tonight, Xiao Lulang seamlessly changed the language of the 4 countries. He did not get a single sentence wrong. It was quite confusing. In the end, he even recited the Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit. Not only that, he also wanted to wear his little monk robe and knock on his small wooden fish. Gu Jiao went to find his things. 15 minutes later. The two of them looked at little Jing Kong, who was sitting on the bed and seriously knocking on the small wooden fish. twirling the small Buddhist prayer beads and reciting the Buddhist scriptures. For a moment they were speechless. This was not the scariest thing. Little Jing Kong knocked on the wooden fish. As he knocked on the wooden fish, his head started to itch. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of hair. He was instantly stunned. "Master, why is my hair growing? I can't be a monk anymore. Shave my hair. I want to shave it." He cried very fiercely. It was hard to coax him. Therefore Gu Jiao had to ask his temporary master, Xiao Lulang, to bring a razor over and shave his hair that had been growing for more than half a year. The next day little Jing Kong woke up and did not remember what he had done at night. He did not realize that his hair was gone. Gu Yen was quite smug yesterday because he did not need an injection. But today he could not be smug. He was even more listless than little Jing Kong. He also coughed uncontrollably and vomited all the medicine that was given to him. The three children all fell ill. Gu Jiao finally understood what it meant to be in a terrible fix. "It's so itchy." Little Jing Kong cried again. Gu Jiao walked into the room. "Don't scratch. It will leave a scar." Little Jing Kong was mad. "But I can't stand it." Gu Jiao had to apply some cooling ointment to stop the itch. Gu Changqing had not passed by the Imperial College for a long time. Since he knew the identities of Gu Jiao and Gu Yen, he deliberately avoided this place and would rather take a long detour. But today for some reason he had come here at the behest of gods and devils. The sound of the horse's hooves was very soft and did not alarm anyone. He told himself that he was just passing by, just like any other time. He pulled the reins tightly and walked to the door expressionlessly. Suddenly he heard a low cough. His expression changed slightly and he subconsciously pulled the reins tighter. The horse did not go fast. He pulled the reins gently and stopped. The cough was hurried and painful. He frowned. He hesitated for a moment and finally got off the horse. He came to the door and was about to knock, but he felt that it was not appropriate. How could a grudge of more than 10 years be written off after 1 or 2 encounters? They were supposed to be strangers who were most familiar with each other. He turned to leave but the door creaked open. Little Jing Kong opened the door. Little Jing Kong was much better today. It was just that his body was very itchy. Jiao Jiao did not allow him to scratch, so he planned to escape and scratch. In the end he was caught by his big brother. Little Jing Kong guiltily put his hands behind his back. He was wearing a tiger head hat. Gu Changqing did not notice his little bald head for the time being. Gu Changqing looked at him suspiciously. "Where are you going?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Come out for some fresh air?" Gu Changqing's gaze fell on the acne on his face. "You have acne but you can still come out for some fresh air? Does your sister know?" Little Jing Kong pointed at his fingers. Gu Changqing had no doubt that if he left, the little guy would immediately run out. "Forget it. I have to hand you over to her. Not because she is my sister but because I have to do my duty." Gu Changqing held little Jing Kong's hand and led him into the courtyard. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. "He wants to run out." Gu Changqing carried little Jing Kong into the kitchen. Little Jing Kong, who had been complaining about others all year round, was finally being reported by someone. Indeed, he had to pay for what he did. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head guiltily. Gu Jiao glanced at little Jing Kong, then looked at Gu Changqing. She looked very calm. "Thank you." She did not say anything else. None of the 3 people in the house spoke. Little Jing Kong felt guilty, but he did not know why the 2 adults were acting like this. "Who's coughing?" Gu Changqing heard the sound of coughing again. "It's Gu Yen." Gu Jiao said, "He also has acne." Acne was not a minor illness, not to mention that Gu Yen also had a heart condition. Gu Changqing frowned and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but he felt that he was in no position to do so. "Have you had acne before?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes," Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong. "Jing Kong, take your big brother to see Brother Yen." "That's great, I don't have to face the wind anymore." Little Jing Kong grabbed Gu Changqing's hand and took him to Gu Yan's house. Gu Yan did not drink his medicine properly. He spat it out after taking a sip, and it spilled all over his body. Xiao Lulang had never taken care of such a big brother before. To be honest, he was a little inexperienced. Moreover, Gu Yan was not as sturdy as little Jing Kong. He could do whatever he wanted, but Xiao Lulang was worried that he would make Gu Yan disappear if he was not careful. "Give him to me." Gu Changqing, who was at the door, suddenly said. Xiao Lulang turned around and looked at Gu Changqing vigilantly. When he saw little Jing Kong holding his hand, the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. Little Jing Kong said, Jiao Jiao asked me to bring Big Brother here. After hearing little Jing Kong's words, Xiao Lulang did not hesitate anymore. He stood up and walked out of the house with little Jing Kong. Gu Changqing turned around and looked at Xiao Lulang. He had never seen Xiao Lulang before, but he felt that he looked familiar. In addition, the vigilance he showed just now was not something a simple scholar would have. The sister. What kind of man did she marry? No, she was not his sister. Chapter 156. Gu Changqing's face turned cold. He picked up the bowl of medicine and gently fed Gu Yan the medicine. Gu Changqing was the eldest brother. He had 2 younger brothers. Although he wasn't much older than them, his mother had passed away early and his stepmother had married him. His father only had eyes for his stepmother and her children. Some things couldn't be given by a servant, so he was experienced in taking care of his 2 younger brothers. Of course, Gu Yan was different from Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin. He was too weak and had to be treated carefully like a newborn kitten. In a daze, Gu Yan tasted something bitter. He pushed the spoon out with his tongue in disgust. He sprinkled a few drops of medicine on the back of Gu Changqing's hand. Gu Changqing wasn't angry. He sat down by the bed and helped Gu Yan up. He took a pillow and placed it behind his back. He scooped another spoonful of medicine and fed it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan turned his face away and tilted his head on the pillow. He didn't drink it. Gu Changqing was very experienced in dealing with this kind of little thing. There were candied fruits on the table. He took one and fed it to Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Yan licked it. It was sweet. He opened his mouth to eat it, but Gu Changqing reached out with the spoon and fed him the medicine. Gu Yan, who was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of medicine, widened his eyes. He was confused. When Gu Qinglin was young, Gu Changqing also fed him medicine like this. He also had the same expression. However, to be honest, Gu Qinglin wasn't as cute as Gu Yan. Gu Yan had a high fever. His cheeks were red and there was a tuft of hair on the top of his head. Gu Changqing couldn't help but think of the silly roe deer he saw when he went hunting. In the future, he probably wouldn't be able to face a prey like the silly roe deer. Gu Yan was a little dazed from the fever. When he saw Gu Changqing, he didn't react for a while and thought that he was dreaming. Then, in a daze, he was fed the medicine by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing rewarded him with a candied fruit. He didn't eat it but held it in his hand. Gu Changqing was puzzled. Why aren't you eating? Gu Yan felt wronged and said, if I wake up and the candied plums are still there, I'll know it's not a dream. He coughed so hard that his throat was hoarse. When he said those words, it was obvious that he had been wronged even without looking at his eyes. Was it because she hadn't come to see him recently? Gu Changqing was speechless for a long time. You don't know anything yet. If one day you find out that I'm the big brother who neglected you, hated you, and allowed you to be bullied by others when you were young, you won't say that anymore. You wouldn't want to see me either. You wouldn't wait for me either. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Yan again. Gu Yan had already fallen asleep on the pillow. He pulled the blanket over him and was about to leave. But as soon as he moved, he found that Gu Yan's hand was tightly tugging on his sleeve. Gu Changqing stared at that hand for a long time. He sighed helplessly and sat back on the stool. That night, Gu Yan had a high fever. He had a heart condition and couldn't take any fever medicine. Gu Jiao put an ice pack on his forehead and took 2 blankets outside to freeze. When the blankets were frozen into ice blankets, she brought them into the room to wrap Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't obediently wrap himself in the ice blanket. Gu Changqing carried him and the blankets into his arms. This temperature was just right for Gu Yan. For a normal person, it was no different from hugging a large block of ice. Gu Changqing was so cold that his lips turned white. At daybreak, Gu Yan's high fever finally went down and didn't return. Gu Changqing dragged his numb body back to the Fu. Gu Yan was the most dangerous of the 3 children. If he was fine, then everyone else was fine. Yao Shi had come once and found out that the 3 children were sick. She was very worried, but she never had a pimple before. Gu Jiao didn't allow her to enter the room. Today, Gu Jiao tidied up and decided to go to the Fu to tell Yao Shi that she was safe. Today's weather was good. There was no wind and the sun was very bright. It was very warm as it fell on her body. The servants in the Fu pretty much knew her identity and didn't dare stop her. She openly walked through the front door. Yao Shi's courtyard was really remote. She had to pass through the second door, walk through the waterside garden, and go around half the Fu. When Gu Jiao arrived at the waterside garden, she heard the melodious sound of a guqin coming from inside. It sounded very similar to the song that had disturbed her for half the afternoon at the medical center. But it was slightly smoother and the sound of the guqin was purer. Elder sister Jianghu, you play really well. In a pavilion with rolling curtains, a young girl in pink looked at Gu Jinyu and praised him sincerely. Gu Jinyu stroked the strings and gently looked at the young girl. When you learn, you can also play very well. The young girl sighed, but how can I learn? Gu Jinyu smiled warmly. When you get into a girls' school, you'll be able to learn. The teachers at the girls' school are the best in the entire Zhao country. They're much better than the tutors you hire at home. The young girl hugged Gu Jinyu's arm and affectionately said, then older cousin has to help me. Just now she had called her elder sister Jinyu, but now she had changed. Gu Jinyu patted her hand, don't worry. As long as you are willing to learn, I will definitely teach you well. Gu Jiao had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation. It was too quiet here and they didn't lower their voices at all. Gu Jiao recognized the young girl. She was called Ling Shuixian, old Madame Ling's grandniece. She was younger than her and Gu Yen by a month. She had come back to the Fu to stay for a long time. First, she wanted to be filial to old Madame Gu. Second, she wanted to ask Gu Jinyu for advice, hoping that she could help her pass the girls' school entrance exam after the new year. Old Madame Gu doted on this grandniece very much and had the idea of matchmaking her with Gu Changqing, so she agreed to let her stay in the Fu. As for whether she could enter a girls' school, it was not within old Madame Gu's range of worries. But Gu Jinyu tutored her seriously, which was giving old Madame Gu face. Old Madame Gu was very pleased and liked Gu Jinyu even more. Who is that? Gu Jiao had no intention of befriending Ling Shuixian, but she could not stop Ling Shuixian from noticing Gu Jiao at a glance. There was no other way. Even if Gu Jiao did not rely on her face, her clear aura was too eye-catching. Gu Jinyu had someone raise the curtain and looked at Gu Jiao, saying, that is my older sister. Your older sister? Ling Shuixian frowned. Which older sister? How come I don't recognize her? Gu Jinyu smiled bitterly. Yener's twin sister. Or? Ling Shuixian suddenly realized. As the young miss of Marquis Ding and Fu, she had naturally heard of such important gossip. She had long been curious about what that older cousin who grew up in the countryside was like. Seeing her today, she was not disappointed. Too unruly. She doesn't even wear a veil when going out. She doesn't mind embarrassing the Marquis Fu by showing her face in public. Daughters of aristocratic families like them were very particular. For example, if she came to her uncle's manor and sat in the pavilion, she would have someone lower the curtain. This was the only way to not damage the girl's reputation. Gu Jinyu smiled. Younger cousin, don't say it like that. Older sister suffered a lot in the countryside. Showing her face in public is also forced by life. Ling Shuixian suddenly asked, did she really feed pigs? Gu Jinyu was stunned. Ling Shuixian said in disdain, how dirty. Ling Shuixian did not dislike Gu Jiao. She just looked down on Gu Jiao. She had always looked down on Yao Shi. Yao Shi's child had been raised in the countryside for over 10 years. Who knew what kind of idiot had been raised? And that face, heavens, what a large birthmark. So ugly. Ling Shuixian mocked. I heard that she used to be an idiot? Is she still an idiot now? Gu Jinyu smiled. Older sister's idiocy has already been cured. Younger cousin, don't say such things in the future. Let's go greet older sister. Ling Shuixian said in disdain, I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Gu Jinyu definitely had to go. With so many servants watching, she could not be rude to her older sister. She walked out of the pavilion and came in front of Gu Jiao. She affectionately called her older sister, then introduced. That's younger cousin Shuixian. Older sister, do you want to come over and sit with us? No need. Gu Jiao refused. Gu Jinyu was not surprised at all, but still smiled and urged her to stay. Sitting for a while is fine. I'm not going. Gu Jiao still refused. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and lowered her voice. Then older sister, go ahead. Jinyu won't disturb older sister. Gu Jiao walked away. After taking a few steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned back to look at Gu Jinyu. I'm going to see Madam. Do you want to come with me? This was the first time Gu Jiao had taken the initiative to invite Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The madam she was talking about must be her mother. Was that how she addressed her mother? Also, why did she suddenly invite her to come along? It was rare for her to take the initiative. Logic told Gu Jinyu that this was a great opportunity to repair their relationship. If her mother saw her together with her older sister, she would definitely be very happy. But this meant that she would have to abandon Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian was old Madame Gu's favorite. The 3 older brothers in the manor all doted on her. If she was on good terms with her, then old Madame Gu and her brothers would also see her in a different light. In the end, Gu Jinyu chose between Yao Shi and Ling Shuixian. Whether or not her mother coaxed her, she would still dote on her. Her brothers, on the other hand, needed her to constantly work hard. "I'm sorry, older sister. I just promised younger cousin Shuixian that I would tutor her. When I'm done, I'll go find you and mother," she said with a sincere expression. Gu Jiao did not say anything and turned to leave. Gu Jinyu returned to the pavilion. Ling Shuixian asked, "What did you talk about with her for so long?" Gu Jinyu gently said, "She told me to go to mother's place. I was thinking that I would go after I tutor you." Ling Shuixian was very satisfied that Gu Jinyu had chosen her. Coincidentally, at this moment, old Madame Gu's trusted nanny came over with a food box. She bowed to the two of them. "Miss Gu, this is the medicine that you instructed the servants to brew for the heir. Do you think, should I deliver it for you or do you want to deliver it personally?" Gu Changqing was sick. He had always been in good health. However, for some reason he fell sick 3 days ago. Old Madame Gu immediately informed her maternal family to let Ling Shuixian stay in the manor. She said that it was to fulfill her filial piety, but in reality she was looking for an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Changqing. This medicine was not brewed under Miss Ling's instructions. It was prepared by old Madame Gu. The nanny's words were meant to remind Ling Shuixian to quickly take the medicine and take care of the heir. Ling Shuixian liked eldest cousin very much. How could she not understand old Madame Gu's arrangements? "Give it to me. I'll deliver it myself." She took the food box. After some thought, she said to Gu Jinyu, "Do you want to come with me to visit eldest brother?" Gu Jinyu's eyes lit up. Eldest brother had been sick for a few days. She had wanted to visit him for a long time, but she could not enter eldest brother's courtyard. Indeed, she had been right to reject Gu Jiao. The opportunity to please eldest brother had come so quickly. The two of them went to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing had gone to the back of the mountain to practice his swordplay. When the old duke was still in the manor, he had never allowed him to slack off just because he was sick. He was an unlucky child who had to practice the horse stance and practice his swordplay even when he had a high fever. Ling Shuixian decided to wait for him in the courtyard. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Gu Changqing return, Ling Shuixian gradually could not sit still. She began to wander around the courtyard. She was the cousin of the manor. Old Madam and the 3 young masters doted on her. The servants did not dare to say anything to her. They only reminded her not to go to the heir's study. But he might as well not have reminded her. Ling Shuixian just had to go. She had just entered when a loud bang came from the study. Gu Jinyu's expression changed. She quickly went to the study. "Cousin, are you okay?" In the courtyard, Yao Shi saw her daughter. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on the Kong bed in the warm room. "You've gotten thinner," she said with heartache. Taking care of 3 sick people, she did not eat or sleep well. Gu Jiao had indeed gotten thinner. "Are they okay?" Yao Shi asked. "They're fine," Gu Jiao replied. The 3 sick people were all alive and kicking, but they were still contagious. So Gu Jiao still had them stay at home. Yao Shi relaxed. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, with Yenner's body, he would not have been able to survive this illness." Gu Yan's body was so weak that even a small cold could kill him, not to mention a pimple. Yao Shi understood that in a place that she could not see, her daughter had put in countless efforts to allow her son to have a body that was 10 times healthier than before. This time, her daughter must have put in a lot of effort to make her son recover so quickly. Gu Jiao wanted to say something but stopped. As the mother and daughter were talking, a young servant girl suddenly rushed in. "Madam, eldest young miss, it's not good. Something happened to second young miss." Chapter 157. Novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. "What happened?" Yao Shi asked. The servant girl anxiously said, "Second young miss trespassed into the heir's study and broke the late madam's relic. Now second young master and third young master have both gone over. Third young master is clamoring to punish second young miss. To break the late madam's relic, the 3 stepson would probably fight Jianghu to the death." Yao Shi's head hurt. "Does the old madam know?" The servant girl shook her head. "The old madam is resting. No one dares to wake her up. She should not know." Yao Shi decided to go take a look. "I'll go with you," Gu Jiao said. "No need. Wait for me here." "No, you should go back first." Yao Shi did not wish for her daughter to be involved in the Marquis Fu's dispute. "No matter," Gu Jiao said. It was lively. She had to go take a look. Basically, no one could argue against Gu Jiao's insistence. Yao Shi could only take her daughter to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Gu Changqing was still practicing his swordsmanship in the back mountain and had not received any news. Only Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin, who had heard the news, were in the courtyard. Yao Shi and Gu Jiao heard Gu Qinglin's roar from far away. "You still dare to be stubborn? Did you do it on purpose? You actually broke my mother's relic." "I didn't. Third brother, I really didn't. Believe me, I didn't break the vase." It was Gu Jinyu who anxiously refuted. Gu Qinglin chuckled. "At the time there was only you and cousin Shui Xian in the room. If it wasn't you, then was it cousin Shui Xian?" Gu Qinglin actually did not dislike this stepsister, but he liked the Ling family's younger sister more. Of course he would believe Ling Shui Xian when he had to choose between the two younger sisters. When Yao Shi heard this, she roughly understood what was going on. She was no longer the weak punching bag from before. She calmed herself and walked into the courtyard with dignity. When Gu Jinyu saw her, he quickly walked over and said aggrievedly, "Mother, I didn't break Madame's vase. It wasn't me. When I went in, the vase was already broken." Ling Shuixian coldly snorted and said, "What do you mean it was already broken when you went in? Are you saying that I was the one who broke it? I already told you not to follow me and not to enter eldest cousin's study, but you didn't listen. Great, now he's in trouble." Gu Jinyu shook his head with tears in his eyes. "Mother, it really wasn't me." Yao Shi's head was about to explode. "What did mother remind you of? Why won't you listen to your mother?" Gu Jinyu cried, "I know I was wrong, but I really didn't break the vase." Of course she didn't break the vase. Gu Jiao had no doubt about this. In fact, this matter had already appeared in the miserable dream when he returned to his residence. The difference was that the victim was not Gu Jinyu, but herself in her dream. After she returned to the Marquis Fu without the protection of her mother and younger brother, in order to better integrate into the Marquis Fu, she did not hesitate to spend a large sum of money to curry favor with her cousin Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian saw that she was so generous and could not bear to ignore her. In a moment of happiness, she brought her to Gu Changqing's courtyard. She originally thought that she could make friends with eldest brother, but who knew that before eldest brother Ling Shuixian would first frame her. Ling Shuixian did not want to frame her from the start. She had accidentally broken something in the study and was afraid that Gu Changqing would hate her, so she lied and said that she was the one who broke it. Her situation then was the same as Gu Jinyu's situation now. No one believed her. However, in her dream, what Ling Shuixian had knocked over was not an ordinary relic, but the late Madame's ashes. One could imagine the anger of Gu Changqing and the entire Marquis Fu. Even Marquis Gu, who was not in love with the late Madame, felt that she was too much and his heart turned cold. Today when she entered the Fu and saw Ling Shuixian, she thought of that dream. She had given Gu Jinyu a chance. It was Gu Jinyu who did not want it. Then who could she blame? Gu Jinyu regretted it, she really regretted it. If she had known earlier, she would have agreed to Gu Jiao's request to visit mother. This was great. Not only did she not curry favor with eldest brother, she also offended eldest brother, second brother and third brother. This cousin looked like a dog, but who knew that she would be so shameless? She was now a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. Even if Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin were angry, they would not dare to use the family law to serve her. But if this matter was spread, her reputation would not be good. She could not be the scapegoat. Yao Shi shielded Gu Jinyu behind her and looked calmly at Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin, saying, "Who broke it? When the Marquis returns, I will have him carefully investigate." Jinyu is not only the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, she is also a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. You cannot casually punish her. Gu Qinglin became unreasonable. He did not care if she was a county princess or not. He stood up from his wheelchair and rushed at Yao Shi with gritted teeth. Yao Shi protected Gu Jinyu in her arms. Gu Jiao calmly walked out and stood in front of Yao Shi. Gu Qinglin saw this familiar face and the fear of being controlled by the little black room surged to his head. His entire body froze. Gu Qingfeng calmly glanced at his younger brother and then looked at Gu Jiao. His gaze was deep. Gu Jiao calmly said, "Let's go." Gu Jinyu left with Yao Shi accompanying her. The Marquis Fu is not fun at all. Cousin even slandered me. I will never come again. Ling Shuixian felt extremely guilty. She was afraid that she would be exposed by Gu Changqing's interrogation, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Gu Changqing returned to his courtyard an hour later. He was sick and covered in sweat. His face was still pale. but his bearing had not decreased and his aura was as sharp as ever. What happened? He looked at his two younger brothers who were silent. Gu Qinglin exaggerated the story of how Gu Jinyu had broken the vase and framed Ling Shuixian. He was truly heartbroken. That was his mother's favorite vase when she was alive. He heard that he had even peed in it when he was young. His mother could not stop laughing at him. She hugged him and kissed him. Actually, he did not remember any of this. But every time he heard someone mention it, he would desperately imagine the scene in his mind. He felt that his mother was very gentle and doted on him. She was the best mother in the world. Gu Qinglin wiped his tears. He had not cried this much even when he had been beaten half to death by Gu Jiao. That was not mother's relic. Gu Changqing said. Chem? Gu Qinglin was startled. Gu Qingfeng also looked strangely at his eldest brother. Gu Changqing sighed. The vase you peed in was already buried with mother's cenotaph. How would I know that you would cry the next day looking for this vase? I had someone make a replica. Gu Qinglin, damn it. He had cried for so long for nothing? But Gu Changqing frowned. It was very strange. This vase was at the top of the cabinet. How did Ling Shuixian or Gu Jinyu find it? He entered the study. He sensed that something was wrong at a glance. On the table, the urn next to his mother's memorial tablet was missing. His heart trembled. He turned his head to look. Where the vase should have been was his mother's urn. Someone had come. His mother's urn had been swapped with the vase. If not, what had been knocked over in the afternoon would not have been a replica vase, but his mother's urn. Who came into my study? He called the servant. The servant said, only the two young masters and the two young ladies. It was not them. They did not even notice that the urn had been moved. Did someone know that the urn would be broken so they moved it ahead of time? Gu Jiao and the other two returned to Yao Shi's courtyard. Gu Jinyu recalled the grievances she had suffered in eldest brother's courtyard. Her eyes reddened. Mother, you must believe me. I really did not touch eldest brother's things. I know that eldest brother's study cannot be casually entered. I only went in to take a look because I heard a strange sound. I was worried that something had happened to cousin. I did not expect that cousin would break the vase herself and then frame me. Yao Shi's expression was not good. What does it matter if you broke it or not? How many times have I told you not to go near your three brothers? Otherwise you will have endless trouble. Has it come true now? Gu Jiao looked at the weeping Gu Jinyu with an indifferent expression. Yao Shi continued, if your older sister had not stopped him today, Gu Qinglin would have already attacked you. Why did you still foolishly go near them? Gu Jinyu felt wronged. They are my brothers, Yao Shi said seriously. You do not have an older brother. You only have a younger brother and an older sister. Although it was cruel to say this, how could those three not think the same? Yao Shi continued, in the future, do not interact with the Ling family anymore. The Ling family was the previous madam's maternal family. They were also very prejudiced and dissatisfied with their branch. Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes, it was grandmother who told me to teach cousin. Today, she glanced at Gu Jiao. If only elder sister had been with us just now. Cousin would not have had a chance to slander me. Yao Shi said, how could your elder sister have been with you? She just entered the manor and does not know the Ling family's young miss. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said, cousin wanted me to invite elder sister to sit in the pavilion. I went to call elder sister but elder sister did not agree. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did she blame the earth for not being able to poop? When she called her to pay respects to Yao Shi, why did she not come with her? Also, why would Miss Ling be so kind as to call her? Gu Jiao could not be bothered to argue with her. She did not care what other people thought of her. She picked up her small basket and said, I'm leaving first. There were still 3 sick people at home. Yao Shi could not keep her. After she left, Yao Shi turned to look at Gu Jinyu. Her expression was very serious. How can you blame your elder sister for what happened today? What did your elder sister do wrong? Gu Jinyu was stunned. I did not, Yao Shi said sternly. Your elder sister has not used a single copper coin from the Marquis's estate. She has not eaten a single mouthful of rice from the Marquis's estate. It is not worthwhile for her to acknowledge any of the relatives in the Marquis's estate. Miss Ling called her. Of course she could refuse. Mother? Yao Shi had never used such a stern tone to speak to Gu Jinyu. In Gu Jinyu's eyes, Yao Shi was gentle and understanding. She was even a little weak. But now Yao Shi was slowly becoming more unyielding. Yao Shi said, in the future don't let me hear these words again. I won't allow you to slander your elder sister. Gu Jinyu did not feel as aggrieved as being slandered by others. Besides her younger brother, Mother doted on her the most, right? But the person Mother doted on the most now was her elder sister. Tell me, did she really do it? Yao Shi asked Nanny Fang after Gu Jinyu left. Nanny Fang had already found out that Miss Ling had fled in panic. It was obvious that she was guilty. But Nanny Fang did not say anything. She only sighed and said, "Sigh, how would I dare to make wild guesses? Even if it was second miss, it should be unintentional." She did it to curry favor with the heir. Yao Shi suddenly felt a little disappointed in this daughter of hers. Little Jing Kong finally realized that his hair had been shaved off. He burst into tears. He had kept his hair for more than half a year, and it was just about to be tied into a ponytail, but it was gone just like that. He had turned back into little bald head. He hugged his little bald head and sat on the threshold, crying his heart out. "My hair is gone. Bad brother-in-law, compensate my hair. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Compensate my hair," Xiao Lulang said sternly. "You were the one who wanted me to shave it." Little Jing Kong cried and kicked his legs. I didn't. You're talking nonsense." Little Jing Kong was confused by the fever that night and did not have any memory of it. Therefore he firmly believed that he would never give up his beloved little hair. Bad brother-in-law must have been jealous of him and shaved his hair while he had a fever. Xiao Lulang spread his hands. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao later." Gu Jiao came back. An adult and a child were looking at her at the door. Xiao Lulang leaned against the door frame helplessly, while little Jing Kong sat on the threshold looking aggrieved. Gu Jiao could faintly feel the aura of a black cloud above her head. "What happened?" she asked. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong looked at her sadly. "Bad brother-in-law said that I was confused by the fever that night, and asked him to shave my hair. He also said that you were there, and you agreed, and you passed the razor to him. He was very sad and his face was written all over. Jiao Jiao, how could you watch someone destroy my beloved little hair and even pass me a razor? Are you still my beloved Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao took a deep breath and touched his poor little bald head. She turned to Xiao Lulang and said, "This is your fault. It's fine to shave it, but why did you put the blame on the child?" Xiao Lulang was speechless. Chapter 158. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Xiao Lulang, I've learned bad things from my great-aunt. Identification complete. This incident ended with Gu Jiao planting 3 kisses on little Jing Kong's head. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to be angry with his bad brother-in-law. He covered the kisses on his head with his little hands and ran back to his room. He found a scarf and wrapped it around his head, waiting for the seeds to germinate. After the 3 of them completely recovered, they returned to Qinghe Academy and the Directorate of Education. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had been on leave until now to take care of the 3 of them. Now they could finally return to normal. The old lady also moved back. The old chancellor was so moved that he cried. They finally moved away. He wouldn't be chased by people with knives and robbed of his private stash anymore. The old chancellor was an honest official. He had been an official for decades, but he didn't save much money. He almost lost it all because of the evil empress. How could he reason with her? Xiao Lulang had been on leave for many days, so he missed a lot of homework. He didn't worry about his homework, but he still had to make up for it. Besides, he was going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so he was more nervous about his studies. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were also going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so they weren't confident. In order to let Xiao Lulang spend more time on his studies, Gu Jiao said that from today onwards, she would take care of little Jing Kong. Several children in little Jing Kong's class were infected with the pox. After asking around, they found out that the first one who showed symptoms was the transfer student, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong must have been infected by him and then passed it to his 2 older brothers. However, Qin Chuyu didn't recover as quickly as little Jing Kong. He was still on leave. Many children in class asked for leave, so they were released from school early. Little Jing Kong used to do his homework in the classroom after school, but now he went to the clinic to do his homework. When the Qinghe Academy was almost over, Gu Jiao would take him home. One day little Jing Kong was doing his homework in the medical center. The second boss got a box of mutton milk cake from somewhere. After eating it, little Jing Kong exclaimed that it was delicious. Gu Jiao knew that it was fine for him to eat dairy products. Gu Jiao asked her second boss to buy fresh goat's milk for little Jing Kong. There was once when she bought too much. After cooking it for little Jing Kong, there was still half a pot left. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were not used to drinking it. It was a pity to throw it away. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then added some tea leaves and sugar into the pot. After boiling it, a special fragrance of milk and tea was produced. When the daughters of the girls' school passed by the clinic, they were attracted by this special fragrance and went in to ask what it was. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Milk tea." Gu Jiao poured a few cups for them to try. Other than the bitter tea that was originally brewed, the daughters of the capital had only drunk buttered tea. The salty kind was quite tasty, but compared to this sweet milk tea it was not worth mentioning at all. God, what kind of magical taste was this? It was so delicious. Is there any more? Is there any more? A daughter asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. There is no more milk tea for today. If you want to drink it, come over tomorrow. I'll make more. The next day the clinic was full of people. The second boss, who came down from the wing room, was a little confused. Were there so many patients today? They were all daughters of the girls' school. What happened at the girls' school? They were not here to see a doctor. They were here to line up for milk tea. Gu Jiao sold the milk tea at a high price, but it was still in short supply. The popularity of the milk tea made the second boss dumbfounded. He had been running the clinic for so many years, but he never thought that he would suddenly rely on his side business to make money. However, the cooking method of milk tea was not complicated. After drinking it a few times, one would know how to make it. Soon, the shops nearby began to compete with each other. Some of the chefs in the daughters' residences also knew how to make milk tea. The business of the clinic soon became quiet. One day little Jing Kong came to the clinic to do his homework again. He saw the second boss sighing at the side. He put down his pen and asked him, "Why are you sighing?" "Business is not good." The second boss had just tasted the sweetness of selling milk tea. The cost was low and the profit was high. At most, he could prepare a warm room for the daughters and burn a few more pots of charcoal. But after a few days, half of his business was taken away. The main reason was that the other party sold the milk tea at a low price. Their cost could not be reduced because Gu Jiao insisted on using good tea leaves. The second boss wrung his hands. "I'm so worried." Little Jing Kong decided to go on a field trip. "Jiao Jiao, I want to try it too." Children could not drink tea. Gu Jiao really only let him have a small taste. It tasted very good. Little Jing Kong's Jiao Jiao recipe was completely fine. Little Jing Kong put on a serious face and went to the warm room with his hands behind his back. He wanted to ask why the other girls did not come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a girl from the girls' school lying on the table and crying. "What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt?" Little Jing Kong asked her. She felt wronged and said, "It's not my stomach. It's a headache." The homework given by the teacher was too difficult. She did not know how to do it. Little Jing Kong climbed onto the stool and looked at the girl's questions. It seemed that his parents had given him these questions before. Jiao Jiao knew how to do it. Little Jing Kong took the questions to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was brewing pills. Little Jing Kong raised the paper in his hand. "Jiao Jiao, I don't know how to do the questions on this paper. Help me do it. I'll look at it myself after I'm done." Okay. Gu Jiao took Little Jing Kong's questions. They were all arithmetic questions. There were also a lot of arithmetic questions in the gifted class. The difficulty was not low. Gu Jiao did not suspect anything. She took a new piece of paper and wrote the answers for Little Jing Kong with a charcoal pencil. Little Jing Kong never copied the answers. He would write the answers after he understood them. If he did not know how to do it, he would do it a few more times. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not keep an eye on him. Little Jing Kong took the paper and answer sheet back to the room. "Here are the answers." The girl did not believe that a child could get the answers. He must have drawn it himself. He could draw it even if he drew it himself. He did not even know where to fill in the blanks. The girl pursed her lips and copied the answers in resignation. The next day, when the homework was handed in, only 3 people got it all right. One was Gu Jinyu, one was Zhuang Yueshi, and the last one was her. The girl's surname was Yu. She also got in through the back door. She and Zhuang Mingdai took turns to compete for the last place in class. The teacher had never praised her like this before. Of course, she was not the kind of person who liked to eat alone. She immediately told her classmates about how she could solve the questions in the clinic next door. So that afternoon, the clinic, which had been empty for a few days, was full again. Little smarty Jing Kong walked out of the clinic with a heroic spirit and looked at the competitors who were vainly trying to snatch the milk tea business from them. You can imitate Jiao Jiao's formula, but you can't imitate Jiao Jiao's IQ. Madame Yao had not seen her daughter and son for a few days. She missed them very much. Unfortunately, concubine Ling had been stripped of her power recently, so she had to manage the New Year's Eve. She was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. She could not leave at all. Madam, people from the Yao family are here. Nanny Fong went into the room to report. Madame Yao put down the half-done paper and asked strangely, "Who are they?" Eldest master and sister Xan. It was Yao Yuan and Yao Xan. Yao Yuan was Madame Yao's older brother, and Yao Xan was his daughter. Ever since Madame Yao moved to the hot spring villa, she had not seen the Yao family for 10 years. Yao Yuan had changed a lot. He had experienced a lot. He was clearly younger than Marquis Gu by a few years, but he looked older than him. Yao Xan had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She looked a bit like Madame Yao and could be considered a beauty. In comparison, Madame Yao's appearance had not changed much. She was still beautiful, but her temperament had become more capable and steady. Yao Yuan was so excited that he could not speak. "Eldest brother, come in and sit." Madame Yao brought her eldest brother and Yao Xan to a warm room and had the servants serve tea and snacks. "You can all leave. Nanny Fong stay." "Yes." The maidservants left in a single file. Nanny Fong wiped her tears. It was clear that she was crying tears of joy. She was Madame Yao's attendant and came from the Yao family. Sister Fong also did not change. Yao Yuan said with a smile. "This servant is old." Nanny Fong choked. Madame Yao's gaze landed behind Yao Yuan. She was a little uneasy girl. She warmly said, "Sister Xn is already so old. I remember that when I left she was still a little girl. She should be of marriageable age soon, right?" Yao Xn did not dare to speak. Yuan turned around and tugged at her. "And is asking you a question." Yao Xn said shyly, "She will be of marriageable age after spring." Madame Yao waved at her. "Come and sit. Eat something." Yao Xn turned around to look at her father. Seeing Yao Yuan nod, she carefully walked to Madame Yao's side. She sat down and picked up a snack that Madame Yao handed over and ate it carefully. It was Yao Xin's first time coming to the Marquis Fu. In the 10 years that Madame Yao was not in the Fu, the Yao family did not visit. They only sent some things to Gu Jinyu during festivals. Marquis Gu would have people send gifts to the Yao family in return. Yao Xin felt that the Marquis Fu was really big. Ants' courtyard was really grand. The snacks were also exquisite. The Yao family's chef could not make them. "Is Sister Jinyu here?" Yao Xin asked. Madame Yao said, "She went to the girls' school and is not in the Fu." Yao Xin was very envious. She also wanted to go to school, but her grandmother and parents only allowed her brother to go to school. Madame Yao looked at Granny Fong. "Granny Fong, bring Sister Xan to walk around the garden." Marquis Ding and Fu's scenery was one of the best in the capital. Moreover, she understood that this eldest brother had something to say to her. "Yes, madam. Young miss, please come with me." Granny Fong led Yao Xian out of the yard. There was no one else in the room. Madame Yao no longer put on a warm and welcoming appearance. She faintly asked, "Eldest brother suddenly came to find me. Is something the matter?" Yao Yuan opened his mouth and dryly laughed, saying, "I just came to see you. You returned to the capital and did not visit your maternal family. You did not send any news to your maternal family about Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony. They all said that you disliked the Yao family for losing face. I know that is not the case. Younger sister, are you still blaming us for what happened in the past?" Madame Yao drank a mouthful of tea. "Eldest brother should not bring up the matters of the past. Why I did not return to the Yao family and did not allow the Yao family to attend Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony, eldest brother should know better than anyone else. Just treat it as me looking down on the Yao family." Yao Yuan bitterly said, "In the past we were in the wrong. We should not have broken up your good marriage and married you into the Marquis Fu." Before Madame Yao married Marquis Gu, she actually had an engagement. The other party's family was not as well off as Marquis Ding and Fu. Thus, when Marquis Gu came to ask for a marriage, the Yao family did not say anything and cancelled the engagement. They did not dare tell Marquis Gu about this matter. They also did not allow Madame Yao to say anything. Yao Yuan knew that his younger sister had nearly eloped with that person. It was he who personally caught his younger sister. He even had someone break that man's leg. "Yao Yuan, father and mother did it for the Yao family. Madame Yao, it's a pity that you did not expect that I would not help the Yao family. You married a daughter over for nothing." Yao Yuan choked. That's right. After his younger sister married, She immediately drew a clear line with her maternal family. Even father did not get to see his younger sister one last time before he died. However, this could not be blamed on his younger sister, who told his younger sister to be in the residence and not be able to rush back to the capital. He blamed himself and said, "Younger sister, everything that happened in the past was eldest brother's fault. Eldest brother did not protect you and did not stand on your side against father and mother. If you want to blame someone, blame eldest brother." If there was anyone in the Yao family that could speak with Madame Yao, it should be Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan doted on this younger sister very much. The reason he broke up the Mandarin ducks was not to extract any benefits from Madame Yao. It was just that he felt that man was not worthy of his younger sister. He thought that after his younger sister married into the Marquis Fu, she would become a person above others. However, he did not know that he had personally pushed his younger sister into the fire pit. He sadly said, "Father was filled with regret on his deathbed. He told me that if there was a day that I could see younger sister, I would definitely apologize on his behalf. There is also mother. She also knows that she was wrong in the past. She has already changed. Can you forgive her? Her body is not very good. I fear that she does not have much time left." Senior servant Fang took Yao Xian around the Marquis Fu. Yao Xian opened her eyes. Chapter 159. Since she said so, Yao Shi couldn't force her. The next day, Yao Shi came to Baishui Alley early to pick up Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong also wanted to go. The main reason was that he wanted to be with Jiao Jiao. It was rare for him to have a day off. Yao Shi had already treated little Jing Kong as her own child, so she happily brought him along. The whole family sat in the Marquis Manor's horse carriage and the horses galloped. Little Jing Kong was very excited. He sat next to Gu Jiao and shook his head. "You're so happy?" Gu Jiao asked him. Little Jing Kong shook his short legs and tilted his head. "This is my first time visiting relatives." Hearing this, the people in the carriage were stunned. The little monk had always lived in the temple and had never visited relatives. Although he and Gu Jiao had a family after they left the mountain, they still didn't have any relatives that they could visit. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did things in an orderly manner, causing Gu Jiao and the others to rarely treat him as an ordinary child. It was also at this moment that Gu Jiao realized that little Jing Kong had always wanted to integrate into the life of a normal person, just like the other children in the village. Gu Jiao looked at the little guy's expectant eyes and patted his little bald head. "But I don't have any hair. Will grandmother not like me?" Little Jing Kong's way of addressing his family was similar to Gu Jiao's. As long as Gu Jiao acknowledged it, he would call them that. Although Gu Jiao had never called Yao Shi mother, she was willing to be close to her. Little Jing Kong could feel it, so he was also very close to Yao Shi. Yao Shi said that when she went to visit her maternal grandmother today, little Jing Kong had specially observed Gu Jiao's expression. She did not have any taboos when addressing her maternal grandmother, so little Jing Kong guessed that he could address her as such. Yao Shi warmly said, "No, little Jing Kong is just as cute without hair." Little Jing Kong said proudly, "I think I'm cute too." The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. He took the tiger head hat and covered his little head. "Put on the hat. Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Little Jing Kong was furious. "You're just jealous that I'm younger and cuter than you." Gu Yan chuckled. "You're cute. I think you're just pitiful because no one loves you." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "Of course not. I'm Kiki ai. The two of them bickered and soon arrived at Yao Manor. It was Gu Yan's first time visiting his maternal grandfather's home. Although Yao Shi had disagreements with her maternal family, she had never shown it in front of Gu Yan. Therefore, Gu Yan's impression of the Yao family wasn't bad. Due to Little Clear Sky's encouragement, he even had a faint trace of anticipation for this trip to visit his relatives. Yao Shi had sent someone to inform her maternal family last night. Early in the morning, Yao Yuan and his wife, Madame He, were waiting at the door. The weather was cold and the two of them were shivering with hot water in their hands. When they finally saw the carriage coming, they hurriedly walked forward without waiting for the carriage to stop. Yao Yuan excitedly said, "Younger sister." After the carriage stopped, senior servant Fang came down first and helped Yao Shi down. Yao Shi greeted her older brother and sister-in-law, then looked at the carriage. In the carriage, a little bean jumped down first. Yao Yuan and Madame He were stunned. Then Gu Jiao and Gu Yan came down one by one. Everyone present could guess that Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were Yao Shi's twins, but that cute little bean, It couldn't be Yao Shi's second child, right? Yao Yuan looked at his younger sister. Yao Shi called little Jing Kong over. Jing Kong, greet eldest uncle and eldest aunt. Little Jing Kong called out crisply, eldest uncle. Eldest aunt. Madam, he was a little confused. This was her younger sister-in-law's second child? Yao Yuan had chatted with Madam Yao yesterday and knew that this should be the child Jiao Jiao adopted from the mountains. His name was Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong is so obedient. Yao Yuan praised little Jing Kong. Madam, he was immersed in the great shock of seeing Madam Yao. She was only 3 years older than Madam Yao. Both of them used to be delicate and beautiful beauties. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Madam Yao was still charming and didn't show many signs of aging, but Madam He's face was already wrinkled. Time seemed to only affect the people around her. Of course, Madam He cared about Madam Yao the most. After seeing Madam Yao, she felt inferior. Only then did she seriously look at Madam Yao's children. Little Jing Kong had already run to the front to look at the stone lion at the door. Madam He's gaze landed on Gu Yan and Gu Jiao. Gu Yan had inherited Marquis Gu's good looks and was as pure as jade. As for Gu Jiao, Madam He looked at the birthmark on her face and awkwardly opened her mouth. This is Jianghu? Madam Yao said, it's Jiao Jiao. Yesterday when Yao Yuan went to the Marquis Fu, he already knew that the two daughters were swapped. He also knew that Gu Jiao still hadn't returned to the manor and was still living in a small residence outside the manor. A trace of disappointment flashed across Madam He's eyes. She looked in the direction of the carriage. Jianghu didn't come? Madam Yao's brows furrowed. Jianghu, the one standing in front of her was Jiao Jiao. Couldn't she greet Jiao Jiao first? Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't greet Madam He and directly walked past her to catch up with little Jing Kong, who was looking at the stone lion in front. Yao Yuan glared at Madam He. Madam He pursed her lips. What was wrong with asking? He didn't come, but she wasn't allowed to ask? Madam He looked at Gu Yan and smiled. This is Yan, right? Gu Yan, ha. Ignoring her older sister, he also ignored her. Gu Yan didn't even look at Madam He and strode forward to find Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. Yao Yuan and Madam He were extremely embarrassed. Yao Yuan didn't care about the difference in treatment, but he didn't expect his wife to have such a reaction. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Madam Yao, Mother is in the room. Younger sister, quickly go in and see her. Madam Yao stepped into the house. Madam He walked beside her and didn't forget to ask her with a smile, Younger sister, why didn't Jianghu come? Madam Yao stopped in her tracks. She entered the palace. Oh. Madam He was dumbfounded. Jianghu is really amazing. He can enter the palace? Madam Yao didn't want to pay attention to this sister-in-law. But she didn't come to see her sister-in-law today. They went to old Madam Yao's courtyard. Old Madam Yao was sitting on the Kong in the east room. It was different from what Yao Yuan said. Her face was really pale, but it didn't look like she was dying. Madam Yao frowned again and turned to look at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan lowered his head. Old Madam Yao said in a deep voice, Don't look at him. I asked him to call you over. If I didn't say that, would you come back? When you married into the Marquis' house, you didn't say anything and cut off all contact with the Yao family. I followed you. What? More than 10 years have passed. Isn't it enough to appease your anger? I'm already so old. I don't know how many days I have left. What's wrong with me wanting to see my 2 precious grandsons? Can't I see them? This matter made people uncomfortable. But when Madam Yao heard that she wanted to see the twins, she was not so angry. Madam Yao called the 3 children in. The first one to come in was Gu Yan. When old Madam Yao saw Gu Yan, her turbid eyes suddenly brightened. She reached out her hand to Gu Yan. Yener? Are you Yener? Quick, come to grandmama. Let grandmother see you. Gu Yan saw that she really liked him. He hesitated and walked over. Old Madam Yao was so excited that her hands were shaking. She held Gu Yan's hand with one hand and touched Gu Yan's face with the other hand. Grandmother finally sees you. You look like your father. Gu Yan was not liked by old Madame Gu in the Marquis' house. In contrast, old Madame Yao's love made people feel warm. Call me grandmother. Old Madame Yao said. Gu Yan hesitated. When he was about to call grandmother, Gu Jiao came in with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at the old woman on the arhat bed. He asked cutely, Is it grandmother? Old Madame Yao was stunned. Yao Yuan leaned over and explained in her ear, Jiao Jiao adopted a little monk on the mountain. His name is Jing Kong. I mentioned him to you yesterday. Old Madame Yao heard about the 2 children's background and Gu Jiao's situation from her son. Since this little guy was Jing Kong, then the one holding his hand should be Gu Jiao. After all, he was Madame Yao's biological child. Old Madame Yao didn't dislike him. But she also looked behind them like Madame He and asked, "Where is Jinyu? Why didn't she come?" Jinyu came to the palace. Madame He came in with a smile and said proudly. Madame Yao said, "She will come after greeting Imperial concubine Shu." Gu Jiao noticed the disappointment in old Madame Yao's eyes. But old Madame Yao didn't neglect Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. She looked at Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong kindly. "You are good children. Come here." Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and walked over. Little Jing Kong called grandmother and stretched out his little head to allow grandmother to touch his little bald head. Gu Jiao didn't call anyone. Yao Yuan explained in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao just recognized his little sister. He is introverted." "It's okay." Old Madame Yao smiled gently. Yao Shi looked at her mother who was holding a bowl of water. She finally believed what her brother said to her yesterday. Her mother really repented. She wouldn't treat her son as a treasure like before. Her daughter was something that could be sacrificed for the family at any time. But Yao Shi didn't know that she was happy too early. Old Madame Yao's bowl of water was held for her to see. After several people went out, there was only Gu Yan left in the room. Old Madame Yao asked a maid to bring a big box. She opened it and took out a big and red persimmon. She handed it to Gu Yan and said, "This is the persimmon king that your uncle spent a lot of money to buy from someone. Grandmother specially kept it for you. Try it." "Only one?" Gu Yan asked. Old Madame Yao was stunned. Gu Yan said, "Then I will keep it for Jejia and little Jing Kong. They have it. It's yours." Old Madame Yao called a maid in the room and handed the box to her. "The persimmons that Yi brought yesterday. Pick 2 of the biggest persimmons and give them to Jiao Jiao and that child." When Gu Yan heard that grandmother didn't call little Jing Kong's name, he unconsciously frowned. "I'm going to find mother." He found an excuse to go out. But he didn't find Yao Shi. Instead, he went to the small garden where little Jing Kong played. Little Jing Kong was happily making snowmen on the ground. Gu Jiao was watching him. The maid in old Madame Yao's yard brought 2 persimmons. One for Gu Jiao and the other for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a sensible and contented child. "Wow! What a big red persimmon. Jiao Jiao, can I eat it?" Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong began to peel the persimmon in the snow. Gu Yan looked at the persimmon in his hand and then looked at little Jing Kong's and Gu Jiao's persimmons. His eyes suddenly became cold. In fact, he just saw that there was a big persimmon in the box. He thought that the maid would give it to little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao. But he didn't expect that she secretly put away the box and gave them 2 small persimmons. It went without saying who instructed her to do this. That persimmon must be left for Gu Jinyu. Grandmother didn't really love Yao Shi's child. It was reasonable that the people in the mansion favored Gu Jinyu. After all, they had raised him for so many years. But grandmother had never seen the 3 of them. She left the big persimmon for him and Gu Jinyu, who didn't come to the mansion today. Gu Yan was very angry. He walked over and took the persimmon that little Jing Kong had been peeling for a long time. He gave him the persimmon king in his hand. Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment. He said, "Oh." He held the big persimmon king in his 2 small hands and peeled it with difficulty. After peeling it, he handed it to Gu Yan with both hands. "Here." This time Gu Yan was stunned. "What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head. "Don't you want me to peel the persimmon for you?" I am giving you the big persimmon to eat." Gu Yan's chest seemed to be blocked by something. Little Jing Kong stuffed the peeled persimmon into his hands. Then he took his small half-peeled persimmon and continued to peel it. He peeled it very carefully. But Gu Yan felt his heart hurt. He squatted down and looked at the little guy. "This is the big one. Can't you see it? Don't you want to eat the big one?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I can't finish it." Little Jing Kong thought that it was reasonable to give the big one to the adults and the small one to the children. "Yen." Gu Jiao smiled at Gu Yan. Gu Yan swallowed the words that he wanted to say to expose old Madame Yao. In fact, he knew what old Madame Yao was thinking. He was his father's favorite son and Gu Jinyu was his favorite daughter. Jiao Jiao didn't even live in the Lord Protector's mansion. It seemed that she was not favored. Old Madame Yao didn't care about Jiao Jiao and an adopted little monk. But she didn't want to offend Madame Yao, who had just returned to her mother's home. So, she acted one way in front of others and another way behind others' backs. Chapter 160. Gu Yan sat beside Gu Jiao with a dark face. Gu Jiao laughed. What are you angry about? Aren't you angry? Gu Yen looked at her with a puzzled expression. This question was equivalent to asking in vain. How could he not sense whether she was angry or not? Little Jing Kong was a child. He didn't understand these twists and turns, but she should know. Gu Yen didn't understand why she wasn't angry. Gu Jiao lazily leaned back in the chair. What's there to be angry about? She wasn't someone who lived under other people's eyes. Other people's opinions of her couldn't hurt her. She also didn't rely on other people's help to live. Because she was strong enough, she could ignore all the superficial things. Gu Yen couldn't reach his sister's level for the time being, but by Gu Jiao's side, his emotions were also affected by her strong heart and gradually calmed down. Little Jing Kong ate happily and his whole body was covered in food. Jiao Jiao, I'm dirty from eating. It's okay, I brought you clothes. Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong into the side room and washed his face and hands. She also took a small cotton-padded jacket from the small basket and put it on him. Old Madame Yao had a son and a daughter. Yao Yuan also had a son and a daughter. The daughter was Yao Xan and the son was called Yao Fengyi. Yao Yifeng was studying abroad and it was said that he wouldn't come back this year. The whole family sat at the table to eat. They were all family, so there was no division between men and women. Yao Shi first carried little Jing Kong to wash his hands. She found that his shoes were wet from stepping on the snow, so she carefully changed his footwear and tiger-headed shoes for him. In all fairness, little Jing Kong was really good-looking. Old Madame Yao had never seen a child more beautiful than him in her life. But no matter how beautiful he was still an orphan. In the future he would have to rely on the Hofu. But in front of Yao Shi, old Madame Yao still gave little Jing Kong enough love. Old Madame Yao picked up the biggest drumstick and gave it to him. Little Jing Kong said politely, "Thank you, Grandma, but I can't eat meat now. As long as he grew up, it would be fine." Grandaunt said that when he grew up, Meaty would be willing to let him eat her. Eat this. Old Madame Yao placed the egg soup in front of little Jing Kong. She had put in a lot of effort to make this egg custard. She had put in some lilies and it was very beautiful. Little Jing Kong's appetite was greatly stimulated and he happily ate. The meal was rather amicable. After eating, old Madame Yao asked Yao Xan to bring Gu Jiao and the other two to the garden for a walk. Gu Yen grabbed a small blanket. After walking for a while, little Jing Kong rubbed his eyes. Are you sleepy? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head. I'm not sleepy. I just ate a little too much. Gu Jiao laughed and picked him up. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I'm really not sleepy. I don't want to sleep at all. He tilted his head and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Yao Xan did not understand why Gu Yen would grab a blanket when he was walking. But when she saw Gu Yen draping the blanket over little Jing Kong, she understood everything. This cousin was quite attentive. Cousin, when is cousin Jianghu coming over? She smiled and asked. Gu Yen said impatiently, you can ask her. How would I know? Yao Xan choked and felt a little awkward. She said, I heard that cousin Jianghu went to a girls' school. Is that true? Gu Yen was annoyed with Gu Jianghu, but this cousin kept asking him if he was blind when his biological sister was here. I'm sleepy too. I'm going to sleep. After he said that, he pulled Gu Jiao and left without looking back. There was a reason why the Yao matriarch had sent the three children away. She gave He Shi a look and He Shi said to Yao Shi, younger sister, mother is tired. Let mother rest. Come to my room to talk. Yao Shi did not like this sister-in-law, but she could not refuse. She could only go to He Shi's room. He Shi did not disappoint Yao Shi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she dug a hole for Yao Shi. Younger sister, has Jianghu's marriage been arranged? Based on Yao Shi's understanding of He Shi, she would not care about this for no reason. Yao Shi was suspicious. Could it be that He Shi wanted to arrange a marriage between Jianghu and Yao Fengyi? Yao Shi said calmly, not yet. Her marriage will be decided by the old madam and the marquis. I'm not worried about this. He Shi smiled. Jianghu is promising. Her marriage will not be bad in the future. But no matter what, she is already of marriageable age. As her mother, you should be more careful. Yao Shi was even more puzzled. If she was not having any ideas about Jianghu, then what was she doing? He Shi smiled and said, Sister Xener is about to be of marriageable age. She's not as capable as Jianghu, so I'm thinking of settling her marriage early. Otherwise, when she gets older, it won't be easy to talk about marriage. Yao Shi glanced at her. Eldest sister-in-law wants me to help Sister Xan arrange a marriage? This was not difficult. After concubine Ling's position was taken away, Old Madame Gu was too busy and left many things to her to take care of. She was currently preparing New Year's gifts for the various large families. She could take this opportunity to help Sister Xian. He sure smiled but did not speak. Yao Shi's heart skipped a beat. You wouldn't have taken a fancy to the young masters of the Marquis Fu, right? There's no way. He sure originally wanted to say the heir of the Marquis Fu, but seeing Yao Shi's reaction, she smiled embarrassedly. She pulled Yao Shi's hand and said, "Younger sister, don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. I'm doing this for your own good. When Sister Xian marries over, our two families will be even closer. With Sister Xian going to the Marquis Fu to help you, you will be able to live more comfortably, right? It is better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive. When Sister Xian marries over, you will no longer be enemies. You will be mother and son." Yao Shi did not know how he sure could say such a thing. She and Yin'er were about to be bullied to death by those three stepsons, yet eldest sister-in-law wanted her to marry her niece over? Resolve what? She would never reconcile with the three of them in this lifetime. Yao Shi said, "You feel that selling me is not enough, so you want to sell Sister Xian, right?" "Madam," he said, "Sister Xian is willing to do so." Yao Shi laughed in anger. Her aunt has been bullied to this extent, yet she is rushing to marry the person who bullied her aunt. Eldest sister-in-law, this is the kind of child you have raised. When he sure heard this, her expression was not very good. Younger sister, now that you have become rich, you no longer care about the life and death of your maternal family. If we had not married you into the Marquis Fu, how could you have the wealth you have today? You have not cared about your maternal family for over a decade, and we have not said a single bad word about you. Let me ask you, how could there be such a good maternal family in this world? Now that your own niece is about to be married, you would rather let an outsider benefit than marry her into the manor. What? Does younger sister not want to see your maternal family live better than you? Yao Shi sneered, "How does eldest sister-in-law know that she will live better than me after marrying into the manor?" He sure raised her chin and said, "Our Sister Xian is obedient and sensible. She will definitely be able to make husband and the old madam like her." If this was in the past, Yao Shi might have argued with her and explained the reasoning behind it, but later on she gradually understood that some people were unreasonable. She only acknowledged her own reasoning. She did not care how much hardship Yao Shi had suffered in the Marquis Fu over the years. To put it bluntly, she was just being selfish. Yao Shi stood up and left. He sure saw that Yao Shi was angry and quickly pulled her back, apologizing. "Aya, eldest sister-in-law did not mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Eldest sister-in-law said something wrong. You are a great person and do not lower yourself to her level." Yao Shi said, "I cannot say anything about the Marquis Fu's marriage. Even if she said it, they would not like her." He sure, "In any case, you should bring Sister Xian to the manor to sit. Who knows which one of them would like her?" Yao Shi, eldest sister-in-law, who would like her? The heir? He sure smiled and said, "If the heir would like her, then that would be the best." Yao Shi was stunned. She actually wanted to marry Yao Xian to the Marquis Fu's heir? This was simply a dream. He sure looked at Yao Shi's face and awkwardly said, "Second young master is also fine? Third young master should be fine, right?" Yao Shi coldly said, "When has it been the Yao family's daughter's turn to choose the Ding and Marquis Fu's young master?" It was not that she wanted to speak up for her three stepson, but the two families were not compatible with each other in terms of social status. She was only going to be a second wife, but she was already despised by old Madame Gu. Yao Xian, on the other hand, wanted to be a legitimate first wife? Was this helping her, or did she want old Madame Gu to hate her to death? He sure's temper rose again. Didn't younger sister also marry into the Marquis Fu? Younger sister still had an engagement in the past. How could she be as pure as our Sister Xian? Back then the Marquis liked younger sister. How could the heir not like our Sister Xian? Don't they all have the same face? Could it be that Sister Xian's face is worse than younger sister's? She was not pure. She relied on her face to serve others. She willingly married into the Marquis Fu. Good, very good. Yao Shi took a deep breath and asked, "Are these words eldest sister-in-law's meaning or mother's meaning?" He sure was speechless. Of course, it was her and mother-in-law's meaning, but mother-in-law did not allow her to say it. Yao Shi, however, understood everything. Chains? She was too naive. Originally they were going to eat dinner before returning to the manor, but Yao Shi could no longer stay. "Jiao, let's return to the manor." Yao Shi entered a side room and said to Gu Jiao, "Good. Gu Jiao did not ask why. Gu Yan also did not ask. Old Madame Yao chased after them with the help of the servants. She scolded He Shi and told Yao Shi not to argue with her. Then she took out the presents she had prepared for the children. Gu Yan sneered and knocked over his and Gu Jiao's presents in front of everyone. They saw that it was also a snack, but a red packet rolled out of Gu Yan's box. Gu Jiao's was nothing. Little Jing Kong's was also nothing. But the box that Yao Shi brought to Gu Jinyu also had a red packet. Yao Shi looked at the presents for the 4 children and was so angry that her face turned white. Little Jing Kong was asleep. Gu Yan was too lazy to pretend to be peaceful. He directly took little Jing Kong's presents and threw them into the river. He also threw Gu Jinyu's. If they wanted to curry favor, they should do it themselves. Don't dirty their hands. On the carriage back to the residence, Gu Yan also fell asleep. He lay on Yao Shi's lap. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms. Both of them were sleeping and snoring. Yao Shi did not say a word. She tried her best not to let Gu Jiao know how she felt, but Gu Jiao could still feel it. "I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. I shouldn't have asked you to come today," she said guiltily. Gu Jiao said, "I think it's very good." Yao Shi was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong kicked the blanket away. Gu Jiao pulled it over and covered him with it, saying, "I know where Madame used to live. I used to be very curious." Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in a daze and said, "Jiao Jiao, why would you be curious?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I don't know. I'm just curious. I want to know about Madame's past. I also want to know how Madame lived every day." Yao Shi covered her mouth. She did not dare to believe what she heard. Was her Jiao Jiao starting to care about her? "Jiao Jiao, does Madame regret it? Do you regret marrying Marquis Gu?" When Yao Shi and He Shi were arguing, Gu Jiao was in the garden not far away. With her hearing, she more or less heard some of it. Yao Shi did not hesitate and shook her head, saying, "I don't regret it." "What?" Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi lowered her head and caressed Gu Yan's cheek. Then she looked at Gu Jiao lovingly, saying, "Because if I didn't marry Marquis Gu, there wouldn't be you and Yan. You are Mother's most precious gifts in this life." Gu Jiao did not understand this kind of feeling. Because of what happened when she was young, she shut down her emotional system early. This was a kind of self-protection mechanism. It was to prevent her from breaking down when she was hurt by her parents. But at the same time, it made her lose the ability to treat her feelings logically. In her world, hate was hate. It was either black or white. But Yao Shi's experience was more like a gray area. She gave birth to a child she really wanted with someone she did not want to marry. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Yao Shi let out a laugh. Her daughter was really considerate and cute. The unhappiness in Yao Shi's heart completely disappeared. Yao Shi first sent Gu Jiao and the other 2 back to Baishui Alley before returning to the manor. Gu Jinyu accompanied Consort Shu in the palace for an entire day and only returned to the manor when it was dark. There were less than 10 days until New Year's Eve. Qinghe Academy was on holiday. There was still 1 day of classes for the directorate and 3 days of classes for the 6th hall. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the medical center. The matriarch and a few neighbors were playing Pai Gao in the house. The old chancellor stood at the side with a dark face, paying money and serving tea. Gu Shaoshan was in the backyard knocking on wood. Gu Yan quietly came to the front yard. First he looked around at the door. After a while he came to the entrance of the alley and looked around. The end of the alley was connected to Chang and Main Street. People came and went in an endless stream. The shops were all pasted with window flowers and couplets. It was a joyous atmosphere. He looked around. Suddenly a tall shadow shrouded him. "What are you doing?" It was Gu Changqing. He was wearing a golden fur coat and sitting on a tall horse, looking valiant and formidable. Gu Yan was so shocked that he trembled. He turned his head and said without changing his expression, "I'm not waiting for you." Gu Changqing saw him with his hands behind his back and asked, "What are you holding in your hands?" Gu Yan hesitated for a moment. He still took his hands out from behind his back and handed it to him. "Here." Gu Changqing took it. It was a wooden carving. The thing carved was a bit hard to explain. Gu Changqing, a monkey? Gu Yan exploded. "What monkey? Open your eyes and look clearly. Is there such a handsome monkey in the world?" He had learned from Gu Shaoshan for a few days and nights. His hands were already bleeding. This guy didn't know what was good for him. He said he was a monkey. Chapter 161. Humph. Gu Yan turned his back. He was so angry that the small tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up, expressing his unhappiness in the cold wind. Gu Changqing laughed softly. His voice was cold and magnetic, and when he laughed, it had an irresistible charm. Gu Yan's small eyes tried to glance behind him. Then he began to walk back. After taking a step, Gu Changqing felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong with your leg?" Gu Yan pursed his lips and said in a small voice, "It's nothing, it's just a sprain." Their house was in the middle of the alley. It wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. A normal person would have sprained their leg, but this was Gu Yan. Gu Changqing looked at his thin and weak body and sighed helplessly. "Get on." Chem? Gu Yan turned to look at him. His small face was full of cleverness and playing dumb. It was very contradictory. Gu Changqing thought of the silly roe deer in the forest, but this time it was the proud one. Gu Changqing reached out his large and strong hand and grabbed Gu Yan's shoulder. He gently lifted him up and sat him on his saddle. "Don't you usually eat? So thin." Gu Yan sat in front of him and wanted to say, "How do I not eat? You're the one who doesn't eat." But when he leaned against his firm and broad chest, Gu Yan couldn't speak. Did this person eat 10 buckets of rice a day? How could he be so strong? "Hold on tight," Gu Changqing reminded him. The reins were in Gu Changqing's hands, so Gu Yan could only hold on to the saddle. Originally, Gu Changqing was quite satisfied with his own saddle. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis's household. The things that the servants prepared for him would not be too shabby. However, when Gu Yan's white and tender fingers were placed on the saddle, it instantly turned the saddle into a piece of rotten wood. The saddle needs to be replaced, Gu Changqing thought. "I'll send you back," he said. "I'm not going back," Gu Yan said. Gu Changqing looked at him strangely. "Why?" "Gu Yan, I want to eat something." "Gu Changqing, what do you want to eat?" "Gu Yan, sugar roasted chestnuts." There was a stall selling roasted chestnuts on the streets of Chang'an. It was in the direction he had come from. Gu Changqing turned his horse around and galloped towards the stall. Considering Gu Yan's health, he did not let the horse run too fast, but it was enough to stimulate Gu Yan. This was the first time in his life that he rode a horse. Gu Yan was so excited that he had no place to sit on the saddle. "Go, go, go." Although he spoke very softly, Gu Changqing's hearing was amazing. He even heard the tone of the martial arts world's overlord. Gu Changqing could not help but smile. He sped up a little. Gu Yan was overjoyed. Gu Yan had wanted to ride a horse for a long time. But in his 15 years of life he had been sick for 14 years. He had never ridden a horse before and he had no playmates. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan were both younger than him. He wanted to play with older people. Gu Jiao could calm Gu Yan down, but there were some things that Gu Jiao could not give him. Gu Changqing's appearance happened to fill this gap. Gu Yan was very happy riding the horse. After buying the sugar-roasted chestnuts, he still looked unsatisfied. Gu Yan took the sugar-roasted chestnuts. "I didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back when we get back." "No need," Gu Changqing said. Then, Gu Yan opened his mouth. "Did I spend all your money?" "No." "Oh." Gu Yan silently chewed on a sugar-roasted chestnut. "I still want to eat roast chicken." Gu Changqing took him to buy roast chicken again. He did not want roast chicken from ordinary shops. He had to go around half of the capital to buy roast chicken from Huji's. Gu Yan looked at the roast chicken in his hand and opened his mouth. "What else do you want to eat?" Gu Changqing asked. Gu Yan blinked and said, "Crab roe crisps from Sanyuan Pavilion." Sanyuan Pavilion was in Lingnan. Was this guy going to elope with him? Gu Changqing looked at him coldly. Gu Yan angrily pinched the saddle. "Okay, then let's eat a stick of sugar-coated haws. I don't care about the shop. The ones from the roadside stalls look cheap and dirty. Eating them will cause diarrhea and make you sick." Gu Changqing, there was a sugar drink shop on Vermilion Bird Avenue that sold sugar-coated haws. The price was expensive, but it definitely would not cause any diarrhea. Gu Changqing took Gu Yan to buy a few sticks of sugar-coated haws. Gu Yan's arms could not hold any more. He could not buy any more and could only obediently go home. On the way back the wind blew and Gu Yan shivered. Gu Changqing covered him with a fur coat. Gu Yan was wrapped in his fur coat, only revealing his furry head. But to be fair, even the back of his head was cuter than his two younger brothers at home. Gu Changqing took a deep breath. Perhaps he was possessed. When they reached home, Gu Changqing dismounted first, then carried Gu Yan down. He took the things in Gu Yan's arms and placed them on the stone table in the front yard. "I'm leaving." He walked out and said, Gu Yin looked at him expectantly. Do you want to stay for a meal? My sister's cooking is very good. That girl who was even more cold-blooded than a killer? Gu Changqing found it hard to imagine what her cooking skills would be like. He looked at the kitchen behind the hall and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. But in the end he restrained himself. No, I should go home. Gu Yin was disappointed. Gu Changqing mounted his horse and glanced at Gu Yin. Go in. Okay. Gu Yin nodded but did not move. He watched as the horse disappeared at the end of the alley. Only then did he turn around and jump on the spot, feeling refreshed as he entered the house. That's right. What sprained ankle? No. Okay, your ankle is fine. Stay in bed and rest for the next few days. In 7 days I'll come and take out the stitches for you. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao finished stitching up a little girl's wound and finished her first house call in the capital. The sky began to snow again. The goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered about, gathering and dispersing. Soon the street was blocked. This place was not too far from Clearwater Alley, so Gu Jiao decided to walk back. Not long after she got off the carriage, she felt that someone was following her. She did not enter Clearwater Alley. Instead, she passed through the entrance of the alley and entered another alley. She held the silver needle in her hand without anyone noticing. Finally, the other party moved. 2 masked men wielding knives descended from the sky and blocked her path. But before they could make a move, Gu Jiao shot the silver needle into their chest. The 2 men fainted on the spot. Almost at the same time, an arrow shot from behind her. She took a step forward and stepped on the wall. She turned around in the air and ruthlessly kicked the arrow away. But the other party clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. A large net fell from the roof. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the large net in half. But at this moment, a hook came out of nowhere and hooked onto her small basket. With a whoosh it was taken away. Small medicine box. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold as she looked up at the roof. She saw a man wearing black clothes and a black mask holding onto her small basket as he looked down at her. He gave a disdainful sneer and disappeared from the other side of the roof. Gu Jiao quickly chased after him. Gu Jiao felt like she had returned to her previous life where she killed and stole from the organization. Her blood was boiling. She could feel that the other party's skills were not simple. The other party had tried to plot against her several times, but she had dodged them all. In the end, Gu Jiao chased after the other party to a courtyard that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The other party had already hidden inside. The moment Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, a row of sharp arrows flew towards her. She had dodged bullets in her previous life, so this kind of speed was not a problem for her. The arrows that seemed to be flying at high speed seemed to be in slow motion in Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao easily dodged them. A cold snort came from the courtyard. I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. You really do have some skills. The voice came from behind the mask, so it was slightly different from the original voice. Gu Jiao could hear from his tone that he had come here specifically to deal with her. Gu Jiao walked into the courtyard and saw the other party on the steps of the corridor. Who are you? The black-clothed man sneered. I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Gu Jiao let out an "oh" sound. You don't even know who I am and you dare to rob me? The black-clothed man said, I heard that you are a village girl from a small county. You grew up in the village and had a mental illness. It was only a year ago that you recovered. But looking at your skills, you don't look like a village girl at all. Gu Jiao did not feel guilty at all. So what? Does it bother you? The man slowly walked down the steps. The whole mask covered his face completely, only revealing a pair of extremely malicious eyes. He stared coldly at Gu Jiao. Where did the Real Miss Gu go? It seemed that he was not a rival of the medical center, but someone related to her. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the basket in his hand. Give it back to me. The man took a step forward and arrogantly said, Tell me where you took the real Miss Gu, and I will consider giving it back to you. Gu Jiao irritably frowned. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be a sissy. The man had been in the capital for many years. He had a bad reputation and was powerful and domineering. It was the first time that he was called a sissy. His face turned black. Gu Jiao really did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. She still had to go home and cook. Gu Jiao raised her hand to greet the other party. The man's movements were more strange than Gu Jiao imagined. After a few rounds, Gu Jiao did not gain an advantage over him. However, it was not easy for him to control Gu Jiao. His brows wrinkled. When he made a move, he would take down the enemy in 3 moves. This girl had endured more than 10 moves. As the two trembled, the sound of horse hooves came from the alley. Then Gu Changqing shouted, "Who is it?" The man's body froze. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and chopped down with her hand. She took back her small basket and raised her other hand. With her palm facing down, a dagger flew out from her sleeve. With a twist of her palm, she threw it out with great force. The man did not dodge in time. His left arm was cut, and a hidden weapon that he did not have time to shoot fell to the ground. He looked back at the direction of the door. Gritting his teeth, he used his qinggong to leave from the back door. "It's you?" As soon as the man left, Gu Changqing entered the courtyard. He was surprised to see Gu Jiao. "Were you fighting with someone just now?" Gu Jiao shook her small basket. "Someone stole my things." "Oh," Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I didn't see clearly. He was wearing a mask." Gu Changqing looked around and found the hidden weapon on the ground. He picked it up and frowned. "It's him?" Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "You know him?" Gu Changqing said, "The capital's #1 bandit, Fei Shuang. This frost dart is his unique hidden weapon." Fei Shuang was a very troublesome person for the government. The Supreme Court, the imperial government, and the Ministry of Justice had all been attacked by him before. Many confidential files had been stolen from them. He was one of the most wanted bandits in the imperial court. Unfortunately, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. No one had ever caught him. No one had even seen his real face. Gu Changqing asked, "Why would he steal your things? Did Fei Shuang not care about his reputation? Did he steal from a little girl?" Gu Jiao thought of the conversation with him and said, "He seems to know me." "Fei Shuang knows you?" Gu Changqing was stunned. As night fell, the snow became heavier. The Gu mansion was shrouded in a sea of snow. Gu Qinglin could barely get off the ground now, but he could not walk too far. He usually sat in a wheelchair. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair out of his room and went to his second brother's place. The children in the mansion all had their own courtyard, so did Gu Qinglin. However, he was used to living with his second brother, so he was not in a hurry to move out. Second brother, second brother." He knocked on the door. Gu Qingfeng came from the other side of the corridor and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Gu Qinglin said, "Second brother, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere." Gu Qingfeng said, "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Qinglin was not in a hurry to answer. He looked up at him. "Are you not feeling well? You look so pale." "I went to the storeroom to find something. It's freezing. It's a bit cold." "Oh." Gu Qinglin did not suspect him. "Second brother, do you know where my spinning top went? The one that the fifth prince gave me. I can't find it." Gu Qingfeng said, "Didn't I put it in the third cabinet on the right side of the cabinet? Go look for it." Gu Qinglin ordered the servant who pushed the wheelchair. The servant hurriedly went and came back with an exquisite spinning top. "It's really there." Gu Qinglin took the spinning top and stood up in surprise. "Second brother, you're amazing. You remember where I put it." As he spoke, he happily patted his second brother's arm. He heard his second brother groan. He was stunned. "Second brother, what's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Gu Qingfeng calmly put his hands behind his back and said in a normal tone, "No, I'm fine. You go play. I'll go back to my room first." Gu Qinglin, "Oh. Second brother is acting weird today." Chapter 162. On the other side, Gu Changqing led the horse and sent Gu Jiao back to Jade Water Alley. He could not understand why the capital's #1 thief, Fei Shuang, would know Gu Jiao. Perhaps Gu Jiao was overthinking it. Fei Shuang only stole things of great value, whether it was treasures or court secrets. The most valuable thing in her small basket was the medicine box. Even if it was a box of top-quality medicine, it would not be able to enter Fei Shuang's eyes. Could it be that she really came for her? But Gu Changqing did not feel that there was a problem with Gu Jiao herself. Or perhaps Fei Shuang had set her eyes on Marquis Ding in manner? "We're here." Gu Jiao's voice pulled Gu Changqing back from his thoughts. Gu Changqing looked at the residence behind Gu Jiao. This was a residence that was smaller than his courtyard, but this residence had a different atmosphere. He could not tell what it was, but in short, it made people yearn for it. "Do you want to go in and sit?" Gu Jiao asked. "No, I need to return to the manor," Gu Changqing said. He should have returned to the manor a long time ago. After sending Gu Yan back, they encountered a fight. He went to take a look and then sent her back the way they came. Actually, it was already very late. Gu Jiao's clear eyes looked at him. Many thanks. I did not do anything. When he arrived, Fei Shuang had already left. He thought even if he did not appear, nothing would have happened to this girl. Of course, nothing would have happened to Gu Jiao, but she would not have been able to smoothly retrieve the medicine box. Of course, Gu Jiao did not want to thank him for this. Gu Jiao bends her lips. Thank you for taking Gu Yan out to play. He is very happy. She had seen Gu Yan sitting on Gu Changqing's horse when she was making a house call at Vermilion Bird Avenue. She was holding a few sticks of sparkling and translucent candied haws with a smug expression on her face. In fact, Gu Yan lacked the role of a father when he was growing up. What Marquis Gu couldn't give him, Gu Changqing did. Gu Jiao had never seen Gu Yan so smug. Some stability could be given by Gu Jiao, but some courage could only be given by her father and brother. The little sickly girl who couldn't even lift a bucket of water was gradually growing her own wings. You saw it? Gu Changqing cleared his throat. When I left, I didn't expect to go to so many places. I forgot to say goodbye to your family. I don't know if they were worried. Gu Jiao smiled. Great aunt knows what to do. Although the old lady did not do her job all day long, her eyes were fixed on the children. Gu Yan was waiting for them at the entrance of the alley. Little Jing Kong's 7 fat chicks, 1 baby eagle and Gu Yan's puppy were all lying motionlessly on the doorsill. They would bark if he really walked away with a stranger. That's good. Gu Changqing was relieved. I'm going in. Gu Jiao said. Okay. Gu Changqing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and called her. By the way, do you still have more of the golden sore medicine you gave me last time? What? Golden sore medicine? The next day, after hearing Gu Jiao's words, the Chunibu boss of the clinic was so shocked that his eyes widened. How much did you say they wanted? More than 1,000 bottles. Gu Jiao said lightly. The Chunibu boss fell on the chair and pinched his philtrum. Pinch, pinch, pinch. Finally, she managed to wake herself up this time. This was 1,000 bottles of golden sore medicine. How much money would they earn if they sold it? The Chunibu boss rubbed his hands. Did you lower the price? Gu Jiao said, Oh, I didn't lower the price. I sold it to them at the price I sold it to others. The Chunibu boss was confused. No, I sold it to others at the retail price. Why would they sell it at the same price for 1,000 bottles? Who is so arrogant? Gu Jiao, the military camp. The Chunibu boss finally fainted again after pinching his philtrum. How could a small clinic like theirs do business with the military camp? What kind of good fortune was this? The military camp had medical officials from the imperial court. All the medical supplies used were distributed by the imperial court. They had never done business with the people. If there was something that the imperial court could not get, they would find one of the biggest clinics in the capital. For example, the Hu family's Huichun Hall. This business was not urgent. The goods would be delivered after the new year. Right now, Gu Jiao asked the Chunibu boss to search for the herbs. Once they had the herbs, they would be able to make the medicine in batches. As soon as the business was good, the clinic was short on manpower. After the Chunibu boss woke up, he immediately sent people to contact the doctors in the capital to see if there was anyone who was willing to work in their Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao and the Chunibu boss were busy with their own matters. When it was close to noon, an acquaintance came to the clinic. It was Du Xiaoyun, whom they had not seen for a long time. Du Xiaoyun was no longer dressed like a scholar. She had changed into a light blue dress. Others dressed elegantly, but she looked valiant and formidable. She strode into the clinic and came in front of Gu Jiao. She pointed at herself and said, Miss Gu, do you still remember me? That's right, she already knew that the other party's surname was Gu. Gu Jiao was in the middle of putting the medicine she bought into the medicine cabinet. Hearing this, she did not stop and lightly replied, Today's consultation is with Dr. Song. I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm here to look for you, Du Xiaoyun said. I wanted to come a long time ago, but I've been too busy with my homework recently. Originally, the girls' school was not so busy with their homework. But recently, for some reason, the students in the class had improved a lot. They were almost catching up with Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu. Some of them were copied, but some of them really understood the questions. The teacher asked them to explain and they did not make a single mistake. The teacher thought that he was really good and increased the difficulty of the class. Du Xiaoyun's studies were not bad, but they were not the best. She was the type who would rather be scolded than copy other people's homework. So recently, she had been doing her homework until late at night. She had not gone out for a long time. If her sister had not asked her to come to the clinic, she would still be doing her homework in the classroom. My sister said that you have medicine to remove scars. She's been busy recently and can't come over. She asked me to get the medicine for her. Gu Jiao had only mentioned the medicine to one person before, and that was the third princess consort. Yes, the third princess consort said that her surname was Du. There was already medicine in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao took out the scar ointment and scar plaster. The scar ointment was squeezed out and put into a well-sealed porcelain bottle. The scar plaster was unpacked. Gu Jiao told her how to use it and charged her 3 taels of silver. Du Xiaoyun was shocked. So expensive? I'm afraid you're not running a shady shop, right? This was the most effective scar ointment in the research institute. It cost more than 2,000 yuan, which was more than 2 taels of silver. The scar plaster was also very expensive. She did not make much money from it. Forget it if you don't want to buy it. Gu Jiao reached out to take the medicine back. The medicine in the small medicine box was so precious that she could not bear to sell it. Du Xiaoyun protected the medicine with one hand and put the silver on the table with the other. Buy. If you don't buy it, my sister will chop me into pieces. There are so many imperial doctors in the palace. I don't know why my sister likes your medicine. The third princess consort's surgery was not made public. Even Du Xiaoyun did not know. Du Xiaoyun only thought that the third princess consort had bumped into something. Today was the last day of the Imperial College's elementary school. It was also the last day of the girls' school. The girls' school had gone through a series of exams. The only exam left was the Guqin. In the music hall, Zhuang Yueshi finished playing the song that she learned this month. There was a round of applause. His performance was simply too spectacular. Zhuang Yueshi came in first place in her poetry and literature exams. She was tied with Gu Jinyu for first place in her arithmetic exams. Her musical skills were her weakness. Everyone thought that her performance would not be satisfactory. Who would have thought that she would improve so quickly in just half a month? For this exam, the crown princess invited the palace musicians and teachers to invigilate it. The musician's surname was Xie. Musician Xie nodded with satisfaction. Miss Zhuang's Guqin skills have improved greatly. The teachers gave her an A grade. Musician Xie was stricter and gave her a B grade. But this result was already very good. The next one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu held the lunar shadow Fushi Guqin and bowed to musician Xie and the teachers. The teachers also stood up and bowed back. She was the county princess. The etiquette could not be ignored. As a palace musician, musician Xie also had an official rank. His rank was higher than Gu Jinyu's. He calmly accepted Gu Jinyu's bow. Gu Jinyu's lunar shadow Fushi Guqin was more beautiful than Zhuang Yueshi's Guqin in terms of sound. Furthermore, she had put in more effort than Zhuang Yueshi to practice the Guqin. It was not like she had not practiced for a long time. She practiced every day. In the end, musician Xie gave her an A grade. Actually, I gave you an A grade not only because you played well. The better you changed the second half of the song. That's right. Gu Jinyu had changed the score. The song they learned was called Qiu Se. It was an incomplete song passed down from the previous dynasty. Only the first half was left. The second half was compiled by later generations. There were many different versions on the market. The version composed by Lord Lunar Shadow was the most highly regarded. The girls' school taught this version. However, Gu Jinyu had made some slight changes on the basis of this version. She added a gentle and sad mood to it. It was more suitable for women to play. Lord Lunar Shadow was a man after all. His score was more like it was custom-made for male musicians. It was difficult for women to play with such a bold and unrestrained feeling. I'm crying. Miss Gu played so well. A soft-hearted girl wiped her tears and said. She was not the only one who cried. Gu Jinyu counted 4 or 5 girls who were wiping their tears. It was obvious that her arrangement was a huge success. Gu Jinyu was very happy and proud. With Gu Jinyu's performance, the other students could not perform well. They were all inferior. Finally, there was a little girl with a small round face. She was about 14 years old. The girl's school uniform was issued, but the jewelry was her own. She only had a red string on her head, and didn't even have the most common pearl hair clip. She got in through the exam, a teacher said to musician Xie. She was the daughter of a poor family. Her father had studied until he became a scholar. When her father taught her brothers, she listened and learned a little. She was very hardworking. She was passable in other aspects, but her zither skills were a little lacking. Because of her inferiority complex, she did not dare to practice in the brothel. She hid in the quiet pavilion every day. It was so cold that her poor face was frostbitten. The zither she used was the cheapest zither. The tone could not be compared to a good zither, but the pitch was good. She started to play. To be honest, she had improved a lot. If it were not for Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu, the teachers might have taken a second look at her. The first half of the song was ordinary. Musician Xie covered her face and yawned. The last student came. He picked up the D-grade board. The other teachers were also sleepy. But at this moment she suddenly plucked the strings and the tune went up a notch. This was a song that poured out one's heart. On the night of the wedding, the lover was captured to the battlefield and did not return for 10 years. She played the grief of a young girl towards her lover to the extreme. The first half of the song was also a young girl's memories and grief. But the second half of the song suddenly changed. She seemed to know the truth of why her lover had not returned for 10 years. She looked at the entire battlefield. The tune was no longer about her lover's grief. It was about the battlefield, about the thousands of dead bodies. It was a handful of yellow sand where thousands of heroes had been buried under the golden spears and iron horses. In the end, everyone seemed to see the sun setting in the west. On the yellow sand of the desert, a long sword stood under the setting sun. The hilt of the sword was wrapped with a young girl's veil that fluttered in the wind. Everyone's eyes turned red. They were immersed in the huge shock and could not recover for a long time. Musician Xie was the first to recover. He realized that he was crying. How long had it been since he heard such a soul-stirring song? The young girl's zither skills were not considered excellent. Some parts could even be said to be inexperienced. But it was also because of this inexperience that the second half of the song was so close to breaking down, with nowhere to turn and falling into madness. It was like a song that was tailor-made for her. Unlike Gu Jinyu's slight changes, this young girl could be said to have completely subverted the second half of the song. In comparison, Gu Jinyu's song seemed very petty and could not be brought to the stage. Musician Xie sighed inwardly. Even the top zither player in the 6 countries, Lord Yuing, could not change such a majestic song. This was not a song. It was a person's style. Musician Xie suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at her. "What's your name?" She bowed slightly and said, "Li Wanwan." Musician Xie nodded in satisfaction. The song was changed very well. Li Wanwan opened her mouth. The song, she did not change it. Chapter 163. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are available here. Because Li Wanwan's Guqin skills were not as good as Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, she tied with Zhuang Yueshi in the end and took second place in the exam. Although Gu Jinyu managed to secure first place, she could not feel happy. That song was too outstanding. She could feel that she had been completely crushed. She had heard from Consort Shu that the crown princess had invited a musician from the palace for the exam. She had changed the song to amaze musician Xie. Otherwise, she could have easily gotten first place in such a small exam. It would not have been so bad if she had not changed it. She would not have been criticized for taking first place with her skilled Guqin skills. Now, with Li Wanwan as a comparison, her song became a joke. Gu Jinyu would never have thought that her limelight would be stolen by the unremarkable Li Wanwan. After the exam, musician Xie stayed behind to give Li Wanwan some pointers on her Guqin skills. He told her where she needed to improve and gave her a Guqin. It could not compare to the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin, but it was much better than the one Li Wanwan had. Gu Jinyu gloomily carried the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin out of the brothel. When she went downstairs, she bumped into Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had gotten the last place. She had been angry, but after seeing Gu Jinyu's situation, she was not angry anymore. She glanced at the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin in Gu Jinyu's arms and mocked. "Aya, what's the use of having such a good Guqin? Didn't someone else steal the limelight? You changed the song with that bit of skill? What a joke." Was Gu Jinyu's song bad? Not at all. If not for Li Wanwan's song, she would have been the one to amaze musician Xie today. Gu Jinyu was not as arrogant as Gu Jiao. She was furious and said, "At least I got first place. May I ask what Miss Zhuang's rank was?" Zhuang Mingye sore spot. She could not out-talk Gu Jinyu and could only twist her words. "You dare to talk back to me?" Gu Jinyu scoffed. "Speaking of which, I'm a county princess. Miss Zhuang should greet me when she sees me. However, this is a school and we're all schoolmates. I won't argue with Miss Zhuang over etiquette." Zhuang Mingdai was infuriated. "Gu Jinyu, you think you're so great just because you're a county princess? Don't think I don't know what you are. You better not mess with me. Otherwise I will reveal your secret. Let's see who will still look up to you." Gu Jinyu's face turned green. Of course, she understood what Zhuang Mingdai was referring to. Back then at the hot spring villa, Her father had said in front of Anjun Wang that she, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were triplets. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Mingdai had already known the truth. How did she know? And Commandery Prince, and does he know? The last time he came to look for her, did he not know about her background, or did he not mind even if he knew? Gu Jinyu's heart was suddenly in a mess. Her absent-minded appearance made Zhuang Mingdai think that she was scared by her words. Zhuang Mingdai rolled her eyes in satisfaction and turned to sit on the carriage to return home. On the other side, musician Xie had finished teaching Li Wanwan. Li Wanwan was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, she carried the new Guqin to the pavilion where she usually practiced. This place was too secluded. Even the sweeping servants would not come here. Miss, are you there? She looked at the wall and asked. There was no response from behind the wall. Usually the other party would be there at this time. She thought for a moment and continued to look at the wall. Miss, I passed the exam. Thank you for the song. After she finished speaking, she waited for a while. Only when the snow became heavier did she turn to leave with the Guqin. On the other side of the wall, the second boss was moving the chair that Gu Jiao had asked him to buy into the courtyard. He wondered, who was the person talking on the other side of the wall? What song was it? Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and flipped through the account book in her hand. Who knows? The second boss did not understand. It could not be his Xiaogu song, right? Xiaogu was an expert at treating people, but she did not know how to compose songs. Even though she had a Guqin in her room, it was just for decoration. She had not even touched it before. The snow stopped after a while, but it was still snowing. The second boss was afraid that Gu Jiao would have trouble walking later, so he asked Gu Jiao to go back quickly. Today was the last day of classes at the Imperial College. She promised to pick up little Jing Kong. When she arrived at the Imperial College, little Jing Kong was already looking around at the entrance. His small body was wearing the Imperial College's uniform, which was very eye-catching. Xiao Luleng was also eye-catching behind him. She did not know how this person grew up. He was becoming more and more beautiful day by day. Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and immediately threw away his bad brother-in-law. He bounced over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and looked at Xiao Luleng. Don't you need to study tonight? There's no need. Xiao Luleng walked over casually. Gu Jiao could not feel the terrifying atmosphere of the Imperial College from him. In fact, because the spring quarter examination was approaching, the Imperial College's tribute students were going crazy. Even Lin Qingye and Feng Lin slept later and woke up earlier than usual. The teachers did not ask for self-study tonight, but Xiao Luleng was the only one who dared to not study. The family of three walked back. It was snowing heavily. Gu Jiao took out the oil paper umbrella from the basket, but little Jing Kong said that he wanted to be drenched in the snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao brought a small cloak for him. He put on the cloak and looked like a little wizard. The little wizard jumped excitedly in the snow. Wah wah wah! Xiao Luleng took the oil paper umbrella and held it above their heads, leaning more toward Gu Jiao. The two of them walked side by side on the main road. The most comfortable way to get along in the world was to not talk and not feel awkward. Both of them enjoyed the tranquility of this moment, as well as the occasional popping sounds coming from the little clear sky. By the way, Gu Jiao thought of something and suddenly asked him, "When is your birthday?" It was written on his household register. It was also written on their marriage certificate. The reason why she still asked this question was because she thought that the birthday on the household register was not his real birthday. She was like this. She would not expose all the windows at once, but she would inadvertently tear down his defenses with a gentle tone that he could not refuse. The 12th lunar month, he said. Oh. It was the 12th lunar month now. Gu Jiao turned to look at him, looking a little cute. What's the date? Xiao Luleng paused and said lightly, New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao smiled. Not yet. That's great. The ancient people did not celebrate their birthdays every year. They only celebrated important ones such as the first birthday, the 15th birthday of a woman, and the 20th birthday of a man. The coming-of-age ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony. It meant that he could tie up his hair and wear a crown, and he was a real mature man. However, in Gu Jiao's previous life, the 18th birthday was also a very important birthday. That was why she wanted to celebrate it for him. Little Jing Kong, when is your birthday? She stopped little Jing Kong who was playing in front of her. Little Jing Kong squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow and made a snowball. New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao said, what a coincidence. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao's birthday is also on New Year's Eve? Gu Jiao smiled. I'm not, but your brother-in-law is. Little Jing Kong's smile froze, and the snowball in his hand suddenly did not smell good. Why did he have to have the same birthday as his bad brother-in-law? He did not want this birthday anymore. In fact, little Jing Kong's birthday was not necessarily on New Year's Eve. When he was abandoned in the temple, he was only a few months old, and his birth characters were not in his swaddling clothes. According to his age, the abbot estimated that he was born around New Year's Eve, and decided to set his birthday on New Year's Eve. Little Jing Kong asked Xiao Lulang with a gloomy face, "Why do you have to imitate me on your birthday?" Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. "I'm older than you, okay?" "Who's imitating who?" Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed gloomily. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. Could it be that he was so gloomy because his birthday was the same as Xiao Yulang's? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and sighed. "In the past, Master always accompanied me on my birthday. No matter where he was, he would always rush back to the temple in time to attend my birthday banquet." Xiao Lulang was confused. "A little monk like you actually had a birthday banquet? What were the conditions in your temple?" Little Jing Kong sighed again. "The capital is too far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Master this year." Gu Jiao imagined a white-haired old monk hobbling to the capital with a walking stick. Well, it was indeed too cruel. He couldn't come. Gu Jiao squatted down and looked at him gently. "You can celebrate your birthday with your brother-in-law this year." The two of them were in sync and looked at each other with disdain. Gu Jiao said again, "Although you can't see your master, you can write a letter to him." Little Jing Kong patted his little head. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Little Jing Kong did as he said. That night he wrote a long letter to his master. The first sentence expressed his deep longing for his master, and the next 99 sentences were all bragging and showing off. Thus was the completion of a serious and sincere letter to home. Xiao Lulang said that he would mail it to his master. He was still worried and insisted on sending it himself. Xiao Lulang had to skip the self-study class at the directorate the next day and took him to a distant post house to send the letter. The post house officer received the letter and was about to put it into the mailbox. Little Jing Kong asked, "Is it sent to Yuzhou?" The post house officer said, "Yes." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Can you tell me the address?" The post house officer was speechless. The post house officer read the address out loud. Baiyun Temple, Mount Damong, Qingchuan Town, Ping City. "Yes, that's right." Little Jing Kong nodded solemnly. "Is it urgent?" The post house officer said, "An ordinary letter can't be sent. It's urgent." Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, "But it's not an ordinary letter." It was a letter to his master that was full of longing, only one sentence. Life discussion, bragging about his height, and academic exchange, bragging about his many first places. The post house was especially busy at the end of the year. It was because little Jing Kong was too cute that the post house officer patiently talked to him. But now the post house officer's patience ran out. "Do you want to send it or not?" he asked. "If it's not urgent, I won't send it." Little Jing Kong decisively took the letter. The post house officer was speechless. Xiao Lulang facepalmed. Didn't he just tell the little guy an urgent story not long ago? Because he sent the information in time, he won the battle. Little Clear Sky had no concept of the specific speed and operation of an 800-mile express mail, but he felt that these few words sounded very awesome, so he also sent an 800-mile express mail. Xiao Lulang reached out his hand. "Give me the letter, I'll send you an urgent message." "Are you for real?" Little Jing Kong looked doubtful. Xiao Lulang nodded. Really, I guarantee that the letter you send will be an urgent message." Little Jing Kong looked serious. "You can't lie to me." Xiao Lulang said seriously, "If I lie to you, I'm a dog." Little Jing Kong actually didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Why did the bad brother-in-law become Little 8 when he lied to him? Little 8 was obviously so good, but he still gave the letter to the bad brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang walked back to the post house officer, asked for a writing brush, and wrote a big urgent message on the envelope. Then he asked for a big envelope and put little Jing Kong's letter inside. The post house officer silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. After sending the letter, Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong home. After taking 2 steps, little Jing Kong clamped his legs and jumped up. "I want to pee." Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong to the toilet of the post house. After little Jing Kong finished peeing, he came out to look for someone. However, he walked in the wrong direction and bumped into a man's leg. Back then, a certain little monk tried to blackmail Gu Jiao in this way. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground. The man slowly reached out and helped him up. It was a simple action, but it was full of elegance and nobility. Little Jing Kong looked up at the man. He was wearing a heavy purple fox fur coat. He was tall, handsome, and his face was like ice jade. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. He was handsome and tall, and his aura was as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Little Jing Kong was stunned. It took him a while to remember that he bumped into the man. He apologized seriously. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," he said lightly. "Well, I'll go then." Little Jing Kong walked away. The man turned and walked to the carriage. The 8 guards saluted in unison. Marquis. Chapter 164. The novel will be updated faster. All the Marquis Xian Ping warmed his hands with the fox fur and got into the carriage. Just by looking at his indifferent and elegant demeanor, it was very difficult to associate him with a rank 1 martial marquis who was able to strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. "Let's go back," he ordered. The carriage started to move. The horses in Marquis Xian Ping's mansion were Fergana horses that could travel thousands of miles in a day. Their momentum alone was enough to scare the horses on the roadside. The cold wind blew and the canopy fluttered. Marquis Xian Ping sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. However, he felt something and frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped. Marquis Xian Ping lifted the curtain and looked back. Other than an inconspicuous carriage, there was nothing else. "Marquis? What's wrong?" a guard asked. He put down the curtain suspiciously and said, "Nothing. Let's go back." "Yes." The carriage gradually went away. This time it didn't stop. After a long time, Xiao Lulang finally let go of little Jing Kong behind the carriage that Marquis Xian Ping had seen. Little Jing Kong immediately jumped 3 feet away and looked at his bad brother-in-law angrily. "Why did you keep holding me? Why didn't you let me get into the carriage and covered my mouth? Do you want to do something to me?" Xiao Lulang withdrew his distant gaze and looked at little Jing Kong, who was bristling with anger. "Where did you learn those words? Don't use them." Little Jing Kong stamped his feet and said, "You were wrong first. Why do you care where I learned them?" I'm going back to complain to Jiao Jiao." Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the carriage again and then took little Jing Kong to the carriage that he hired from the market. On the way back, Xiao Lulang was very silent. Although Xiao Lulang was a man of few words, little Jing Kong still faintly felt that there was something wrong with his bad brother-in-law's state. Bad brother-in-law was like this the first time he saw young master. This time it seemed to be more serious than last time. Was he hiding from someone he knew? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Clearwater Alley. Little Jing Kong rushed down. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. I'm back." She was still a child after all. She could easily forget what was on her mind. Today Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came over. It was mainly because Lin Qingye wanted to come. "It's almost time for the spring imperial examination. Steward, let me bribe mistress." Lin Qingye said slowly to Gu Jiao as he hugged a few large boxes of local specialties. If Xiao Lulang was his teacher, then Gu Jiao was his teacher's wife. She was even younger than him. To prevent himself from stuttering, Lin Qingye spoke very slowly. He was different from normal people. However, Gu Jiao did not show any surprise. She calmly took the things from him and said, "Thank you. Come in and have a seat." Lin Qingye felt that his teacher's wife was a good person. Very good. Gu Jiao brought the snacks she made. Lin Qingye took a bite and stared at her. "Delicious. Delicious." He was so excited that he stuttered. His face instantly flushed red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. She passed the plate forward and said, "There are more at home. I'll pack 2 boxes for you later." Lin Qingye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he could no longer hide the fact that he stuttered. Not everyone was hostile to him. Many of them sympathized with him. However, he did not need sympathy. He hoped that he could be treated as a normal person. Gu Jiao's attitude made Lin Qingye feel more comfortable than ever. Xiao Lulang was the same. However, Xiao Lulang was a strict teacher. Lin Qingye was very afraid of him. He felt more comfortable in front of Gu Jiao. "You're not going back for the new year, right?" Gu Jiao asked. Lin Qingye nodded. "The spring examination is coming soon. My father, let me study in the capital." The Lin family was very generous. They bought a house near the Imperial College for him to spend the new year. It was not too far from Jadewater Lane. Feng Lin also stayed at the Imperial College. They usually stayed in the same dormitory. Seeing that the holidays were coming, Lin Qingye did not want to leave Feng Lin alone in the cold Imperial College. Thus he invited Feng Lin to stay at his place. "I'll go." "That's not a good idea. I have to tell Lulang." The main reason was that Feng Lin felt that Xiao Lulang would let him stay here and not trouble Lin Qingye. Of course he was more inclined to stay here. After all, Jianyang's cooking was better. Lin Qingye said, "I've told Lulang." He agrees. "You go." Feng Lin, who was suddenly abandoned by his brother, was speechless. Last year's New Year's Eve was a little sloppy. First, Gu Jiao had just arrived. She was still in a daze and had not completely adapted to her new identity. Well, actually she was poor. Second, she was poor. This year she was not so poor. She earned a lot from Lin Qingye. What she earned in the county town was invested in her business. What she earned in the capital was invested in her medical center. However, Xiao Lulang did not only have one business with Lin Qingye. Occasionally he wrote articles and poems for others. Surprisingly, he earned 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough to buy a house in the county town. He took out 30 taels of silver to pay little Jing Kong's rent for this month. The remaining 70 taels were given to Gu Jiao for her household expenses. After little Jing Kong received the rent, he stayed in the study and did not leave. Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. "What's wrong? The amount is wrong?" Little Jing Kong was very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want his bad brother-in-law to lie to him. After all, it was the first time he sent an urgent letter. He was looking forward to it. On the other hand, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. That way his bad brother-in-law would become Little Ba. Then he would be able to squash his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law with a complicated expression. He did not say anything and quietly went out. Little Jing Kong was not very clingy with Xiao Lulang. Usually, unless it was necessary, such as learning a foreign language, he would not come to Xiao Lulang's study. Today little Jing Kong came to peek from time to time. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. Little Jing Kong was even more puzzled. Why hadn't his bad brother-in-law turned into Little Ba? Little Jing Kong's heart was tilting. For the first time he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. He could not wait to squash his bad brother-in-law who had turned into Little Ba. After the last day of classes, the Imperial College was also on holiday. The next day Xiao Lulang did not have to go to school. He decided to go to the market with Gu Jiao to buy some New Year goods. In order to buy New Year goods, the couple woke up earlier than usual. When little Jing Kong opened his eyes, Xiao Lulang was no longer in bed. He first went to the study to search. Then he went to the front and back courtyards. After that, he went to Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Yan's rooms and even the old lady's room. In the end, he concluded that his bad brother-in-law was really gone. Coincidentally, Little Ba ran over while wagging his tail. Little Jing Kong's eyes instantly lit up. They had already bought most of the groceries for the new year. This time they mainly bought some snacks and things to pass the time. "Do you want to buy firecrackers?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Do we still need to buy firecrackers?" Gu Jiao was puzzled. They planted bamboo in the front courtyard. She could cut it down and make firecrackers herself. However, she had never thought about firecrackers before. She still had the mindset from her previous life. She thought that firecrackers were prohibited in the capital. Gu Jiao said, "Buy some red paper to write couplets and cut the window flowers." Xiao Lulang nodded, "Okay." The red paper in the capital looked better than the red paper in the county. Gu Jiao bought more. Xiao Lulang reminded her, "You don't have to paste couplets for Xuaningxiang's house this year. The red paper last year was given by Feng Lin." Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang to send a set of couplets and some window flowers to Xuaningxiang's house after he finished writing them. Gu Jiao suddenly missed Xuaningxiang. She paused and said, "But granduncle is here. Granduncle's house has to paste couplets." Xiao Lulang thought, "Are you addicted to having relatives?" After they finished shopping, they went back to Qingshui Alley. As soon as they entered the backyard, Xiao Lulang saw little Jing Kong riding on a small bench in the backyard. Gu Yan's puppy was in front of him. Little Jing Kong put on his tiger head shoes and vest for little Eight. He even took a comb and a headband to tie little Eight's hair. Of course, he did not tie little Eight's hair very well. So he went next door to ask his son-in-law to tie little Eight's hair. He was only in charge of little Eight now. Zhao was very proud of himself. Little Jing Kong did not like playing with dogs so much in the past. However, he was still a kid. He had a different idea every day. It was not strange for him to be so imaginative. Xiao Lulang was about to leave when he heard little Jing Kong calling out to little 8 in a flirtatious tone. Ahang, Xiao Lulang's body froze. In the end, little Jing Kong still saw Xiao Lulang. However, he had already determined that little 8 was his bad brother-in-law. So, was the bad brother-in-law who appeared at the door little 8? Little Jing Kong hesitated for a while. He suddenly raised his head and barked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, it's so early in the morning. What's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong sighed. He did not know how to bark. He was not little 8. So, he was quite disappointed. Little Jing Kong was forced to accept that his bad brother-in-law was still a human for the time being. Xiao Lulang was confused. What was going on? Just because he didn't bark with him early in the morning, he was disappointed in him? He didn't even blame him for changing the dog's name. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Xiao Lulang said, "I'll do it." The old lady said arrogantly, "No need. You do what you need to do. Someone else will do it." That person was the old chancellor. After being robbed of his private money and his house seized, the old chancellor started his days of being ruthlessly exploited by the old lady. There were many things to do at home. Gu Jiao did not go to the clinic these days. However, there was a small patient who had been stitched up on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Today was the day for her to remove the stitches. Gu Jiao packed up the small basket and went out. Xiao Lulang looked at her. "Are you going out?" Gu Jiao nodded. A house call. Since she could no longer hide her medical skills, Gu Jiao decided not to hide it anymore. "Is it far?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Vermilion Bird Avenue," Gu Jiao said. "I'm going there to deliver something. Let's go together." Xiao Lulang wrote a few articles for a rich young master from the Imperial College. He promised to deliver them to the young master's house before New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao had no objection. Vermilion Bird Avenue was quite far. They hired a carriage. Xiao Lulang sent Gu Jiao to the clinic first. Then he went to deliver the articles. When he came back, he picked up Gu Jiao and went home. Gu Jiao's small patient was 6 years old. She was a lively little girl. It was said that it was because of her character that she fell down from the stairs and cut her leg. Her older sister was a student at the women's school. She heard that the medical skills of the Miracle Hands Hall were good, so she went to the Miracle Hands Hall. "The wound is recovering very well. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt." Gu Jiao took a pair of scissors and removed the stitches. The little girl didn't say anything. The woman asked, "Does it hurt?" The little girl shook her head and looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. "It doesn't hurt. Older sister is very good. Mother, when I grow up, I also want to be a doctor." The woman was surprised. Doctors? In Zhao country their status was actually very low. Needless to say, female doctors had the status of a servant. They lived in Vermilion Bird Avenue, so they weren't ordinary people. How could they be willing to let their daughter become a lowly female doctor? The little girl in front of her, was it because her family was poor that she had to become a female doctor? Not every patient was like her daughter, who was injured on the leg. Some lesions occurred in unclean places. How could a person of noble status go to those places? Moreover, she heard that when the clinic was busy, the female doctor had to treat men. Wouldn't her innocence be gone? How could she get married in the future? Any family that paid attention to details wouldn't send their daughter to be a female doctor. Gu Jiao didn't look at the embarrassment on the woman's face. Instead, she pinched the little girl's face and said softly, "It's not easy to be a doctor. You have to be literate, study, diligent, and willing to endure hardships. If you make a bad dish, you just miss out on a meal. If you treat someone wrongly, you'll lose a life. The responsibility is very heavy." The little girl seemed to understand. She thought of something and lowered her head. She weakly asked, "But they say that female doctors are lowly." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Born as a human, how can there be lowly?" The woman suddenly blushed with shame. She looked down on female doctors. But at this moment, her heart was deeply shocked. She couldn't tell if it was because of the words that came out of the other's mouth, or the belief in the other's eyes. Chapter 165. When Gu Jiao walked out of the house, Xiao Lulang was not there yet. Coincidentally, diagonally across the street was a shop that sold sugar-coated haws. This was where she saw Gu Yan and Gu Changqing last time. The sugar-coated haws they bought were beautiful, clean, and varied. Gu Jiao walked over and said, "Boss, give me 3 sticks of sugar-coated haws, 1 stick of sugar-coated tangerine, and 1 stick of sugar-coated yam eggs. Sugar-coated yam eggs were little Jing Kong's favorite. They were round, sticky, and did not require the core to be spat out. The boss smiled and said, "Okay, miss. That will be 100 copper coins." The prices in the capital were really high. In the county, a stick of sugar-coated haws only cost 3 to 4 copper coins. The roadside stalls in the capital cost 10 copper coins, but this shop doubled the price. However, there were more sugar-coated haws in the capital, and it was close to the end of the year. Gu Jiao felt relieved. She paid the money, wrapped the sugar-coated haws in paper, and put them in her basket. Gu Jiao felt that it was not a bad idea to wait for Xiao Lulang here. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she sensed that someone was watching her. In her previous life, if she could not discover that she was being watched, she would have died 800 times. Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party did not expect Gu Jiao's intuition to be so sharp. He did not have time to hide and could only quickly disappear into the crowd. Gu Jiao thought that he had left, so she ignored him. Xiao Lulang could come over at any time and she did not want to miss him. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give up. After a while, he pushed open a window on the second floor of an inn, drew his bow and aimed at Gu Jiao. He even used his bow. It seemed that he was really determined to die. Gu Jiao said to the owner of the Tonghulu shop, "Boss, if a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best kind, ask him to wait for me here." "The best-looking?" The boss was a little confused. "Miss, your tone is a bit big. I've been running a shop here for more than 20 years and I've seen the royal family. What kind of person is the most beautiful? Could he be prettier than a member of the royal family?" The royal bloodline of Zhao country was pretty good. First of all, the emperor was very good-looking. The concubines he married into the palace were all great beauties. How could the princes and princesses they gave birth to not be good-looking? The boss didn't take it to heart. After all, if someone came to ask about her later, he would just tell them the truth. Gu Jiao entered the inn opposite. "Miss, would you like to eat or stay?" A waiter came up to her. Gu Jiao ignored him and walked up to the second floor. The layout of this inn was a little complicated, with many twists and turns. But Gu Jiao's sense of space was very good. In an instant, she calculated that it was the third room on the left in the east corridor. Gu Jiao entered the room. That person slipped away quickly and actually climbed up to the roof from the window. Gu Jiao leaned half of her body out of the window and looked up. She grabbed the window frame with one hand and jumped up to the roof. This time she finally saw the person's appearance. It was a man. He was dressed in black. Gu Jiao tiptoed and picked up a tile. She lifted her leg and kicked the tile at the person. That person didn't expect that Gu Jiao could use such a move while chasing someone. He couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down to the roof by the huge impact of the tile. Gu Jiao heard a crisp sound of collision as if something iron had hit the roof tiles. It was that person's face. That person was wearing an iron mask. Gu Jiao had already guessed who he was. The #1 bandit in the capital, Flying Frost. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and chased after him in a few steps. It was too late to get up and run. That person looked around and rolled down from the edge of the roof. He had some brains. He was much better than those idiots in the dojo. It had been a long time since she met an opponent who could give her a second move. Gu Jiao's lips curled up in a wicked smile. Below was the courtyard of a brothel. Gu Jiao jumped down. The music in the brothel masked the person's footsteps and breathing. It was difficult for a normal person to determine the person's exact location. But Gu Jiao was the organization's #1 agent who could accurately identify the person's footsteps from more than 100 different sounds. When she passed by a small cubicle with a curtain, she suddenly reached out and pulled a black shadow out of the cubicle. She slammed the shadow to the ground. That person groaned and felt that his brain was about to scatter. What was this girl's background? Her skills had improved a lot. But he was not someone to be trifled with. He had been careless just now, but he would not be careless now. He threw out a packet of powder and used the powder as cover to escape into the corridor. There were only a few people who had escaped from Gu Jiao's hands in her previous life. It seemed that he had not recovered his strength from his previous life. Gu Jiao chased after him and entered a dark basement. That person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Strange. Where did he go? Also, wasn't this a brothel? Why was there such a big basement? Was it a storage room or, while she was thinking, footsteps came from the entrance. Gu Jiao hid behind a large cabinet. Someone walked in with an oil lamp. With the weak light of the lamp, Gu Jiao could see the scene clearly. This was not an ordinary basement. There were 2 rooms in total. The one outside seemed to be a place to receive guests, and the one she was standing in looked like a storage room. There were 2 young women in total. One of them was holding the lamp, while the other lifted the curtain to look into the storage room. It seemed that this was a routine inspection, but she knew that there would be no one in the storage room, so she did not go in. She put down the curtain and said to the other person, "Light the food and serve the tea." Okay. That person lit the lamp. Because the light outside was very bright, Gu Jiao's room was very dark. It was more convenient for her to hide. After the 2 of them tidied up the tea room, a woman wearing a light blue curtain and white clothes came in. The woman's face was covered, but her figure was tall and graceful. Her hands were slender and delicate. She was obviously a daughter of a wealthy family. After she entered the room, she gestured to the 2 maids. The 2 of them tactfully retreated. She was the only one left in the large tea room. Gu Jiao was hesitating whether or not she should openly walk out. Just then, a man wearing a heavy purple fur coat walked in. From Gu Jiao's point of view, the man was too tall. His eyebrows, nose and mouth were all blocked by the door frame of the storage room. Only his delicate chin could be seen. The man sat down across from the woman. This time Gu Jiao could not see him at all. The other side of the table was Gu Jiao's blind spot. The only person Gu Jiao could see was the woman wearing the curtain. But with the curtain covering her, everything about her was faintly discernible. "You've returned to the capital. Is the princess well?" the woman asked. Although Gu Jiao could not see her expression, she could hear the respect in her voice. If this woman's voice was in her previous life, it would be considered a heavenly sound. The man across from her spoke. His voice was neither fast nor slow, deep and reserved. "She is well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." "Her Highness the Princess? Your Highness?" It seemed that these 2 people had powerful backgrounds, and they were meeting in this kind of place. Their whereabouts could not be known to outsiders. Gu Jiao, so they were waiting for her here? They went through so much trouble to lure her here just to have her clash with these 2 important people so that they could use them to silence her? She just did not know where that guy was hiding. The woman spoke again. "I'm relieved to hear that the princess is well." The man said, "Your Highness called me out. Is there something you need?" The woman sighed and said, "Empress, it sounds strange. You should call me Lin Lang like before." The man said, "This subject does not dare." Gu Jiao thought. Although he said that he did not dare, his aura was clearly higher than the sky and wider than the sea. The woman did not continue to force him. Instead, she pushed a bundle on the table in front of the man. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that New Year's Eve is approaching. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to pay respects to him. Please help me burn these joss paper and incense sticks for him." "Your Highness is too kind." The man's voice was emotionless. The woman looked at him. "Do you blame me?" The man said, "Your Highness worries too much." The woman said sadly, "I'm very sorry that I couldn't call you father as I wished in this life. However, in my heart, you are the same as my father. In fact, I respect you even more." The man said, "Your Highness is too serious." She was most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly becoming awkward. The man did not seem to like to talk, so when the woman did not speak, the room became quiet. Suddenly, the woman lowered her head and coughed a few times. The man finally took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" The woman shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just a cold." The man said, "Your Highness must take care of your body." The woman nodded. "I will." Gu Jiao could still hear the man's concern for the woman. "Speaking of the body, I thought of something." The woman said thoughtfully. Ever since His Majesty and the first prince returned from their southern tour, they never set foot in the imperial harem again. I heard that during their southern tour, they encountered an immortal Taoist priest. That Taoist priest taught His Majesty the art of immortality. He requested His Majesty to burn incense and pray every day and not approach women for 2 years. Even Imperial Mother has not seen His Majesty for a long time. The man said, "Your Highness means," the woman said, "I suspect that the Taoist priest was arranged by the first prince. This southern tour is not simple." The man said, "I understand. I will send someone to investigate that Taoist priest. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, this subject will take his leave." The woman stood up and bowed to the man like a junior. The man returned the courtesy of a subject. After that, the man left the underground tea room. The woman sat in the tea room for a while and planned to leave. However, at this moment something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the entire basement's roof cracked open and collapsed. "Crown Princess, Accompanied by the screams of the maids on the ground, the crown princess was buried under the ruins. And buried with her was Gu Jiao, who was in the storage room. Bikugo mobile reading website. m.azhbqg.com. Chapter 166. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I can finally have a good new year. I'll look for you next time. A supervisor of the Imperial College sent Xiao Luleng out of the residence. This person was Feng Lin's classmate. He was 1 year younger than Xiao Luleng and had gotten in through the back door. His literary talent was not very good. But during the holidays there were many relatives at home, so they would always call him over. With Xiao Luleng's poems, he was not afraid that he would not be able to answer. Xiao Luleng wrote the poems according to his standards. They were not too exaggerated, nor were they too cheap. Wait a moment. Xiao Luleng did not let the other party send him off. He left the residence by himself. The sky was gloomy and seemed to be colder than before. Xiao Luleng sat in the carriage and went to the house where Gu Jiao was visiting. When the woman saw him, she said to him, "That person has already left." She said she was going to buy candied haws across the street. As she spoke, she pointed at the sugar shop diagonally across the street. This was an old sugar shop. It was opened by people from Jiangnan. The business in the capital was unexpectedly good. Xiao Luleng often came here when he was young, but at that time, their family did not sell candied haws. When Xiao Luleng arrived at the shop, he found that the boss had changed. The original boss was old and enjoyed a comfortable life in the backyard. Now the one who came out to do business was his son. "Boss." Xiao Luleng greeted him. Just as he was about to ask if Gu Jiao had come, he heard the other party shout, "Are you looking for someone?" Xiao Luleng was slightly startled. Was it written on his face that he was looking for someone? The boss hadn't taken Gu Jiao's words to heart, but when he saw Xiao Luleng, he couldn't help but think of Gu Jiao's words, "If a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best-looking kind, ask him to wait for me here." To put it in an arrogant way, this was what the scholars meant when they said, "A stranger like Jade, a young master unparalleled in the world." It was indeed too beautiful. He was so good-looking that people felt that this person should only exist in the heavens. "How do you know?" Xiao Luleng asked. The boss chuckled and told him what Gu Jiao had said. Best-looking? Was that what she said about herself? Xiao Luleng's lips curled into a smile that even he himself didn't notice. After a while, he looked at the boss and asked, "Did she say what she was going to do?" The boss shook his head. "He didn't say that." "How long have they been gone?" Xiao Luleng asked. The boss thought for a bit. "It's been a while. My candied haws are almost sold out." Xiao Luleng's brows slightly knit. The two of them had known each other for so long, but she had never made him wait. Xiao Luleng couldn't think of where she would go or what she would be doing. Why wouldn't she come back at this late hour? There was a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. He looked at the boss. "Did you see which direction she went?" The boss pointed. "It seems to be that inn." Xiao Luleng went to the inn. As soon as he entered the lobby, he heard two diners talking. "Did you hear? Something happened at the Breeze Entertainment House." "You mean that newly opened entertainment house? What happened?" "It seems like the house collapsed. It used to be a wine cellar. There were too many holes dug in the ground. I knew it would collapse sooner or later." The uneasiness in Xiao Luleng's heart became more and more obvious. "Was someone trapped inside?" "Yes, I heard it was a woman." Xiao Luleng had never heard of the Breeze Entertainment House before, but when they mentioned the wine cellar, he understood. There used to be a wine cellar on this street. It had changed hands many times and had always been selling wine. After not seeing it for a few years, it had become an entertainment house? Xiao Luleng walked towards the Breeze Entertainment House. From far away, he could see that the entertainment house was surrounded by commoners. It seemed that something had happened and it was a major matter. Even the yamen had come. The yamen had sealed off the scene, so the commoners could only stand on their tiptoes to look. The entertainment house was in chaos. All the guests had been driven out, leaving only the crown prince consort's two maids, the yamen's owner, and the entertainment house's owner. The owner knew that the person buried below was the crown prince consort, but the yamen did not. After all, the crown prince consort was traveling incognito today. If people knew that she had come to an inconspicuous entertainment house, it would be hard to avoid speculation. If people saw that person, the crown prince consort would not be able to explain herself. Although the two of them were not enemies and did not have a shady relationship, a monarch was a monarch and a subject was a subject. They should not have a private relationship. Mayday said, "Hurry and save her. It's too dangerous down there. We can't let our madam keep burying her head down there." The yaman called the owner over. "What's down there?" The owner said, "It was originally a wine cellar, but I changed it into a basement. It's usually used for storage." The yaman asked, "There's only one basement? What's over there?" The owner answered, "There's also a basement over there. It's very small and is used to store miscellaneous items." The yaman looked at the messy scene. "Is there anyone in the small storage room?" Mayday said impatiently, "Why would there be anyone there? She had checked it, okay?" Maybe pulled on her sleeve, indicating that she had spilled the beans. She coughed lightly and said, "Stop dilly-dallying. My madam is feeling terrible down there. She can't even speak. Didn't you hear?" She was almost unable to speak, which meant that she could speak. That's right, although she was buried underground, she was not injured. She could even move a little. Gu Jiao's situation in the small storage room was much worse than hers. There were two stone slabs that formed a horn sandwiching her in the middle. The large stone slab was on top of the horn. Due to the weight of the stone slab, the two small stone slabs were pressing to the side. The horn was growing bigger. When it became flat, the large stone slab on top would completely press down on her, causing her brain to splatter all over the floor. This large stone slab had one end on Gu Jiao's side and the other end on the Crown Prince Consort's side. It was too difficult and time-consuming to lift them all up. The best method was to lift one end and rescue the Crown Prince Consort. But this way the small storage room over there would be completely crushed. The yaman said, "If you're sure there's no one there, you can start lifting the stone slab." "Wait." Xiao Lulang walked in with his walking stick. The yaman's brows creased. "Who let him in?" The guards guarding the door were helpless. They did not pay much attention to him because he was a cripple. Who knew that he would come in by himself in the blink of an eye? Xiao Lulang said seriously, "There's someone down there." Mayday said, "You're talking nonsense. There's clearly no one." Xiao Lulang said coldly, "Listen if you don't believe me." The yaman indicated for everyone to be quiet. He squatted down and put his ear to the ground to listen. There really was a tinkling sound. It sounded like small stones were being knocked against the wall. It was very weak. The yaman was hesitant. Since there was someone down there, this method was exchanging a life for a life. It was too cruel. Mayday said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save her." It was getting late. If they delayed any longer, not only would the Crown Prince Consort be injured, the palace would also become suspicious. The yaman said with a sigh, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to save her, but there are two people down there. If we rashly try to save her, we might crush one of them to death." The two maids exchanged glances. That small storage room was so secretive that there shouldn't be anyone there. If there was, then it had to be a spy waiting there to deal with the Crown Prince Consort. It would be best to crush this kind of person to death. It would save them from ruining the Crown Prince Consort's reputation. Mayday said, "Who said that there's definitely someone down there? Maybe it's some random cat or dog." "If you don't believe me, you can ask the hall master if anyone has been to that small storage room." The hall master naturally said no. The yaman was troubled. Judging from the rhythmic knocking sound, it was unlikely that it was a random cat or dog. It was most likely a person, and a person in a rather dangerous situation. "Then do you have a better idea?" Mayday asked. The yaman was even more troubled. Of course he didn't. Mayday pinched her fingers and quietly discussed with her companion. In the end, she decided to reveal her identity as someone from the Eastern Palace. She took out her token. When the yaman saw the Eastern Palace token, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Mayday said, "I'll tell you the truth. The person down there is someone from the Eastern Palace. If you dare to let anything happen to her in your hands, I promise you that the Crown Prince will have all of you buried with her." From her tone, the other party's status in the Eastern Palace was not low. She could be a favored concubine or a lover or even, the yaman didn't dare to think any further. One was the young mistress of the Eastern Palace, the other was a commoner. It went without saying who should be saved. The yaman ordered people to prepare a rope to hang the Crown Prince Consort from the stone slab. Xiao Yulong's eyes turned cold. "What do you want to do? Do you not care about the other person's life or death?" In reality, he wasn't sure if the person down there was Gu Jiao. What if it was? He didn't dare to gamble on that, what if? The Yaman said sincerely, "Little brother, I know you have a good heart, but the person down there is someone from the imperial family. We can't afford to pay for the lives of people from the imperial family." Xiao Lulang had heard similar words more than once, but it was only at this moment that he truly understood the importance of status. Sometimes, even if you don't fight for it, you won't be able to live peacefully. Because he was not standing tall enough, no one heard what little Jing Kong said. Because he did not stand high enough, Gu Jiao's life was not as important as the people of the Eastern Palace. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists bit by bit. His eyes turned red and his heart turned cold. The other side had already tied the rope and was ready to lift the stone slab. Xiao Lulang suddenly threw away his walking stick, jumped, and slid down through the gap between the stone slabs. The officer was shocked. "What are you doing? You're crazy. It was very dangerous down there. Get up here. Stop. The Yamen runners who were carrying the stone slabs stopped. Mayday was furious. "What are you stopping for? Who told you to stop? He was courting death. Why do you care about him? Didn't he know it was dangerous? They were in cahoots. They wanted to murder the crown prince's people. Are you all in cahoots with them?" With such a big accusation, who would care about the life and death of two ordinary people? However, Xiao Lulang turned his head to glance at the officers through the gap and said coldly. Everyone froze. On the busy street, a seemingly inconspicuous carriage was moving at a leisurely pace. Marquis Xian Ping and Steward Liu were sitting in the carriage. Steward Liu had just met the Marquis and got into his carriage. Marquis Xian Ping said lightly, "How's it going?" Steward Liu smiled guiltily. When he left the capital, he had boasted that he would bring the illegitimate child back for the new year. Now, it was New Year's Eve, but the illegitimate child did not even want to admit his identity. Marquis Xian Ping said carelessly, "Just tell me if you failed." Steward Liu said embarrassedly, "I know who he is, but the young master may be brooding about what happened in the past, so he doesn't want to come back." "Yes." Marquis Xian Ping said lightly, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. "If he doesn't want to come back, then forget it." Marquis Xian Ping did not like to force people to do things. Steward Liu broke out in cold sweat. Good, he was not punished. Marquis Xian Ping usually did not punish servants. People who first came to the residence would think that this marquis was different from the rumors. He was very lenient and did not get angry with servants. That was because the people who made the marquis angry were all dead. The people who survived had not angered the marquis. The marquis was actually a bit temperamental. He could be talking and laughing with people 1 second and the next second he would chop them up with a knife. Of course, the marquis was very lenient in most things. After all, if he did not have that tolerance, he would not be in his current position. Marquis. A personal guard came over on horseback. Marquis Xian Ping looked up. Steward Liu understood and had the carriage stop. Marquis Xian Ping opened the curtain. "What is it?" "Something happened to the crown princess. Not long after you left, the basement of the brothel collapsed. The crown princess was buried below. In addition, there was another person buried in the storage room." There was someone in the storage room. This was a very important piece of information. It meant that the meeting between Marquis Xian Ping and the crown princess was likely to have been discovered by the other party. Marquis Xian Ping's expression did not change. Steward Liu, on the other hand, became worried. The personal guard continued. The two people were pressed down by the same large stone slab. The officials could not lift them and could only choose to lift the stone slab. To save one, they would have to crush the other. The crown princess's maid revealed her identity as the Eastern Palace. The officials decided to save the crown princess. At this time, a scholar jumped down and said to the officials. At this point, the personal guard glanced at Marquis Xian Ping and hesitated. Marquis Xian Ping said indifferently, "What? This matter is related to this marquis?" The personal guard said embarrassedly, "That scholar said that the other person buried underground was you, Marquis." Chapter 167. The officials don't dare to move now. They sent someone to our residence to verify with you. Steward Liu was dumbfounded. Did this scammer run into Marquis Xian Ping? Which student was so daring? He actually cursed Marquis Xian Ping to be buried under the ground? Wasn't he afraid that Marquis Xian Ping would kill his entire family? The last person who dared to use Marquis Xian Ping's name to swindle people was already 2 meters tall in his grave. Marquis Xian Ping sneered. Interesting. Changjing. A guard in black rode over. Marquis. Marquis Shenping said, "Go save people." Steward Lu was puzzled. "Marquis, who are you saving?" Marquis Shenping couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this Marquis buried under the ruins? Why aren't you saving me?" Changjing solemnly replied, "Yes." Marquis Shenping said, "Take a look at who that kid is." Changjing led 3 guards in the direction of the brothel. Steward Lu didn't quite understand his Marquis's actions. "You're worried that the crown princess won't be able to hold on for long, so you're hurriedly sending them to save people, right?" Changjing was the Marquis's guard with the highest martial arts skills. Marquis Shenping naturally didn't want him to save just one person. Marquis Shenping wanted Changjing to save everyone, including that scholar who used his name to swindle people. Steward Lu said, "Marquis, that person is too daring. He actually said that the person under the stone slab was you? Is he cursing you to never be able to turn over?" Marquis Shenping sneered. "Am I someone who can't turn over after being cursed? Those old men in the imperial court, 11 out of 10 of them want me to die." Steward Lu said, It's not that exaggerated. Just 7 or 8 or 9 people. The main reason was that Marquis Shenping was too arrogant in the imperial court. He relied on His Majesty's high regard and never restrained his edge. He even openly offered bribes. When the memorial was submitted to His Majesty only reprimanded him. After all, Marquis Shenping was a meritorious minister of Zhao country. He was the one who won the battle with Qin country a few years ago. He was the one who turned the situation of Zhao country into a hostage and turned Qin country into a prisoner. There was still a hostage of the Qin state living in the palace. Now they were paying back twice as much to the hostage as the Qin kingdom had treated Prince In, but on one hand they wish for this marquis to die, but on the other hand, they can only pretend to be obedient in front of this marquis. Marquis Shenping looked at the endless stream of people. These days there aren't many people who dare to openly offend this marquis. This marquis is as lonely as the snow, Steward Lu, but if news of your meeting with the crown prince consort spreads. This was what Steward Lu was most worried about. Marquis Shenping said arrogantly, "Being cautious is my choice, not a necessity." Changjing arrived at the brothel with her guards. The bailiffs guarding the place didn't recognize them, but they couldn't stop them at all. Before anyone realized what was going on, Changjing's group of 4 each took out a shimmering iron chain and wrapped it around the 2 ends of the large stone slab. At the same time, the 4 people jumped into the air and used their strength to lift the stone slab that weighed over 1,000 kilograms. The bailiff's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, where did these experts come from?" Changjing's group of 4 placed the stone slab in a safe space and then started to clean up the collapsed area. It was very easy for a second collapse to occur here, so Changjing's group was very careful. On the other side, Xiao Lulang also passed through layers of obstacles and climbed to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao's situation wasn't good. The stone slab above her head was too heavy. It pressed down on the 2 stone slabs that formed the horns, making it hard for her to breathe. Xiao Lulang heard that familiar breathing sound and his heart tightened. "Jiao Jiao, is that you?" "Jiao Jiao." It was very nice to hear. Gu Jiao couldn't say anything. Xiao Lulang didn't dare to move the stone slab carelessly. He touched her sleeve in the darkness and grabbed her hand. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Gu Jiao held his hand back. She was lying under the stone slab. He was kneeling outside the stone slab, holding her hand the entire time. In the darkness, someone was holding her hand. This feeling wasn't bad at all. After an unknown amount of time, the large stone slab above her head was finally moved away and a dazzling light shined down. Xiao Lulang found the right angle. He held the small stone slab on the left with one hand and moved the stone slab on the right with the other. Gu Jiao was finally able to breathe smoothly. She began to gasp for air. Seeing her gasping for air, Xiao Yulang's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Changjing and the others quickly removed the obstacles. Xiao Lulang helped Gu Jiao up and planned to take her away. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the collapsed wall behind her. She gasped and said, "Wait, there's another person." Because of Changjing and the others' intervention, the injured were quickly rescued. There were 2 girls and 2 men. One of the men was the scholar who shouted that Marquis Shenping was crushed. The other man who was rescued had already been dirted by the ruins. Therefore, the officers and the bailiffs weren't sure whether he was Marquis Shenping or not. In short, it was quite confusing. The officers wanted to record their statements, But in the end all the parties involved had left. The terrifying masters were also gone. The officers were speechless. What kind of day was this? When Fei Shuang woke up, he was lying on a clean and soft bed. The light in the room was very dim, but there was a faint medicinal fragrance. After feeling dizzy for a while, he was sure that he wasn't dreaming. A trace of vigilance flashed through his eyes. He quickly searched for the hidden weapons on his body, but he found that none of them were left. His body was empty, and even his clothes had been cut apart by someone. He moved his body, and a tearing pain came from the left side of his abdomen. He gasped. He looked down and saw that his abdomen was wrapped in a circle of gauze. Medicine was applied to the wound. The medicinal fragrance came from there. He touched his face again. The mask was still there. Creak. The door was pushed open. He frowned warily, his whole body on the alert. The second boss walked in and looked at the bed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're awake? You woke up quickly. That's good. Drink the medicine. Xiao Sanzi, go get the medicine." The servant, who was originally called Xiao Liuzi but was forcibly changed by Gu Jiao to Xiao Sanzi, went to get the medicine. The medicine was already boiled and kept warm on the stove. "Here you go, second boss." Xiao Sanzi walked into the room with a bowl of steaming medicine. The second boss pointed at the cabinet at the head of the bed. "Just put it there. You can go out." "Okay." Xiao Sanzi put down the bowl of medicine and went out. He closed the door on his way out. The second boss sat down on the stool opposite the bed. He put one hand on the table and looked at him leisurely. "What? Do you want me to feed you?" Fei Shuang looked at the medicine on the short cabinet and did not immediately take it. The second boss sighed. "Don't worry. There's no poison. I won't ruin my own reputation." Fei Shuang looked at him cautiously. "Who are you? Where is this?" The second boss said, "This is the Miracle Hall. I'm the second boss of the Miracle Hall. Next door is the girls' school." The Miracle Hall was newly opened and was not well known. The second boss would ride on the girls' school's popularity from time to time. When the girls' school was mentioned, Fei Shuang understood. He thought for a moment and said, "Why am I here?" If he remembered correctly, he was crushed under the ruins of the brothel. He also heard the officials and maids say that to save the crown princess, they sacrificed the people in the storage room. After that, he fainted. He thought that he was going to die. The second boss said proudly, "Of course it was my Xiao Gu who saved you." Because of their deep cooperation, calling her Miss Gu was too distant, but calling her little sister Gu was too cheap. Therefore the second boss had an idea and called her Xiao Gu. Fei Shuang frowned. "Xiao Gu. Gu what? Gu Jiao?" Yes, he heard from the people in the residence that the girl was working as a medicine boy in the clinic next door to the girls' school. Wasn't she also crushed under the big stone slab? How did she save him? Also, why would she save him? Why did she save me? Fei Shuang asked. "I want to know too." The second boss weighed the bag on the table. The bag was filled with Fei Shuang's hidden weapons. "There are so many hidden weapons on you. I can tell that they're not anything good." Fei Shuang did not deny it. He was indeed not a good person. If he was, he would not be the #1 thief in the capital. So why did she save him? Regardless of whether she knew his identity or not, he had schemed against her today. He was the one who lured her to the basement of Qingfeng Pleasure House and let her discover the secret of the crown princess. However, he did not expect that the pleasure house would collapse. He was hiding in the dark wall of the storage room and was also crushed under the ruins. He did not expect that she actually guessed that he did not leave the storage room and even saved him in the end. Did she not know that he had schemed against her? No, if she could guess that he did not leave the storage room, how stupid could she be? Fei Shuang hesitated. "My injury was also caused by her," the second boss laughed. "Forget it. You're not qualified for my Xiao Gu to treat your injury. It was Dr. Song who treated you. He was also the one who stitched up the wound. It was the first time Dr. Song stitched up someone." Gu Jiao strongly encouraged him. Since the person was unconscious, he could do whatever he wanted. In the end, Dr. Song made a mistake the first time. He quickly took it apart and stitched it up again. The stitching was quite ugly. Cough, the second boss did not reveal this to the patient. The second boss waved his hand and walked over to pick up the medicine. "Alright, don't think about it. I've already asked Xiao Gu for you." Fei Shuang took the medicine in a daze. "Ask about what?" The second boss said, "Ask her why she saved you? Does she know you or does she like you?" Fei Shuang choked. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The second boss reminded him. "You know that I'm talking nonsense. I'm warning you, Don't have any improper thoughts about her just because my Xiaogu saved you. She's not someone you can climb up to. Fei Shuang sneered. Climb up to that girl? He would never do that in his life. Fei Shuang looked at the second boss coldly. Why did she save me? The second boss recalled. I asked her why she saved you. She looked at you and said 2 words. Fei Shuang asked, what? The second boss said, you can take a beating. Fei Shuang was speechless. The sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns in the mansion were gradually lit. Gu Qinglin sat in the corridor and looked at the door. The servant beside him advised, Third young master, it's windy outside. You should go in first. Gu Qinglin said stubbornly, no, I want to wait for second brother. The servant sighed. I'll wait. Please go in and have a seat. I'll call you when second young master returns. Gu Qinglin was unwilling. He was the little tyrant of the mansion. Other than the old duke and crown prince Gu Changqing, no one could really control him. The servant had no choice but to get a cloak for his young master. Quickly go to the door and see if second brother is back or not. Gu Qinglin urged. Yes. I'll go now. The servant shook his head. He had lost count of how many times he had run to the door. What could he do? He was in despair too. Fortunately, he did not let the servant fail this time. He had just walked out of the courtyard when he saw second young master Gu Qingfeng. He bowed excitedly and said, Second young master, you're finally back. Third young master has been waiting for you the whole afternoon. Understood. Gu Qingfeng answered in a low voice and stepped into the courtyard. The servant scratched his head. Second young master was not very happy today? Why did he have a cold face? Second brother. Gu Qinglin finally saw Gu Qingfeng and happily stood up from his wheelchair. Although there were 3 brothers in the mansion, Gu Qinglin and second brother Gu Qingfeng got along the best. First, they were about the same age. Second, they had always lived together. Third, it was because Gu Changqing was too strict and Gu Qinglin was somewhat afraid of him. Why are you sitting here in the cold wind? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. Isn't that because I'm waiting for you? Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. Speaking of which, where have you been all day? You disappeared the moment the holidays started. Did you sneak out of the mansion to play? You didn't even bring me along. I had something to do. Gu Qingfeng said casually. What is it? Gu Qinglin asked seriously. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth thinking about how to smooth things over when he heard Gu Qinglin shout, Second brother. Why is your head so dirty? And your clothes. Your collar is full of dirt. Where did you go? Did you fight with someone? Gu Qingfeng's outer clothes were not dirty. After all, he had changed them. However, his inner clothes were at home and he did not have time to change. Who would have thought that this younger brother of his was not good at anything and had sharp eyes? No. Gu Qingfeng denied and pushed open the door to enter the room. Gu Qinglin wanted to follow him in, but Gu Qingfeng blocked the door. I'll change my clothes. Go ahead. Gu Qinglin said. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Wait for me outside. Gu Qinglin looked at him strangely. What? He was not allowed to enter the room just to change his clothes? Gu Qingfeng had always been patient with this younger brother. However, today his mind was in a mess and he was injured. He really did not have the strength to argue with him. He closed the door and bolted it. Gu Qinglin was stunned. What are you doing? Bolting the door? After Gu Qingfeng entered the room, he could no longer support himself. He supported himself on the table with one hand and covered his chest with the other. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off. Intense pain came from his abdomen. What kind of quack stitched him up? Why was it so painful? Hiss, he sucked in a cold breath. Second brother, are you done yet? Grandmother is still waiting for us to eat. Gu Qinglin urged outside the door. Gu Qingfeng endured the pain and took off his blood-stained inner clothes. His tone was normal as he said, Soon, don't rush me. Gu Qinglin suddenly shouted, Big brother. Gu Qingfeng's hand trembled. Chapter 168. Gu Changqing came to the door, looked at the closed door and then looked at Gu Qinglin. What's wrong? Gu Qinglin said, Oh, I'm waiting for second brother to go to grandmother's place for dinner. Second brother is changing his clothes. Gu Changqing said calmly, I'm going to the Ling family tomorrow morning. You guys should get ready. Got it. Gu Qinglin replied. Gu Changqing looked at the closed door again. Qingfeng, are you okay? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and put on his clothes. I'm fine. Big brother, are you going to grandmother's place for dinner tonight? Gu Changqing said, I'm going to the military camp. I won't be coming back tonight. Are you coming back on New Year's Eve? Gu Qingfeng asked. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Gu Changqing paused and said, I should be back. Gu Qingfeng waited quietly in the room. After making sure that Gu Changqing's footsteps were far away, he threw the blood-stained clothes into the charcoal basin and burned them. Clearwater Alley. Gu Jiao also came home. There were many scratches and bruises on her body. She couldn't hide it at all, so she had to tell the truth about what happened to her. The brothel collapsed and I was crushed under it. She didn't say that she was in the underground storage room. Even if she was on the ground, there was a possibility that she fell from the crack and got crushed. Jiao Jiao, why did you go to the brothel? Little Jing Kong asked with wide eyes. His big eyes were full of worry and sadness. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. I was just looking around. It's a pity that the sugar-coated haws I bought for you guys are gone. The basket was crushed. Little Jing Kong plunged into Gu Jiao's arms and said sadly, I don't want sugar-coated haws. I just want Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the little guy who was scared in her arms. Is this the feeling of being needed? I'm fine. She looked at everyone's worried eyes and smiled. I'm really fine. This injury was nothing to her. But in the eyes of her family, she was seriously injured and was not even allowed to get out of bed. The old lady asked Gu Jiao to stay in bed and rest. She didn't want her to worry about any of the household chores. It's just cooking. The whole family sat in the main room looking at each other. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and said, I'll cook. The entire family, you're not allowed to go. Didn't she know how bad her cooking was? The old madam had never done any household chores. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong did not know how to cook either. The only one left was Gu Shaoshan, but his cooking skills were only slightly better than Xiao Liulang's. At this moment the old lady missed Xuanning dearly. Xiangxiang's cooking was delicious. Little Jing Kong, +1. Gu Shaoshan, +1. Gu Yin, +1. Xiao Lulang. Finally the old lady sighed and went next door. The old chancellor was writing couplets in the room when the door was kicked open. The old chancellor trembled in fear. I don't have any money left. The old lady put the kitchen knife on his table. The old chancellor. A quarter of an hour later, the old chancellor appeared in the kitchen next door with a black face. The chancellor of a country had actually fallen to the point of being a cook for his old enemy? Forget it, he just couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple and little benefactor go without food. He didn't compromise with the demon empress. But why were the vegetables so green today? Garlic sprouts, celery, cabbage, mung bean sprouts. The old chancellor chopped on the chopping board with the kitchen knife while saying silently in his heart, Don't worry, the former emperor, I will never let your head be green. Granduncle. Little Jing Kong shouted in the courtyard. The old chancellor put down the kitchen knife. Coming? The former emperor who almost couldn't hold back his coffin. The old chancellor made 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was more luxurious than Gu Jiao's cooking. Little Jing Kong couldn't eat meat, so he made Little Jing Kong besieging way to save Zhao, tofu bun with vegetarian meat, taking chin song with wisdom, sesame mung bean soup, brocade plan, fried tofu bun, and tripod stand, mixed vegetables. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Even the most annoying carrot wasn't left. He didn't eat vegetables but knowledge. Only he had knowledge. Little Jing Kong shook his head proudly. The old chancellor not only named the dishes well, but the taste was also really good. The old lady pondered. I might have taken a fancy to your cooking back then. The old chancellor panicked. No, we didn't. The old chancellor also made a tonic soup for Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang sent the tonic soup and food to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat on the bed and looked at him with bright eyes. Xiao Lulang was dazed by her undisguised gaze. He lowered his eyes and put the food on the table, then moved the small desk he usually used to do his homework on the bed. He put the table in front of her and set the bowls, chopsticks and soup. Because she needed to recover, her diet was very bland. Xiao Lulang looked at the colorless dishes on the table, paused and said, If you really can't get used to it, I'll bring you some pickled vegetables. Gu Jiao didn't say anything, just opened her eyes wide and looked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Lulang didn't understand. Gu Jiao stared at him. Aren't you afraid of being pressed down and never being able to get out? The situation at that time was really dangerous. It wasn't the kind of danger where she would be sacrificed, but the place could really collapse at any time. However, he jumped down without hesitation and crawled towards her in the darkness and danger. Xiao Lulang didn't think so much at that time. After he rescued her, he didn't think too much. It was as if this was something he should do, and he didn't realize there was anything special about it. But when she asked, it made him speechless. Gu Jiao curved her lips. You looked so handsome when you jumped down. She used to think that he was good-looking, his face, his figure, everything was good-looking. But the moment he jumped down, he was a really brave man. Her little husband had grown up. Xiao Yulong's ears turned red from the praise. He handed the spoon and soup bowl to her. Eat it while it's hot. It'll get cold soon. Gu Jiao took the spoon and drank small mouthfuls. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao, the scene was too chaotic. Your basket was crushed and some things weren't found. Gu Jiao didn't care. It's okay. If you lose the candied haws, you can buy them again. It's not candied haws, it's... Xiao Lulang was halfway through his words when he saw the small medicine box beside her. He made a sound and frowned in confusion. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly. Marquis. Chang Jing returned to the manor. Why did it take so long? Was it difficult to save people? Marquis Xianping was having Steward Lu play chess with him. Steward Lu played the game and he played 2 people by himself. Chang Jing said, it's not difficult to save people, but it's difficult to find out their identities. Those people left as soon as they were rescued. The Yamen couldn't record their statements even if they wanted to. However, the Yamen was the Yamen and Chang Jing was Chang Jing. A commoner who was watching the show happened to see Xiao Lulang. He was the one who sold tea eggs across from the Imperial College. They're students from the Imperial College. Chang Jing said. Their names? Marquis Xianping asked. I didn't find out. Chang Jing shook her head. The one who sold tea eggs had only seen Xiao Lulang and hadn't spoken to Xiao Lulang. Steward Lu, however, furrowed his brows thoughtfully. Students from the Imperial College? Could it be the young master of his family? No, it's impossible. This is too deceptive. It must be someone else. For the next 2 days, Gu Jiao was recuperating at home. New Year's Eve was coming. Not only were the academy and the Imperial College on holiday, but the shops on the street were also closing. The day before New Year's Eve, all the yamens and political departments were also on holiday. Marquis Gu happily went to his superior's library and waited to receive his results for this year's political performance evaluation. After sending so many gifts, it should be an outstanding one, right? Marquis Gu walked with the wind. Minister Zhao coldly threw the document in front of him. He picked it up and opened it. He suspected that he had read it wrong and read it carefully again. He wondered, Lord Zhao, did you make a mistake? Did you mistake someone else's evaluation results as mine? He had sent out such valuable gifts and received a bad evaluation? If this was brought to the emperor, he would be scolded again. Minister Zhao's eyes were cold. If it wasn't for the old marquis, he would have executed this guy on the spot. He actually dared to instigate his daughter to beat up his son? How rebellious. Marquis Gu was confused. How did I offend Lord Zhao? Minister Zhao, oh, you didn't offend him. It's just that your daughter almost beat up my son to the point where he can meet his ancestors. Marquis Gu didn't know that he had been tricked by Gu Jiao again and thought that the gifts he sent weren't valuable enough. Lord Zhao, if there's anything, we can slowly discuss it. Discuss my ass. Minister Zhao directly swore and threw Marquis Gu out. Marquis Gu received the first bad evaluation in his official career and felt stifled and wronged. On the other side, Marquis Xianping also suffered his first blow after returning to the capital. Everyone knew that transporting salt was a lucrative job and mining was the same. Marquis Xianping's subordinates had taken down a mine with great difficulty. In the end, when they were about to start mining, there was a report that accused one of Marquis Xianping's retainers of improper conduct. He had abused the local people and bullied innocent women. The evidence was irrefutable and the emperor immediately dismissed that dog official. That official was recommended by Marquis Xianping. The current dynasty implemented the system of punishment. If the recommended official did something wrong, the recommender would also be punished. How could he be punished? He couldn't scold him like before. Thus, the emperor took back the mining rights of the mine and gave it to someone else. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. It really hurt. After the court, Marquis Xianping called out to the old man in front of him and said with a playful smile, Imperial Tutor Zhuang, did you do it? Imperial Tutor Zhuang turned around and coldly glanced at him, mocking, if you don't want people to know, Don't do it in the first place. Besides, am I the only one in the world who doesn't like Marquis Xiao? Marquis Xiao has offended too many people. It's better to go back and reflect on it. Marquis Xianping's hands were warm. Why don't you dare to admit it? I can't stand scholarly people like you the most. You have the guts to do it but don't admit it. Marquis Xianping. Imperial tutor Zhuang's hair stood on end from the indescribable obscenities. This is the Imperial Palace, the throne room. Please be careful with your words. Marquis Xianping looked at him indifferently and walked away with a cold smile. Marquis Xianping got on the carriage. What's the situation? This Marquis has just returned and he's rushing to make things difficult for this Marquis? The guard said, it seems, it's because of the matter with Zheng Sai not long ago. Zheng Sai had originally been about to become the Chancellor of the Imperial College. However, there was suddenly news of his misconduct and disrespect for his teachers. Furthermore, there was a bribery account book from a few years ago that circulated wildly in the Imperial College. In the end, it fell into the Emperor's hands. His Majesty temporarily put aside the matter of appointing him as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. So he thinks that this Marquis did it? The guard was silent. Does this Marquis need to deal with a small sigh? Marquis Xianping took his hands out of the warm and picked up a snack from the table. Chang Jing, this Marquis has been tricked. Outside the carriage, Chang Jing cupped his fists. This subordinate will go and kill him. Marquis Xianping threw the snack back onto the plate. Boring? Chang Jing felt wronged. Marquis Xianping softened his tone and coaxed him like a child. You should at least investigate who that person is first. Who is tricking this Marquis behind my back? Chang Jing went to investigate. The result was that the biggest suspect was a student of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping was puzzled. Why is it the Imperial College again? Is this Marquis at odds with the Imperial College? Actually, Steward Lu cleared his throat. There is something I haven't told you. What is it? Marquis Xianping asked. Steward Lu said, the young master who doesn't want to acknowledge you is also a student of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping. On New Year's Eve, Gu Jiao woke up early. The medicine in the small medicine box was very effective. In just 2 days, all the abrasions and bruises on her body had disappeared. She was already able to move her muscles and bones. This was their first New Year's Eve in the capital. It was also the birthday of Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. She took it very seriously. She first went to the front yard to choose 2 thick and strong bamboos and cut them down to make firecrackers. There was no gunpowder in this dynasty. The so-called firecrackers were actually just bamboo thrown into a fire and burned. The bamboo would make crackling sounds, which was very festive. After making the firecrackers, she prepared to make breakfast. There were dumplings made by the old chancellor last night in the cupboard. There were mutton dumplings, cabbage and pork dumplings, as well as chives and corn dumplings. She cooked some of them. Little Jing Kong also had dumplings made with plum vegetables and meat. The whole family woke up one after another. Little Jing Kong was the first to come to the kitchen to look for Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong hugged her legs and rubbed his head against her soft belly. Gu Jiao was amused by his rubbing. She endured the itch and said, "Go and call the young master over to eat dumplings." Little Jing Kong was a filial child. He quickly went next door to call the old chancellor over. Not long after, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also arrived. Gu Jiao had already informed them that they would come to Bishui Alley to celebrate the new year. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came. This was their first new year in the capital, so they were not used to it. Fortunately, Gu Jiao called them over. As soon as the two entered the house, they felt as if they had returned to their own home. They felt comfortable all over. Xiao Lulang heard their voices. When he was about to come out and greet them, he saw Feng Lin scurrying past him. "Jianyang. I'm coming, Lin Qingye, me too coming." Xiao Lulang, who was ignored by the two, was speechless. Chapter 169. Novels with content that can't be found online will be available here. When Lin Qingye and Feng Lin arrived at home, they found out that there was a son-in-law in the house. Feng Lin was puzzled. Wasn't the old lady a leper who fainted in front of Jianyang in Liulang's house? How come there was a son-in-law? He didn't suspect that this great-uncle was fake and thought that the two of them were separated. How did he find the capital? Feng Lin asked. The place where the old lady fainted was in the county town. which was thousands of miles away from the capital. Gu Jiao scooped out the fried meatballs from the pot. Maybe he went to the village to inquire about it. Feng Lin nodded. That's true. No matter what, it's good to be able to reunite. Last year there were Xuanning Xiang and Go Hua in the countryside for the new year. This year there were Lin Qingye, Gu Yan and the old chancellor. There was only one more person, but it felt more lively. It was mainly because Feng Lin and Gu Jiao were familiar with each other and became the second loudspeaker spirit in the house after little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang was annoyed by him and regretted that he eased the relationship between him and Gu Jiao. Because today was Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong's birthday, the family prepared gifts for them. Gu Yan gave a small clay figurine that he made himself. Since his wooden figurine was mistaken by Gu Changqing for a monkey, his confidence was greatly damaged and he never learned to carve things from Gu Xiaoshan again. Gu Xiaoshan still gave a wooden figurine. He carved a Buddhist scripture for little Jing Kong and a poetry book for Xiao Lulang. His skills had improved since Gu Jiao's birthday 2 months ago. Gu Jiao deeply felt that her brother's talent couldn't be delayed any longer. After the new year, she would find a reliable carpenter master for him to tutor him after class. The old lady also gave him a purse, and her purse was better than the last time. Great aunt, you're amazing. Gu Xiaoshan praised. The old lady raised her chin proudly. Then she heard little Jing Kong say, Granduncle embroidered it. I saw everything. Great aunt only cut the end of the thread. Old lady, little monk, can't you just shut up? Old chancellor, exactly. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? For the first time in his life, the old enemy that he had been fighting with for half his life finally let out a sigh of relief. The old chancellor gave Xiao Lulang a set of 4 treasures of the study. Gu Jiao didn't understand this, but from the look of surprise in Xiao Yulong's eyes, this set of things obviously had a great history. Even though the old chancellor was an honest official and didn't leave behind much money, he was favored by his majesty and had a lot of royal gifts in his hands. Any one of them would be of extraordinary value. Great uncle. Granduncle. Little Jing Kong looked at him cutely. The old chancellor's heart almost melted because of his adorableness. Naturally, the old chancellor also prepared a gift for little Jing Kong. He knew that little Jing Kong was learning foreign languages, so he translated a few folk stories into 6 languages, one of which was Sanskrit. The old chancellor was the most knowledgeable person in the whole of Zhao country. This was a fact that even Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't deny. Moreover, in order to make the reading more interesting, he also drew illustrations. Little Jing Kong fell in love with it at first sight. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also gave their gifts. When it was Gu Jiao's turn, Gu Jiao gave each of them a box. Little Jing Kong opened it on the spot. It was a set of checkers that Gu Jiao asked someone to custom make for her. There was no glass in ancient times, so she replaced it with iron balls of different colors. She liked to play checkers when she was young, but she didn't know if little Jing Kong liked it. In addition to the checkers, she also folded a few paper cranes by herself, mainly for decoration. Little Jing Kong liked all of them. Other people's gifts were directly placed on the table. Gu Jiao's gift was even packed in a box, so Xiao Lulang didn't open it on the spot. Little Jing Kong didn't open the Shi Yi for Gu Yan's birthday, which made him think about it for a long time. However, there were too many gifts today. Little Jing Kong's attention was completely attracted by the gifts, so he didn't have time to think about his brother-in-law's gift. Not only that, he even asked Gu Jiao for a big kiss on his birthday. Tonight, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye stayed here to spend the New Year's Eve. Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong gave up their room for the 2 of them to stay the night. Little Jing Kong was almost caught by his grandaunt and brought to her room. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and shamelessly stayed in Jiao Jiao's room with the excuse that he was the birthday boy and that he was the most important. You would never know. As soon as he started to snore, his grandmother took him back to her room and used him as a pillow. They didn't really stay up for the whole night. When it was almost midnight, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao also went back to the east room. The room was not too cold because of the silver charcoal. Gu Jiao made 2 quilts, one for each of them. Xiao Lulang walked in with the box. Gu Jiao looked back at him and asked, "Do you want to sleep?" "Yes." He nodded. Gu Jiao went outside to check the bolts of the front and back doors. When she returned to the room, he was opening her gift. Gu Jiao had never seen that curious and careful look on his face. Not long ago she felt that he had grown up and was an adult, but now she felt that there was still a child living in his heart. "Do you like it?" Gu Jiao's voice sounded at the door. Xiao Lulang was shocked. He calmed himself down and turned to look at her without changing his expression. Why is there a checkers set? That was an extra set she made. Gu Jiao mainly gave him the clothes that she sewed herself. Gu Jiao blinked and said, "Of course you have something that little Jing Kong has." Xiao Lulang replied with an "oh." Suddenly he became serious. "Why don't I have that one?" "Which one?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked. "That one." Xiao Lulang couldn't say the name. Gu Jiao thought about it and replied with an "oh." She wondered why he would make such a request. However, she still walked forward. Under Xiao Lulang's stunned gaze, she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Xiao Lulang?" He was talking about the origami crane. Xiao Lulang's entire face turned red, especially the place where Gu Jiao kissed. It was so red that it was almost dripping blood. When they fell asleep, Gu Jiao put out the charcoal fire. The temperature in the room gradually dropped, but Xiao Lulang still felt that his whole body was hot. He lay stiffly next to Gu Jiao. The oil lamp was also put out. A trace of light reflected from the snow came through the window lattice. He opened his eyes wide and couldn't sleep. Because of this sudden kiss, his mind was in a mess. Even the suffocating fire didn't burn in his mind. He turned over to face her and fell into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone fell into a deep sleep. However, a strange figure silently snuck into their house. Gu Jiao was very alert, but she didn't notice that the other party had walked around her bed. He searched a few rooms and finally stopped in front of little Jing Kong's bed. Little Jing Kong had already kicked off the quilt. He was sprawled out on all fours and snoring loudly. The man sat down by the bed. His pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with a smile. First, he pinched his little cheeks, then played with his little feet. Finally, he poked his chubby little belly. "You even said that you've grown taller than the big tree in the yard. I knew you were bragging. Your little arms and legs have become stronger, and your little face has also become chubby. It seems that this family has raised you well. I thought that you would be the same as before, that you would be sent back by the adoptive family in less than a month. Oh, you don't remember, right? When you were 1 year old, you were sent back 3 times. The man hummed and pinched the little guy's little hand. It was very hot, so he didn't pull the quilt to cover him. The man smiled evilly. "You've lived here for so long. You should be tired of living here. Call me master and I'll take you away." Little Jing Kong, "Master?" The man's face changed and he flew up to the beam. No one could be faster than him in running away. Little Jing Kong turned over and continued to sleep. "So it's just sleep talk." The man breathed a sigh of relief. He gently jumped and landed on the ground. This time he didn't dare to say anything more. He left the birthday gift and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently glanced and saw the old lady beside little Jing Kong. The man narrowed his pair of intoxicating peach blossom eyes. "Empress Dowager Zhuang of the Zhao state? Little girl, it's not enough that you provoked Marquis Shuangping's mansion. You even invited Empress Dowager Zhuang to your house? You're playing with fire. Master's disciple can't play with fire with you." As the man spoke, he bent down to hold little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who was sleeping, suddenly raised his little foot and stepped on the man's mouth. The man rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue in disgust. He wished that he could faint on the spot. He used his peerless qinggong and jumped out of the window. However, the moment he landed, he fell flat on his face. Little Jing Kong was so good at wrestling because he learned it from Master. Chapter 170. Before dawn, Fenglin woke Lin Qingye up. "Stop sleeping, it's time to burn incense." Lin Qingye was in a daze for a while. Burn incense for what? Fenglin quickly jumped out of bed and put on his clothes. "Did you forget that today is the first day of the new year? We agreed to go to Puji Temple to grab the first incense." Puji Temple was a very famous temple in the capital. Other temples were famous for praying for marriage or children, but Puji Temple in the capital was different. It was famous for praying for Jinshi. There was a rumor in the capital that the scholars who managed to grab the first incense at Puji Temple all became Jinshi. Fenglin did not expect to become a Jinshi. He prayed that he could pass the metropolitan examination. If he could become a tribute scholar, he would be praying for Buddha. Lin Qingye seemed to have forgotten about this matter. He pulled the blanket over his head and continued to sleep. Fenglin pulled his blanket down. "Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. We still have to call Lulang." Upon hearing that she was going to call Lulang, Lin Qingye woke up from his drowsiness. And okay. Feng Lin went to knock on the door of the east room. Xiao Lulang was awakened. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and frowned impatiently. He did not want to get out of bed, but he was afraid that if he did not go out, Feng Lin would keep knocking on the door. He got out of bed and opened the door for Feng Lin. A gust of cold wind blew in. He quickly went out and closed the door behind him. What's wrong? Feng Lin rubbed his hands and said angrily, Go burn incense. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't leave now. We are going to grab the first incense. Even if we can't grab the first incense, we will still be able to do it within 100 incense sticks. But Liulong's leg, is it okay? Lin Qingye walked over and asked. Feng Lin said, It's okay. We can't walk much. The carriage can go straight to the river. We just need to cross a bridge to reach the temple. Moreover, Xiao Liulong's surgery was very successful. Jianyang said that his foot didn't hurt anymore. He just needed to exercise more. The matter of offering incense was something that Xiao Lulang had promised Feng Lin on New Year's Eve last year. At that time, Feng Lin had said that if he had the opportunity to go to the capital in the future to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely go to Puji Temple to pray. How could Xiao Lulang have expected that he would really come to the capital? How did he get to where he was today, step by step, after swearing that he would never step foot in the capital again? Alright, stop arguing. I'm going to change my clothes, Xiao Lulang said as he entered the room. He glanced at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly. He pulled the blanket over her and dressed her neatly. He then went to the backyard to wash up before leaving with the other two. Steward Zhou knew that they were going to snatch the first incense, so he had been waiting outside the door early. Breakfast had also been laid out, and it was all in the carriage. The few of them boarded the carriage and rushed towards Puji Temple. Not long after they left, Gu Jiao had a dream. This time she dreamt of Xiao Lulang. The last time she dreamt of him was when he went to take the imperial examinations in June. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. He did not have any bad luck, so she thought that nothing bad would happen to him. On New Year's Day, Xiao Lulang and the other two went to a temple called Puji Temple to snatch the first incense. The saying of snatching the first incense did not only exist in ancient times, it was also quite popular in her previous life. Originally it was nothing much, just offering incense. If they could snatch the first incense, it would be a good sign. If they could not snatch the first incense, it would also be good to pray to the Bodhisattva. Moreover, Xiao Lulang himself did not place his hopes on the Bodhisattva. He came here to accompany Feng Lin. Unfortunately, there was a nobleman among the people who went to offer incense on New Year's Day. In order to make it easier for the nobleman to pass, the imperial bodyguards had already occupied the stone arch bridge. If the rest of the pilgrims wanted to cross the river, they had to take a longer route and walk on another cable bridge. The cable bridge led to the back door of the temple. That cable bridge had not been repaired for many years. Usually not many people used it, so it was safe and sound. However, on New Year's Day, many pilgrims squeezed onto that wooden cable bridge. The huge weight broke the broken rope of the cable bridge, and the pilgrims on the bridge fell into the bone-chilling river. In the cold winter, everyone was wearing a lot of clothes, so not many people swam up. Most of the pilgrims who died were examinees for next year's spring examinations. Losing so many examinees at once, the imperial court suffered a great loss. This year's spring examinations had the fewest examinees since the founding of the country. Xiao Lulang was one of the many people who fell into the river. The person in front of him had just gone up when the cable bridge broke. He was just one step away, just one step. This situation was the most regrettable. Although so many people fell into the river, it made people feel that he was the unluckiest one. When Gu Jiao woke up, she looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Xiao Lulang and the other two should have reached the foot of the mountain and discovered that the stone arch bridge was impassable. In that case, they would go to the cable bridge. Because there were many people, the road was congested and they walked especially slowly. She might still be able to catch up. No, she had to catch up. The market wasn't open on New Year's Day, so she couldn't rent a carriage. However, the old man next door had one. Gu Jiao went to knock on the door and said she wanted to offer incense. Old Chancellor nodded and hurriedly let Lu Quan drive the carriage to send Gu Jiao to the temple. It was still okay in front, but the road near the temple was impassable. It wasn't spacious to begin with, and half of it was sealed to make a special passage for that noble. Gu Jiao opened the curtain. Uncle Lu, you go back first. I'll walk over myself. Will it work? Lu Quan looked at the vast sea of people and was slightly worried. It's not far. Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage. She squeezed into the crowd and came to the riverbank. From here she could clearly see the temple on the other side of the river. However, there was only one bridge in front of her, and that bridge was guarded by guards. The pilgrims all walked towards the east side of the riverbank. This detour would take at least 5 to 6 miles. It was too late. By the time she detoured, Xiao Lulang would have already gone on the bridge. The only way was to pass through the stone arch bridge in front of her and go through the temple to the back door. She had to think of a way to stop Xiao Lulang, who was about to go on the bridge. Gu Jiao walked towards the stone arch bridge. As expected, she was stopped by an imperial guard at the entrance. The imperial guard wore armor and held a spear in his hand, looking impressive. "This place doesn't allow you to pass," he said coldly. Gu Jiao raised her eyes and looked at him. "I have an urgent matter to pass through." The imperial guard said coldly, "Who isn't in a hurry to grab the first incense? There's another bridge over there, pass through there." Gu Jiao's gaze was indifferent, but it inexplicably made the imperial guard feel pressured. He said again, "It's an order from above, we can't do anything about it." Gu Jiao said, "There are too many people over there, the cable bridge will collapse." The imperial guard smiled coldly, "I just walked on that bridge a few days ago, it's very good, how can it collapse?" Originally, Gu Jiao thought that if she didn't go over, they would send people to stop her from going on the bridge. But now it seemed that it didn't make sense at all. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. "What if I have to pass through here?" Her gaze suddenly became sharp. The imperial guard was startled. But in the end, she was still a little girl, so the imperial guard became firm again. "Then I can only arrest you." There were a total of 8 imperial guards at the entrance, and there were 2 imperial guards every 10 steps on the bridge. The bridge was 30 meters long, and there were imperial guards standing at the end all the way to the entrance of the temple. There were a total of 100 people. There were probably hidden places in the temple. Breaking through the encirclement of 100 imperial guards was not an easy thing to do. But this bridge, she had to walk on it today. Gu Jiao took a step forward. The imperial guard raised his hand to grab her, but Gu Jiao pressed down on his arm with one hand and used the force to spin on his back. She flew up and used the other hand to pull out the sword at his waist. She landed on one knee and used the sword to support her body. Her eyes were as sharp as ice blades. The imperial guard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such an ordinary-looking little girl to have such skills. After he came back to his senses, he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Arrest her." The imperial guards on the bridge swarmed forward. Originally, there was no need to mobilize so many people to deal with a little girl, but Gu Jiao's move had shocked them, so they all pulled out their swords. Gu Jiao's body suddenly released a sharp killing intent. But she didn't want to kill anyone. One of the imperial guards stabbed at her. Gu Jiao's sword slashed at the edge of his sword. The huge force made half of the imperial guard's arm go numb. But this was only one imperial guard. Soon, the rest of the imperial guards rushed forward. If they didn't kill anyone, their speed would be slower. Xiao Lulang was about to reach the bridge. 3 more imperial guards rushed at her. Killing them with one slash was only a matter of seconds, but taking them down one by one would take a lot of time. "Don't force me." Gu Jiao gripped the long sword in her hand. She had never been a kind person. The organization in her previous life was not some kind of compassion alliance. It was just a group of people who lived on the edge of the world. "If you can pay the price, I will dare to kill you." Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and shouted. She kicked off the stone railing of the bridge and jumped into the air. She swung her long sword and the cold light of the sword flashed across her eyes. A powerful murderous aura came from all directions. Seeing that her sword was about to draw blood, a familiar shout came from not far away, "Stop!" Gu Jiao's waist and abdomen tightened. She suddenly stopped in the air and turned her long sword, cutting open the armors of the 3 imperial guards. The 3 imperial guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. This move was so fierce that they couldn't fight back at all. If it wasn't for the voice just now, this sword wouldn't have just cut open their armors. Third princess consort. Some imperial guards recognized the woman in luxurious clothes at the entrance. He cupped his hands and bowed to her respectfully. The rest of the imperial guards also bowed to her. Gu Jiao turned around indifferently. The third princess consort ignored the imperial guards who bowed to her and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "Are you okay, Miss Gu? Did they hurt you?" "No," Gu Jiao said. The third princess consort looked her up and down. Seeing that there was no blood on her body, she believed her. But wasn't she a doctor? How could she use a sword? The third princess consort was frightened by her skills just now. Miss Gu, are you also here to offer incense? The third princess consort looked at her and asked. In fact, the third princess consort was also here to offer incense. But she didn't want to come. It was her family who urged her to come. Seeing that there were so many people, she didn't want to join in the fun. So she asked someone to stop the carriage in the nearby forest to rest. She planned to go when there were fewer people. But she didn't expect that she would hear the noise on the arch bridge. Gu Jiao nodded. I have something urgent to do. I need to cross the bridge. The third princess consort said, then go ahead. Third princess consort. An imperial guard said, this bridge. The third princess consort arrogantly interrupted him. What? I'm the third princess consort. Can I walk on this bridge? The imperial guard said, of course you can. The third princess consort waved her sleeves coldly. Then get out of the way. The imperial guards looked at each other in dismay and finally made a path for him. The third princess consort said to Gu Jiao, you walk faster than me. You go ahead. I'll be right behind you. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked her and was about to leave. Then she thought of something and turned to the third princess consort. Did you bring the imperial guards? Yes, the third princess consort said. Gu Jiao said, call all the imperial guards who can swim and go to the cable bridge at the back of the temple. Why? The third princess consort wanted to ask the reason, but Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. She ran across the bridge with the sword in her hand until she reached the other side. Then she threw away the long sword in her hand and quickly walked into the temple. The third princess consort watched her silently and guarded her to cross the bridge. She wanted to chase after her. However, it took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. She had just finished the operation a month ago. Although she had recovered well, she didn't dare to use too much strength. Thinking of Gu Jiao's words, she frowned suspiciously. Why do you need imperial guards who can swim? What does Miss Gu want to do? After Gu Jiao entered the temple, she quickly asked a monk, where's the back door? Over there. Go around the Heavenly King Hall. You'll see a small garden at the end. Go to the left. The monk didn't finish his words before Gu Jiao disappeared. Gu Jiao climbed onto the roof and jumped all the way to the back door from a straight line. The monk was stunned. Amit Ba, there were many people at the back door. Gu Jiao went against the flow and came to the cable bridge. She looked at the rope hanging on the bridge. It was really about to break. She moved a few steps to the side and saw the figure in the crowd. He was about to walk onto the bridge. Gu Jiao shouted, don't come over. The cable bridge was full of people. The other end of the bridge was not to be outdone. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. In an instant, the shout from the other side of the bridge was drowned out. However, Xiao Lulang seemed to have sensed something. His heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously raised his head. One of his feet was already on the bridge. He stared blankly at the other side of the bridge. He saw Gu Jiao looking at him anxiously across the mountains and rivers. Gu Jiao was not expressionless, but she rarely had any emotional changes. It was the first time he saw such an anxious look in her eyes. Don't come over, she said. Chapter 171. Xiao Lulang retracted his foot from the suspension bridge. Are you going or not? If you're not, move aside. A burly man behind him rudely pushed Xiao Lulang to the side. Hey, why are you pushing people? Lulang. Lulang, hurry up. Feng Lin had already squeezed onto the bridge with the crowd. He thought that Xiao Lulang would follow him onto the bridge, but he didn't expect that his spot would be taken by someone else. He reached out to grab Xiao Lulang. But he couldn't catch him. You come back too. Xiao Lulang said to him. But it was too late. There were too many people and Feng Lin was soon squeezed into the middle. Lin Qingye was behind Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't get onto the bridge so he didn't either. Gu Jiao was still shouting not to come over. The bridge was about to break, but only the people who were about to get onto the bridge heard her. Even if they heard her, they didn't believe her. They shook their heads and went to the temple. Ouch. Feng Lin was pushed across the bridge. He lost his balance and stumbled 2 steps before falling. He rubbed his aching knee and got up. Before he could see Gu Jiao, who was not far away, he heard a scream behind him. Ah. Feng Lin looked back. Oh my god. The bridge broke. The bridge didn't break in the middle. It broke from the end near the temple. Everyone on the bridge fell into the bone-chilling water. Xiao Lulang saw clearly that the burly man who pushed him away just now fell from the sky the moment he got onto the bridge. He fell the worst because he was standing the highest. If Gu Jiao hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one who fell into the water. There was also Lin Xingye who was behind him. He would not be able to avoid this disaster either. Those who fell into the water were like dumplings, struggling desperately in the cold river water. Those who didn't get on the bridge were so scared that their legs went soft. The holy land that was illuminated by the Buddha's aura suddenly became a purgatory on earth. Xiao Lulang looked at the slender figure on the other side of the river. How many times had she helped him avoid disaster? The cold wind was biting cold. Her green clothes fluttered in the wind, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind. In this pure white world, she was like a little fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Gu Jiao came back from the stone arch bridge. Feng Lin followed behind her with a pale face. Really, he was scared to death. If he had been a step late, he would have been the one to fall. Also, he was extremely glad that Lulang and Lin Xingye did not get on the bridge. Otherwise, how could the two of them escape? Thinking of this, Feng Lin's legs felt as though he had done many bad things. He couldn't even walk. Hurry up, Gu Jiao urged. Ah. Feng Lin hugged his arms tightly, his voice trembling. She had done what she could and the rest was not something she could interfere with. Moreover, what did the common people of the world have to do with her? She only cared about that one person. The four of them met up and came to Lin Xingye's carriage. When Steward Zhou saw that the four of them came out safely, he let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my God, I was scared to death. I was scared to death. Just now I heard someone say that the cable bridge was broken. I was wondering if sixth young master and you were also on the bridge. Lin Xingye patted Steward Zhou's back to comfort him. It was also at this time that Lin Xingye realized how difficult it was for Steward Zhou. Perhaps people who had survived a disaster were especially fragile. In his heart, he had always treated Steward Zhou as a servant. At this moment he inexplicably saw some of his old father's shadow in Steward Zhou. Lin Xingye's nose turned sour. Get on the carriage. Steward Zhou said with a choked smile. The four of them got on the carriage. Although Xiao Lulang and Lin Xingye were saved, the people in the carriage still seemed to be in a daze. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye did not hear Gu Jiao's words. They only thought that Xiao Lulang could not get on the cable bridge because he was pushed away by someone. The two of them were too shocked by the incident and forgot to ask Gu Jiao how she came to be here. She even arrived at the temple before them. The carriage quickly arrived at Lin Xingye's house. Steward Zhou lifted the curtain and smiled at Lin Xingye and Feng Lin. Sixth young master Feng, please get off the carriage first. I will send top scorer Xiao and Lady Xiao back. Lin Xingye replied and got off the carriage with Feng Lin. The two of them needed to calm down. The carriage continued to move towards Jade Water Alley. Steward Zhou sat in the carriage with the coachman. Only Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were left in the carriage. Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao. She always carried a basket with her medicine box inside. Today she did not bring anything. It was obvious that she was in a hurry. He looked at her without blinking. How did you know that the cable bridge would break? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, a few days ago a patient came to the clinic. He just came back from Puji Temple. He said that the cable bridge had not been repaired for a long time. He was afraid that it would not last long. Today is the first day of the new year. With so many people fighting for the first incense, the cable bridge would not be able to withstand your weight. In her previous life, she had undergone lie detection training. She could even control her facial expressions. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply, but there are two bridges there. How did you know that we would take the longer route and use the cable bridge? Did you know in advance that there would be a noble coming this morning and sealing the stone arch bridge? Gu Jiao spread her hands. Of course I didn't know. I have never been to Puji Temple. I didn't know that there was a stone arch bridge, okay? That patient did not mention a stone arch bridge. I thought there was only a cable bridge. This logic was flawless. The premise was that there was indeed a patient who had complained to her about the cable bridge being in disrepair for a long time. Xiao Lulang had no way to verify this. However, Xiao Lulang felt that this matter had nothing to do with evidence. He looked at Gu Jiao. Are you what? Xiao Lulang didn't believe his own words. He thought that a small medicine box was enough for him to think about, but who knew that it was far more than that? Her secrets were no less than his. Xiao Lulang finally swallowed all his doubts. He was happy that he got away with it. Gu Jiao shook her head and showed the same proud expression as little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang thought. Is it really good to expose myself so quickly? Don't I care about my reputation? Top scorer Lady Xiao, we have arrived. Steward Zhou said from outside the curtain. The two got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang thanked him. Suddenly little Jing Kong's howl came from the courtyard. The two were startled. The last time when little Jing Kong made a scene with his great-aunt was still vivid in his mind. Today Gu Jiao left in a hurry and forgot to wake the little guy up and tell him that she was going out. If he woke up and found that he did not sleep on Gu Jiao's bed last night, he would feel that he had slept in vain. However, when the two of them entered the backyard anxiously, they saw little Jing Kong playing happily in the snow with the family's puppy, 7 chicks and a baby eagle. Gu Jiao thought, am I not important anymore? Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. He ran over, Jiao 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 Jiao. He said excitedly. Bad brother-in-law. He said in a low voice. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Well, just now little Jing Kong said cutely, I know. Jiao Jiao went to burn incense. Jiao Jiao wanted Buddha to bless me and make me grow taller. Gu Jiao thought, what's going on? Little Jing Kong's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Master, he has been here before. The topic changed a little too quickly. Gu Jiao blinked in surprise. Little Jing Kong took out a piece of paper from a small box in the snow and handed it to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, look. It was a... What? Gu Jiao couldn't understand the words on it. Xiao Lulang looked at it and was a little surprised. It's a house deed from the state of Liang. Gu Jiao thought, did they go abroad to speculate in real estate? Gu Jiao gave Xiao Lulang a look that could only be understood but not explained. Could it be that you and Master Liang made a fake house deed to comfort the little girl? Xiao Lulang pointed at a seal. It's a real house deed with the official seal of the Yamen. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao found out from little Jing Kong that Master came in the middle of the night and left after leaving a gift. Gu Jiao asked, did you see him? Little Jing Kong thought for a while. I saw him. Children were always very firm in their beliefs. As long as they wanted to see him, they would see him even if they didn't. Gu Jiao asked again, were you the one who opened the door for him? Little Jing Kong said, yes. Sometimes children could really say whatever they wanted. Little Jing Kong believed that he was the one who opened the door for Master Liang. He even had a good night with Master Liang. Little Jing Kong shook his head and went to play. There was a letter in the box with Gu Jiao's terrible handwriting. In the letter, she said that she was going to grab the first incense and asked Buddha to bless Jing Kong and make him grow taller. She was afraid that he wouldn't be safe if he slept alone, so she carried him to her grandaunt's bed first. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. This can't be real, right? Xiao Lulang shrugged. It's not me. He really couldn't write this kind of handwriting. The old chancellor next door finally recovered from his exhaustion. It was easy for him to imitate famous names and paintings, but imitating his little benefactor's handwriting almost cost him his life. The news of the broken cable bridge was so big that it couldn't be suppressed. It spread to the palace at night. The person who blocked the road was also found out. It was the crown princess. The crown princess spread the news that she was going to Puji Temple to burn incense, so the vice commander of the imperial guards blocked the road, the bridge and even the streets for her. In the past this wasn't a big deal. After all, the imperial family couldn't travel without ostentation. As long as nothing happened, everything was fine. But the problem was that something happened and it was a matter of life and death. His Majesty couldn't sit still anymore. He had nowhere to vent his anger and it wasn't good to scold a woman. So he called the crown prince to the imperial study and scolded him. Look at what you've done. It's the first day of the new year, the beginning of the country's fate, and you two have caused me such a big trouble. Do you think my throne is too stable? Do you want to find fault with me? The crown prince also felt wronged. Which imperial family didn't have ostentation when traveling? Moreover, that was the crown princess, the future mother of Zhao state. Not to mention that she only blocked a road and a bridge. Even if she blocked the temple and didn't allow anyone to burn incense, it wouldn't be a mistake. It wasn't that the crown prince was partial to the crown princess, but that the imperial family had always been like this. This was the imperial family's ostentation and also the imperial family's rule. Unless the crown princess traveled incognito. But then her safety wouldn't be guaranteed. But now that His Majesty was angry, the crown prince didn't dare to refute a word. His Majesty continued to scold, can't you learn from third prince? How does other people's wife do things? How does your wife do things? Because the third crown princess listened to Gu Jiao's suggestion and chose a large number of people who knew how to swim from her family's guards and imperial guards to the back door of the temple, she immediately ordered them to go into the river to save people when the cable bridge broke. The river wasn't turbulent, and everyone was holding onto the wooden planks of the cable bridge. As long as they were saved in time, they wouldn't freeze to death in the river. Most of the people who fell into the water were saved, and the casualties were minimized. Most of them were examinees for next year's imperial examination in spring. It could be imagined that if they weren't saved, the entire imperial court would lose a lot of talents. His Majesty used to have a good impression of the crown princess. After all, she was someone who had an engagement with the young chancellor. The two grew up together. That child was so outstanding, so how bad could she be? This marriage back then was a bit inappropriate. The crown prince was Xiao Heng's cousin. How could he ask for the hand of his cousin's widow? But when Lin Lang was really outstanding, Xiao Heng had passed away for so long, and the crown prince really liked her. After much consideration, His Majesty still agreed to this marriage. When Lin Lang didn't disappoint the imperial family. Although her family background wasn't outstanding among the prince's wives, her talent, breadth of mind, vision, and ability were far better than the other daughters-in-law of His Majesty. His Majesty didn't expect this kind of thing to happen today. His Majesty continued to scold, "Do you know how much resentment the people have now? If it wasn't for third prince's wife who saved everyone in time, your imperial father, I, would have written an edict of self-condemnation tomorrow." The emperor of a country would only write an edict of self-condemnation to the world when he made a huge mistake. This was no different from slapping the imperial family's face. No emperor was willing to write an edict of self-condemnation. This would be recorded in the annals of history and be infamous for 10,000 years. The crown prince was scolded badly. After a full 2 hours, he held his sore knees and returned to the eastern palace. The third prince's wife had made a great contribution. His Majesty rewarded her with 1,000 taels of gold and issued an imperial edict, conferring the third prince the title of Rui Wang and the third prince's wife the title of consort Rui Wang. This was the first prince to be conferred the title of king after the crown prince. Logically speaking, the title should start with the eldest prince. But none of the civil and military officials objected. There was no other way. There were so many lives, so many future pillars of the imperial court. Even the censorate, who had the most poisonous mouth, was silent. The third prince should be called Rui Wang now. Rui Wang brought his wife into the palace and kowtowed to His Majesty to thank him for his kindness. His Majesty was very happy. He used to think that this son wasn't very promising, but his wife was so capable. At least he and consort Yu had good taste in choosing people. His Majesty asked Rui Wang to play 2 games of chess. Consort Rui Wang went to pay her respects to the empress, then to noble consort Zhuang and consort Yu. After that, she wandered around the imperial garden. After a while, she arrived at the entrance of the eastern palace. "You." She pointed at Maid Su. "Go in and report that this Wang Fei requests an audience with the crown prince consort." "Yes." Maid Su braced herself and went in. Not long after, female official Su walked out, followed by a granny with a smile on her face. The granny said, "So it's consort Rui Wang. Apologies for not going out to meet you, but it's not convenient for the crown prince consort to receive guests right now." Consort Rui Wang smiled and said, "Isn't it just being grounded by imperial father? It's not like you want her to come out. I'll go in and see her." After saying this, she didn't care whether the granny invited her in or not. She lifted her skirt and crossed the threshold, heading towards the crown prince consort's eastern courtyard. The crown prince consort was sitting on a cushion in the warm room, copying Buddhist scriptures. "Oh, what are you doing, sister-in-law?" Consort Rui Wang walked in with raised brows. Consort Rui Wang. "Withdraw." A palace maid wanted to go forward to stop consort Rui Wang but was stopped by the crown prince consort. The palace maid retreated obediently. Consort Rui Wang sat down on the cushion across from her. However, Maid Su didn't dare to follow in and waited outside the door with the eastern palace's granny and palace maid. The crown prince consort gently put down her brush and looked at consort Rui Wang with a composed expression. "May I ask why consort Rui Wang has come to find me today?" Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, "I heard that you were grounded. I was afraid that you would be bored, so I came to relieve your boredom. Don't blame me for coming late. I also only heard this morning that you were grounded." The crown prince consort didn't respond. She picked up her brush and continued to copy Buddhist scriptures. Consort Rui Wang wouldn't feel bored just because she ignored her. She had lived in Wen Linlang's shadow for 20 years. Finally, she didn't have to be suppressed by Wen Linlang. Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, "If you're uncomfortable, just say it. There's no need to pretend that you don't care." "I'm not uncomfortable," the Crown Prince Consort said calmly. Consort Rui Wang smiled. "I heard that it wasn't you who wanted to travel. It was your maternal family who used your name. Why didn't you explain clearly to Imperial Father?" This was where Consort Rui Wang was stronger than the Crown Prince Consort. Consort Rui Wang's maternal family never dragged her down because her maternal family had the backing of Duke Luo's estate. It was already powerful enough. However, Wen Linlang was different. The Wen family had already declined. Her father was seriously ill at home, and her elder brother was only a minor registrar of the Supreme Court. Consort Rui Wang naturally understood that the Crown Prince Consort couldn't explain. Some things would only make things worse the more they were explained. It would also give His Majesty the impression that she could only shirk responsibility if something happened. The Crown Prince Consort said carelessly, "I heard that before the cable bridge broke, Consort Rui Wang was already gathering people. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask how Consort Rui Wang could predict the future." Consort Rui Wang glared at her. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I purposely broke that bridge? I'm not that black-hearted." The Crown Prince Consort asked, "Then how did you know?" The third Prince Consort choked. Actually, she also didn't understand how Miss Gu knew. She had already left after saving people. She was also worried that Miss Gu had something to do with the broken cable bridge, so she had never mentioned her to anyone out of caution. The medical center hadn't opened yet and she didn't know where Miss Gu lived. The Crown Prince Consort pursed her lips and continued to copy Buddhist scriptures. Consort Rui Wang realized that she had been led by the nose and flew into a rage out of humiliation. She quickly regained her senses and said, "Do you think that Imperial Father didn't investigate? That bridge looks like it hasn't been repaired for a long time. You also drove all the pilgrims there. It would be strange if nothing happened." His Majesty did investigate and there were no traces of tampering. However, the Crown Prince Consort still didn't show the frustration that Consort Rui Wang wanted. Consort Rui Wang narrowed her eyes. It wasn't easy for her to suppress her. How could she not see that dazed look? Consort Rui Wang put her elbows on the table and slowly approached her. "Actually, I just heard about something not long ago. I don't know if it's true, so I came to ask you." The Crown Prince Consort ignored her. Consort Rui Wang said, "I heard that on the night that the young duke had an accident, he was waiting for you at the Imperial College. If that's true, then you killed him." The Crown Prince Consort's brush made a hissing sound and drew a long ink mark on the paper. Chapter 172. The news of the cable bridge collapse quickly spread in the streets. Even the old matriarch and the old chancellor knew about it. However, their child was fine, so the two didn't look into it too deeply. Next month was the spring examination. Although the Imperial College hadn't started school yet, Gu Jiao would urge her husband to study every day. Xiao Lulang, who was pressed into the study, had unspeakable bitterness. On the 10th day of the lunar month, Gu Jiao went to the Marquis's estate. She didn't tell Madame Yao about the shocking events at home. Nanny Fong came to Jade Water Alley every few days, so she knew a bit. Gu Jiao told her not to say anything. Nanny Fong listened to Gu Jiao more and more now, so she really didn't say a word. Madame Yao's condition was good. Gu Jiao thought that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before she could stop taking antidepressants. "The flowers in the plum garden have bloomed. Let's go take a walk in the plum garden," Madame Yao said to her daughter. Gu Jiao grunted, "Okay." After a pause, she thought of something and said to Nanny Fong, "Call Gu Jinyu over." Nanny Fong was stunned. Didn't eldest miss always get along with second miss? Why did she suddenly call her over? Madame Yao also looked at her daughter in surprise, then said to Nanny Fong, "Go." Yes. Nanny Fong went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. When she heard that Madame Yao and Gu Jiao had called her to visit the plum garden, she didn't say anything. She changed her clothes and went. Recently, because of the broken bridge incident, the harem was more peaceful than in previous years. Every year, Consort Shu would call her into the palace to accompany her at this time, but not this year. She went to the plum garden. Seeing Madame Yao and Gu Jiao sitting intimately together, her heart ached, but she smiled and walked over. "Mother, older sister." Madame Yao's gaze fell on her thin jacket and she said angrily, "Why did you come out wearing so little? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? How do your maidservants serve you?" Gu Jinyu smiled innocently. "I was too anxious to see mother and elder sister. I was too happy and forgot." Yao Shi quickly had the madam's servants bring her a cloak and put it on. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao and asked gently, "So elder sister likes plum blossoms?" "Okay." Gu Jiao answered perfunctorily. Gu Jinyu continued, "Then I'll pluck a few stalks and place them in a vase for elder sister." "No need. She didn't really like him." Yao Shi walked for a while before she could no longer continue. Seeing that the two sisters were in a good mood, she said to the two of them, "I'm going to sit in the pavilion for a while. You can give me your rewards, don't worry about me." Gu Jinyu thought that Gu Jiao would refuse. After all, Gu Jiao never liked to be with her. But Gu Jiao didn't. Gu Jiao walked forward silently. Gu Jinyu was a little confused. Did this sister take the wrong medicine today? She followed her suspiciously. Gu Jiao walked and walked until they left Plum Garden. "Where does elder sister want to go?" Gu Jinyu asked with a smile. "Just walking around," Gu Jiao said. Mentioning this, Gu Jinyu felt a sense of superiority. Marquis Ding An's manor is very large. Apparently, it was once the residence of a prince. Later, it was bestowed to grandfather by the previous emperor. Grandfather likes the fish pond in front the most. Does elder sister want to go take a look? Yes. Gu Jiao was surprisingly cooperative. Gu Jinyu was shocked again. She brought Gu Jiao to the pavilion next to the fish pond. There was fish food there all year round. When the masters of the manor came here, they could use it to feed the small fish. But now that the lake had frozen over, it was not easy to feed them. "Gu Jinyu, if elder sister likes the manor, you can consider moving back. I can give Qingye Yuan to elder sister. What's over there?" Gu Jiao suddenly pointed to the back of the mountain and asked. Gu Jinyu's words were interrupted and she was displeased, but she still patiently replied, "It's the back of the mountain. My 3 brothers often go there." "Gu Jiao, who went there today?" There was movement in the back of the mountain, but Gu Jinyu could not hear it with her hearing. "It seems to be second brother." Gu Jinyu remembered that when she came over from her courtyard, she saw second brother go in the direction of the back of the mountain. "Madam is calling for you," Gu Jiao said. Gu Jinyu looked back. "How come I didn't hear it?" Gu Jiao's expression did not change. "I think I heard it." Gu Jinyu, "Then, does elder sister want to go back?" Gu Jiao, "I don't want to." Gu Jinyu, talking to this person was always enough to anger her to death, even if the other party was not insulting her. Gu Jinyu pinched her fingers and said, "Then elder sister, wait for me here. I'll be right back." After Gu Jinyu left, Gu Jiao turned around and went to the back of the mountain. Gu Qingfeng was picking fruits in the back of the mountain. For some reason, Gu Qinglin insisted on eating the wild fruits in the back of the mountain. This kind of fruit was red and slightly smaller than hawthorn. It could be grown in the snow and did not taste good, but Gu Qinglin was a child and loved to eat this kind of strange thing. Gu Qingfeng was picking when he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming towards him. His figure dodged the attack. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly turned around. When he saw that the person who came was Gu Jiao, his expression instantly froze. Gu Jiao raised her hand and broke off an icicle hanging from a tree branch. It was as long as an arm. She used the icicle as a blade and coldly slashed it at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was vigilant to see if she had attracted anyone else and almost did not dodge. Gu Jiao did not show any mercy. If not for his good reflexes, his throat would have been pierced by the icicle. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and asked. Gu Jiao weighed the icicle in her hand and fiercely swung it at the other party. Gu Qingfeng finally took out his hidden weapons. One of the hidden weapons smashed the icicle and the other 2 flew towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's waist bent backward at an incredible angle. The hidden weapon flew past her flat waist and abdomen and nailed into the parasol tree behind her with 2 thuds. She could dodge that? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. "That day, you secretly took off my mask?" "You're wrong." Gu Jiao straightened up and looked at him. "I didn't do it secretly, I did it openly." Gu Qingfeng, footsteps came from the other side. Gu Qingfeng thought of the hidden weapons he left on the tree and hurriedly flew over to retrieve them, but Gu Jiao kicked them away. Gu Qingfeng knelt on one knee and slid back a dozen steps in the snow, but he was not injured. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. "You can really take a beating." Gu Qingfeng. The footsteps were approaching. Gu Qingfeng was not in the mood to continue fighting and quickly left. However, Gu Jiao took a step forward and pulled him down from the sky. Gu Qingfeng had too many scruples and could not use his fists and feet. He was pulled into a small wooden house by Gu Jiao. Yao Shi had poisoned concubine Mother Ling in this room. The person who came was Gu Changqing. He heard the noise at the back of the mountain and came to check it out. But there was no one. But there were footprints on the snow and traces of a fight. He did not find the hidden weapons on the Chinese parasol tree for the time being. Gu Qingfeng looked at him nervously and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'll give you a chance. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. Answer my question. Otherwise I can save you and bury you again. If you had the ability, why didn't you do it earlier? I dare to do it, but do you? Gu Qingfeng choked. He looked at Gu Changqing who was investigating in the snow. What do you want to know? Gu Jiao asked. There's a person called a Heng in the Xianping Marquis residence. If he's not a servant, who is he? Gu Qingfeng looked at her warily. Who are you? Why are you inquiring about the Xianping Marquis residence? Gu Jiao said calmly, just answer. Gu Changqing came under the Chinese parasol tree and only needed to turn around to find the hidden weapons on the tree. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and said coldly, the only one with the word Heng in his name is the young Marquis of Jianghu who has already passed away. His name is Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao, which one is Heng? Gu Qingfeng, Mei Yu Heng. Gu Jiao touched her chin and was very satisfied with the word Heng. She tilted her little head. She looked a bit cute. Gu Qingfeng turned his face away. Crazy, this girl was an assassin. How was she cute? Gu Jiao reached out her hand to him again. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao glanced at Gu Changqing outside the room. 1,000 taels and I won't tell anyone about you. Gu Qingfeng's eyelids jumped. 1,000 taels. Why don't you go rob someone? Gu Jiao moved to open the door. Gu Qingfeng's breathing stopped. I don't have that much banknotes on me. Gu Jiao, write an IOU. Gu Qingfeng, there's no pen and paper here. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook from the small pouch her great-aunt made for her. She opened it to a blank page and handed it to him. Here. Gu Qingfeng, if looks could kill, Gu Qingfeng would have already killed Gu Jiao 100 times. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and wrote the IOU. Is this okay? Gu Jiao finished reading the IOU and made sure there were no word traps. She nodded with satisfaction and put away the charcoal pencil and notebook. Gu Qingfeng secretly let out a sigh of relief and continued to observe his brother's movements. The next second, Gu Jiao raised her foot and aimed it at his butt. She kicked him out. I only promised not to tell anyone about you. I didn't say I wouldn't kick you out, right? Chapter 173. Gu Qingfeng stumbled out and fell into the snow, falling at Gu Changqing's feet. Gu Changqing, Gu Qingfeng was too careless. He didn't expect that girl to be so despicable. She took his IOU and kicked him out. Gu Changqing frowned and looked strangely at his brother lying on the ground. What are you doing? As soon as he said that, Gu Jiao walked out of the wooden house. Gu Changqing's expression became even more strange. Gu Qingfeng had never been schemed against like this before, nor had he been so humiliated. This girl. Was she taking revenge for that day when he schemed against her? Gu Qingfeng got up from the snow angrily. He glanced at Gu Jiao and said angrily, it's nothing. I accidentally fell. Gu Changqing asked, why are you here? Gu Qingfeng said, I came to pick fruits for third brother. There was indeed a basket on the ground and scattered red fruits. These were Gu Qingling's favorite, and Gu Changqing had picked them for him before. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao. What about you? Passing by, Gu Jiao said. Passing by? Gu Changqing looked at the traces of a fight in the snow and thought that the two of them might have fought before. But soon he felt that this guess wasn't very reliable. He had seen Gu Jiao's skills before. It was more than enough to beat up a weak scholar like Gu Qingfeng. So, if she really did make a move, Gu Qingfeng would already be half dead. Did you see anyone else here? Gu Changqing still felt that some expert had come here. Gu Qingfeng decisively denied, no. Gu Jiao came to the bottom of the wutong tree, one hand slowly reaching for the hidden weapon on the tree, and the corner of his lips curled up sinisterly. Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows jumped. 1,000 taels. Gu Changqing frowned and looked at his younger brother. What did you say? What 1,000 taels? Cold sweat broke out all over Gu Qingfeng's body. He retracted his gaze, composed himself and said to his eldest brother, I've taken a fancy to something, I want 1,000 taels. What's so expensive? Gu Changqing asked. Their family didn't lack money, and he never mistreated his two younger brothers in terms of basic necessities. However, there was a limit to everything and they couldn't be too extravagant. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and said with a calm expression, It's an antique painting. Gu Jiao pulled out the hidden weapon and put it in his pocket. Soon she looked at the second hidden weapon and smiled evilly. Gu Qingfeng's entire body felt unwell. Add another 1,000 taels. This brother of hers must have taken the wrong medicine. Gu Changqing raised his hand and touched his forehead. He didn't have a fever. He was just sweating. I remembered wrong. The other party said 2,000 taels. Gu Qingfeng tried his best to cover up his lie. I was just wondering if you have any money to lend me. Gu Changqing sternly refused. No, you're not allowed to buy such expensive things. Gu Qingfeng, oh. Gu Jiao pulled out the second hidden weapon and put it in her pocket. She took out her small notebook and charcoal pencil and went in front of Gu Qingfeng. I didn't study much and there are a few words that I don't know how to write. I'll have to trouble second young master to write them for me. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and took the small notebook. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. Gu Qingfeng quickly finished writing the IOU and returned the notebook and charcoal pencil to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put it away with satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Jinyu came over. Elder sister. Elder brother? Second brother? She bowed to the two with a surprised expression as if she hadn't seen them before. The two brothers weren't very happy at the moment. Gu Qingfeng was unhappy because he had been extorted of 3,000 taels. Gu Changqing didn't know why. The two didn't speak to Gu Jinyu and left with cold expressions. Gu Changqing had clearly brushed past Gu Jiao, but he seemed to have thought of something and paused in his steps. He turned back and said to Gu Jiao, I also studied. Gu Jiao. After the two brothers left, Gu Jinyu walked forward. His eyes shifted as he asked, Elder sister, why are you here? What did eldest brother and second brother say to you just now? I think second brother even wrote some words for you. What did he write? Nothing. Gu Jiao tied the ribbon of the embroidered pouch. Gu Jinyu clenched her fingers. Ever since the broken porcelain vase incident, the three brothers in the residence hadn't spoken to her for a long time. But just now she had seen eldest brother, second brother and Gu Jiao talking here for a long time. She tightened her grip on her handkerchief and said gently to Gu Jiao, Elder sister, mother doesn't like us interacting with the three brothers. Don't talk to them in the future and don't go near them. Mother will be unhappy. Let's go back. Gu Jiao didn't reply and turned to walk back to the plum garden. Gu Jinyu's face darkened with jealousy as she looked at her dashing back. Big brother. Gu Qingfeng, who had been walking halfway, suddenly spoke, Have you seen that girl? You didn't ask who she was just now. Although that girl had come to the residence a few times, she had only visited Madame Yao and had never paid respects to the old madam or her brothers. He had seen her because Gu Jinyu and Ling Shuixian had broken eldest brother's porcelain vase. She had accompanied Madame Yao to the courtyard to pick up Gu Jinyu. But at that time, eldest brother had been practicing swordplay at the back of the mountain. By the time eldest brother had returned to the courtyard, she had already left the residence. Could it be that the two of them had acknowledged each other at that time? And had instantly turned from enemies to friends? He hadn't sensed any repulsion towards that girl from eldest brother today. Gu Changqing paused and said, I have. Gu Qingfeng, when? Gu Changqing, why are you asking this? I haven't asked you yet. Why were you with her at the back of the mountain just now? Were you fighting in the room? Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. Why would I fight with her? I'm her older brother after all. Why would I bully her? But if she isn't my younger sister at all, then it's a different matter. After that, the two brothers didn't speak again. Gu Qingfeng's courtyard was closer, so he arrived first. The moment he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly turned around and looked meaningfully at Gu Changqing. Eldest brother, you didn't say just now that we only have one younger brother and no younger sister. Gu Changqing's pupils shrank. Gu Qingfeng smiled coldly. Eldest brother, have you forgotten how mother died? Gu Changqing opened his mouth and stopped talking. Gu Qingfeng snorted and turned to enter the room. Gu Qinglin had fallen asleep on Gu Qingfeng's bed. Obviously he was too bored waiting for fruit and fell asleep. Gu Qingfeng looked at him with a complicated expression and walked over to cover him with a blanket. After a while, the servant reported that concubine Ling had arrived. The late madam had passed away early, so concubine Ling had been taking care of the three brothers all these years. Gu Changqing was more independent and had been by the old duke's side all year round. He wasn't as close to concubine Ling as the Gu brothers. Concubine Ling carried a food box and entered the room with a smile on her face. She saw Gu Qinglin on the bed and smiled in surprise. "Oh, why is Lin sleeping?" Gu Qingfeng invited her to sit at the table. "It's so cold today. Why did concubine Ling come over?" Concubine Ling smiled gently. "The kitchen roasted venison. I brought some over. By the way, you don't look well these days. Do you miss your mother? Sister's death anniversary is coming soon. I was thinking of taking the three of you to the cemetery to light incense for her." Gu Qingfeng nodded. "I'll listen to concubine Ling." When concubine Ling first entered the marquis's mansion, the three brothers were actually a little repulsed by her. But concubine Ling said to them, "I didn't enter the mansion to replace sister as your mother. I came to take care of you for sister. From now on, I will treat you as my own flesh and blood. I won't give birth to annoying younger siblings for you. I only have 3 children and that is you." Concubine Ling did it. She had been devoted to the 3 brothers all these years. She was more like a mother than a real mother. It was only because they already had a place for their mother in their hearts that they couldn't treat concubine Ling like a real mother. However, it was also because of this that they felt guilty and wanted to make it up to concubine Ling in other ways. Gu Qingfeng once asked concubine Ling if she wanted anything. At that time, he thought that as long as concubine Ling asked, he would even get the position of head wife for her. But concubine Ling shook her head. She patted his head and said gently, "Concubine Ling doesn't want anything. As long as the 3 of you are well, concubine Ling will be satisfied." Such a selfless and kind woman was much better than that evil woman Yao Shi. Yao Shi killed their mother, stole their father, and gave birth to an annoying younger sister and brother with their father. Their father no longer had any eyes for them. There was a saying that was right. If you had a stepmother, you would have a stepfather. Every time Gu Yan argued with them, regardless of whether it was their fault or not, their father would only punish them. Their father couldn't bear to touch a single hair on Gu Yan's head. When their mother was alive, she said that she loved plum blossoms the most. Their father found it troublesome. It went in one ear and out the other. After Yao Shi entered the manor, she only took a few more glances at a plum blossom. Their father specially made a plum garden for Yao Shi. Towards Yao Shi and her child, Gu Qingfeng was both jealous and hateful. However, their father didn't seem to like Yao Shi's biological daughter. Instead, he doted on Gu Jinyu, who had been by his side since young. This was really interesting. Feng. Concubine Ling called out to him. "Ah." Gu Qingfeng came back to his senses. Concubine Ling smiled. "Do you have any objections to what I said just now?" Gu Qingfeng said seriously, "No, concubine Ling has always done things well. Just do as concubine Ling says." Concubine Ling stood up and said gently, "Okay, then I'll get someone to prepare the offerings." This was a great opportunity to take back her position. She would definitely do it beautifully. Chapter 174. In Gu Changqing's study, the candlelight flickered. A secret guard entered in a flash and bowed to him with cupped hands. "Your Highness." Gu Changqing's face was hidden in the dark, and his entire person seemed cold. He looked at the shadow guard. "How is the investigation going?" The shadow guard bowed. We haven't found them." Gu Changqing's thick brows furrowed. "Not a single one? Back then, my mother had at least 7 or 8 servant girls and 4 or 5 nannies in her room. How come we can't find them?" This was really strange. Just like the servants that accompanied Yao Shi when she gave birth, they had all disappeared. Yao Shi didn't have many servants with her when she gave birth. There were 2 young servant girls and an old nanny. The old nanny had passed away, and the young servant girls had married far away and couldn't be found. Yao Shi didn't have a high birth, so her servant girls didn't have a strict background. However, Madame Ling Ling's servants had all been carefully selected and could be traced back to the previous 3 generations. It was impossible for them to disappear without a trace. The shadow guard said, "Those were the servants that the previous madam brought over from her maternal family. If we really want to investigate, we have to start with the Ling family." However, the Ling family was Gu Changqing's tenant. He had always trusted them. If he really wanted to investigate, he couldn't get over it. Investigate, he said. The shadow guard was startled. Heir? Gu Changqing said seriously, I need the truth. The shadow guard looked deeply at the heir and bowed. Yes. After the shadow guard left, Gu Changqing took out the evidence from that year, the letter that Yao Shi had written to Marquis Gu. The letter said that Madame Ling Ling's illness wouldn't last much longer. When would Marquis Gu marry her? She didn't have a high birth. If this marriage wasn't settled early, there might be changes in the future. The meaning of the letter was that the two already had an affair, and it was taking advantage of Madame Ling Ling's illness and Yao Shi coming to take care of her. If a person really did that, then she must be a scheming and vicious woman. But if she wasn't, then what kind of terrifying existence was the person who forged this letter? Moreover, it was not just the letter. Someone had personally seen Yao Shi enter Marquis Gu's study. Did the witness make a mistake, or was he instructed by someone who could order the servants around Madame Ling Jr.? Gu Changqing's heart was in a mess. He got up and put the letter back into the box. He opened the door of the study and walked out. Light shui floated outside. He mounted his steed and left the Marquis estate, galloping in the wind and snow. He didn't deliberately think about where to go, but the horse stopped in front of the house in Jade Water Alley. The gate of the house was open and lanterns were lit in the hall and in the courtyard. From his point of view, he could see several children sitting in the snow, unafraid of the cold. They seemed to be playing cards of leaves. Gu Yan's face was covered with drawings of turtles and tortoises, and there were also quite a few stickers. Little Jing Kong's face was very clean, and there was nothing on it. There was also a young boy of 13 or 14 years old. Gu Changqing had been here before and he had taken care of Gu Yan for a night. But at that time, Gu Shaoshan also had a pox and was recuperating in the room. So they didn't meet each other. But this didn't prevent Gu Changqing from guessing his identity. Gu Shaoshan had also lost many times when playing cards of leaves, so his face was also covered with drawings of turtles and tortoises. The old lady held the jar of candied plums and walked over while eating. She touched the three children's heads one by one to make sure they weren't frozen. Then she continued to eat her candied plums. Gu Changqing looked at this scene but he didn't understand. Gu Shaoshan was the child of Gu Jiao's adoptive parents, and little Jing Kong was a little monk adopted from the mountain. Neither of them had any blood relationship with Gu Jiao. But their status in the family was the same as Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Could it be that they could get along so well even if they weren't their own children? Brother Yan, you cheated again. Gu Yan stole a card and was caught red-handed by little Jing Kong. I didn't. Gu Yan denied seriously. Then what's this? Little Jing Kong decisively found the leaf card that Gu Yan had stuffed in the snow. Gu Yan acted shamelessly. How would I know? I didn't hide it. It's you? It's you? I saw it. The little boy was so angry that he climbed up the stool, put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. He even jumped up. The two of them quarreled fiercely. Their pets also started to quarrel and the yard was in a mess. Suddenly, Gu Shaoshan looked at the door. Is there someone here? The two of them stopped quarreling and looked at the door together. Gu Changqing was originally watching quietly from the side, but he was so engrossed that he actually stood at the door. It was too late to avoid him. The two of them saw him. Wow, big brother. Little Jing Kong instantly forgot about his unhappiness just now. He jumped down from the stool and ran towards Gu Changqing. Gu Yan wanted to go over too, but he suddenly thought of something. He threw away the leaf card in his hand and pulled the paper off his face in a flurry. After that, he remembered that he had drawn a turtle on his face. He pasted the paper on his face again in despair. Big brother. Make a fortune. Make a fortune. Little Jing Kong cupped his hands and politely wished him a happy new year. Since all the neighbors said that when they came to visit he learned how to do it. Gu Changqing's gaze softened. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong said, playing the leaf card. Great aunt taught him. Old Madame Yang said, Little Jing Kong, who is it? Little Jing Kong turned around and said, It's Big Brother. Old Madame Yang knew who it was and said, Come in and have dinner with us. Her voice was not loud and her tone was not harsh, but there was an irresistible aura about her. Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment. He did not think of visiting, so he did not bring any gifts. It did not seem appropriate to do so during the new year. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Old Madame Yang said. Yes. Gu Changqing walked in. He first greeted old Madame Yang. Strangely, he greeted her as a ruler and his minister. Even he himself was stunned by his own subconscious action. Fortunately, old Madame Yang and the others did not mind. Gu Yan lowered his head so that old Madame Yang could not see the turtle on his face. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Yan's timid look and could not help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Gu Yan's entire body felt unwell. She decisively turned around in the snow and turned her back to him, giving him a big look at the back of her head. The old chancellor took Xiao Lulang to visit his critically ill old friend. Dinner was prepared by Gu Jiao. It was not as lavish as the Lord Protector's mansion, but it tasted different from when they were young. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not so serious, and the family ate happily. Gu Changqing even regretted not staying the previous 2 times. After dinner, little Jing Kong asked him, "Big brother, do you want to play cards?" I don't know how to play." Gu Changqing grew up under the strong pressure of old Marquis Gu. The path of growth was very strict and playing had nothing to do with him. In his mind he should not play and could not play. Otherwise he would not be a qualified successor. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "It's okay, Great Aunt can teach you. Great Aunt is awesome." The 3 of them were all taught by Great Aunt. Little Jing Kong was the smartest one. He could learn as soon as Great Aunt taught him. He often defeated Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan. Gu Changqing hesitated. Gu Jiao curved her lips and said, "You can play during the new year." Gu Yan also nodded. In fact, even old Madame Gu, who loved her grandson so much, did not tell him that it was okay he could play. Gu Changqing seemed to finally break the shackles on his back. He took a deep breath and said, Well. Gu Jiao said, "Let's play in Great Aunt's room. It's warm there. I'll get something to eat." Old Madame Gu rolled her eyes. Gu Changqing's clothes and temperament were extraordinary, and his face was full of righteousness. At the table, one could see that he was a silly man with a lot of money. Old Madame Gu said, "Aya, it's too embarrassing to draw a turtle in front of the guests. Give me 10 copper coins, the smallest one." Little Tycoon Jing Kong had just received the rent. There was a lot of money, so there was no pressure at all. Gu Shaoshan also had some New Year's money from Gu Jiao. Gu Yan was the most miserable. His New Year's money was not enough to pay off little Jing Kong's debt. He worked in little Jing Kong and earned money through hard work. He earned more than 10 copper coins a day, and he shoveled chicken poop until his hands went soft. But compared to drawing a turtle in front of Gu Changqing, he would rather lose his money. At most, he would owe little Jing Kong another debt and have to shovel chicken poop for him for a few more days. Little Jing Kong, friendly reminder, your shoveling of chicken poop is scheduled until next year. I really don't know how to. Gu Changqing blushed with shame. Old Madame Gu never allowed him to lose his will to play games. He didn't even know the leaves and took a long time to figure out which one was which. "If I don't play well, please don't mind." In the end, he defeated little Jing Kong in a second. Little Jing Kong. After playing a few more rounds, Gu Changqing was still in a state of ambiguity about the rules. Was it better to play this or that? How about this? Then he played a card and the whole place was bombarded. He himself was baffled by his win. Old Madame Gu was the gambling king of Clearwater Alley. No one in the neighborhood could win money from her. Old Madame Gu didn't believe in heresy and went up to play a round. In the end, she was beaten by Gu Changqing. Old Madame Gu's face was as black as charcoal. Gu Changqing was embarrassed. "No, I really didn't do it on purpose. I won't play this, I'll change to another card." He changed to the smallest card, but unexpectedly he got the biggest straight. The remaining card was a trump card, so he had to pay double. Old Madame Gu, there were still quick-acting cardio-relieving pills, right? The whole family who knew how to play cards was defeated by Gu Changqing, a newbie who didn't even understand the rules. Little Jing Kong was covered in dust. He stood there soullessly and was driven crazy by old Madame Gu. Chapter 175. Gu Changqing won so much money that his hands went limp. Old Madame originally wanted to find a spendthrift to empty his wallet, but who knew that she would lose everything? She held little Jing Kong's head and couldn't wait to howl to the sky. "Little Jing Kong, I finally grew a few strands of hair, but you almost blew them all away." Gu Changqing was like a child who did something bad behind his parents' back. His cold, handsome face was flushed with excitement. No wonder his younger brothers liked to play so much. It was really interesting. Of course he enjoyed the process, not the money he won. It was already embarrassing to come empty-handed, how could he take away the money? But old madam was a gambler. She could afford to win and lose, so she was determined not to accept Gu Changqing's return bet. Gu Changqing thought for a while and wrapped the money as New Year's money for the children. Gu Jiao looked at the crushed money in her hand and asked doubtfully, "I have one too?" "Yes." Gu Changqing nodded. In his eyes, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were the same age and were both children. If Gu Yan had one, then she would naturally have one too. Gu Jiao, who had always given out New Year's money to her family, received it for the first time. Actually, most of the money came from old madam. She gave out the most money today and lost the most. Although she also received a red packet from Gu Changqing, she couldn't make ends meet. Old madam went back to the house and sharpened her kitchen knife. It was time to rob the private stash again. Old Chancellor in the carriage suddenly shivered and felt a chill down his spine. The old friend that the old Chancellor brought Xiao Lulang to visit was surnamed Feng. He was once a third-rank Honglu Temple official, which was on par with the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Of course, the old Chancellor was the one who was more respected in front of His Majesty. The old Chancellor was more proficient in the study of the dark side of officialdom. He was good at suppressing his opponents and pleasing His Majesty. He even made His Majesty feel that he was a scholar. He really hid it well. Elder Feng was a scholar who was truly devoted to academics. Honglu Temple was the Foreign Affairs Department of Zhao country. Old Feng had become the minister of Honglu Temple with his absolute strength. He was proficient in 6 languages and more than 30 minority dialects. He was a treasure in the language field. His achievements were far more than that. If one were to count them in detail, it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. It was just that he was too straightforward and simple-minded. He was not suitable for the treacherous officialdom. There was a year when he was framed and was almost charged with treason. It was the old Chancellor who thought of ways to protect him, but both he and the old Chancellor were deeply aware that the officialdom wasn't suitable for him. Thus, he resigned from his position and devoted himself to academics at home. He had traveled to the great rivers and mountains of the 6 countries. He had been to the farthest desert and climbed the most dangerous Gobi Desert. He was very poor all his life. In order to make a living, his wife had pawned her dowry. To Zhao country it was a blessing and a fortune for him. But to his wife, marrying such a husband was a lifetime of sorrow. Elder Feng had 3 sons, but they were all mediocre. Of course, it was also possible that Elder Feng only cared about his academics and neglected to nurture his children. Elder Feng felt that he didn't have much time left, so he wrote a letter to the old Chancellor. He wanted to ask him to help find a suitable successor. After thinking about it, the old Chancellor brought along Xiao Lulang. Elder Feng was paralyzed on the bed. When he heard the footsteps, he said with a hoarse voice, "Brother, you're here?" The old Chancellor said to Xiao Lulang, "Wait for me outside for a while." Xiao Lulang agreed. The old Chancellor stepped into the room. "I'm here. How do you feel today?" Elder Feng's speech was actually not very smooth. He had difficulty pronouncing the words, but his complexion was very rosy, much better. The old Chancellor sat down on the chair in front of the bed. "I think so too. In another 2 days you will be able to get out of bed." Elder Feng shook his head slightly. "My lifespan is coming to an end. I know what to do." The old Chancellor sighed secretly. A person who couldn't even speak much suddenly became so energetic. Who wouldn't understand what was going on? "Did you bring the person?" Elder Feng asked. "Yes, he's my disciple." The old Chancellor took a look at him and said, "This time, I had to bear the pain and give up my disciple." "That one with the surname Li?" Elder Feng shook his head. No, he's too old." The old Chancellor, "No, you're picking him? Which one of you is older?" Headmaster Li wasn't considered old. He wasn't even 40 years old and was in the prime of his life. Although the old Chancellor brought along his youngest disciple, his eldest disciple was despised by Elder Feng. He couldn't help but mock. "Why, are you looking for someone so young that you can squeeze water out of it?" Elder Feng snorted. The old Chancellor actually understood what he meant. The younger a person was, the more time he had. The knowledge he had in his lifetime wasn't something that could be studied in 10 or 20 years. "Come in," the old Chancellor said to the door. Xiao Lulang walked in. Elder Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Yulang's face and his body stiffened. Xiao Lulang had attended Elder Feng's class when he was young, so Elder Feng definitely knew him. However, Elder Feng's next sentence almost choked the old Chancellor to death. "Am I dead? Why are you dead too?" I'm finished. There's no one to inherit my legacy." Xiao Lulang, the old chancellor. The old chancellor spent a lot of effort to make Elder Feng believe that the young man in front of him wasn't dead. As for why he wasn't dead, the old chancellor didn't say and Elder Feng didn't ask. Having lived to this age, he knew his destiny. There were some things that he was well aware of but couldn't investigate further. Elder Feng was like that and so was the old chancellor. The old chancellor asked, "Are you satisfied with this successor?" "Satisfied, satisfied." Elder Feng was grinning from ear to ear. Back then he had also taken a liking to this child. If the old chancellor didn't have the advantage of being close to him, he would have snatched him to be his disciple. The biggest regret in his life was that he wasn't able to take in a disciple that was as ambitious as he wanted. Now everything was perfect. Since things happened in a hurry, everything was simple. Under the old chancellor's guidance, Xiao Lulang performed a simple apprenticeship ceremony. Elder Feng was paralyzed from the neck down, so it was difficult for him to eat. The old chancellor symbolically let him touch his cup, which was considered as drinking the apprenticeship tea. From then on, Xiao Lulang was his successor. Elder Feng asked his wife to bring his lifetime collection of literature and moved it all to the old chancellor's carriage. The old chancellor saw that the study room was empty and felt embarrassed. Sister-in-law, do you want to keep some for yourselves?" Old Madame Feng waved her hand. "Hurry up and move it away. I beg you. I've been burdened by these things for my whole life. Please don't torture me anymore." The old chancellor bowed with his hands folded in front. "Okay, I will visit sister-in-law again when I have the chance." Xiao Lulang also bowed to old Madame Feng like a junior. That night, Elder Feng passed away. Probably because he had fulfilled his wish, he passed away peacefully. This matter was a huge blow to the old chancellor. He suddenly realized that he was also a person who had half of his body buried in the soil. Actually, if it wasn't for his little benefactor, he would have died that time on the mountain. Why did God arrange for him to live? The old chancellor looked up at the starry sky in the courtyard and pondered about life. The old lady came over with a knife to rob him. Before she opened her mouth, the old chancellor handed over the money bag. The old lady said weirdly, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" The old chancellor didn't look at her. He still looked up at the endless starry sky. "Zhuang Jins, what do you think people live for?" "We don't bring it with us when we are born and we don't take it with us when we die." Zhuang Jins? What a familiar name. The old lady also looked up at the starry sky. At the other end of the starry sky, there seemed to be a distant memory calling her across the years. Her mood suddenly became heavy, and her entire person became melancholy and melancholy. She lowered her head and counted the money bag. She became more melancholy. "Hua. You are deliberately mystifying here so that I can give less money to you. These few copper coins are enough for me to play a few rounds of cards. How much more do you hide? Give them all to me." The old chancellor, "Can I get away with this?" After robbing the small amount of money, the old lady went back next door with satisfaction. The old chancellor's plan to numb the old lady was real. He sighed that life wasn't fake. He was really worried. He was afraid that he would die like Elder Feng one day. Elder Feng's obsession in the world was his legacy. If there was someone outstanding enough to inherit his legacy, Elder Feng would die without regrets. He was different. He had someone he couldn't let go of. In the past, he thought that person had died, so he didn't have any attachment to this world. But now his Ahung was still alive. He didn't dare get sick. He didn't dare die. He didn't feel at ease leaving her alone in this world to face everything alone. "Hing, what else can Master do for you?" On the 15th of the first month, after the Spring Lantern Festival, the Imperial College and the various large academies in the capital began to open their classes. The government offices and the court were all open. After a good new year, the first day of court was usually more harmonious. The reports that the civil and military officials chose were more gentle and meaningful. In short, it was to get a good omen. The court couldn't be messed up right after the new year. It was inauspicious. In the Zheng manor, Zheng Sai also planned to go out. He had already received news from Imperial Tutor Zhuang. The matter of the Chancellor had been settled. His Majesty would confer the title of Prince Ning on the first day of the new year. At the same time, he would be conferred the title of Chancellor of the Imperial College. "Congratulations, Master," the housekeeper said. Zheng Sai proudly raised his chin. "What is there to congratulate me about? If it weren't for those troublesome matters, this lord would have been the Chancellor of the Imperial College long ago." The housekeeper said, "Master is right. But it's not too late now." "That's true." Zheng Sai smiled. Thinking of something, he asked, "Have the clothes been ironed?" The The housekeeper quickly said, "It's done, it's done. We just need to wait for the court's insignia to be issued before having them embroidered for you." The Imperial College's clothes were specially made by the court, but Zheng Sai could not wait and had them made long ago. It was just that they did not have the insignia of the Imperial College's chancellor. "Bring them out for me to see," Zheng Sai said. "Yes." The housekeeper smiled and brought the clothes over. Zheng Sai's eyes glowed with green light. The housekeeper said, "Master, do you want to try them on for size?" Zheng Sai cleared his throat, "Cough this, that's fine. If the size is not suitable you can change it in time." The housekeeper smiled and said, "That's reasonable." Zheng Sai could not wait to change into the chancellor's clothes and spread his arms, allowing the housekeeper to admire him. "How is it?" The housekeeper gave him a thumbs up and flattered, "It's suitable, it's suitable. Old master looks so majestic in this set of clothes." Zheng Sai was infuriated. He walked in front of the bronze mirror and looked at himself. He flicked his sleeves and smiled, "All that's left is the insignia." The housekeeper smiled, "You'll have it when you come back from court." Zheng Sai reluctantly took off the chancellor's clothes. After today he would be able to wear them every day. Zheng Sai arrived at court. The sky was dark and the doors of the imperial palace were not open yet. All the officials were waiting outside. Seeing Zheng Sai come over, the Minister of Personnel first congratulated him, followed by the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Dependencies, and the others. It was obvious that everyone had heard that Zheng Sai was about to be conferred the title of Chancellor. This was a done deal. Zheng Sai did not even bother to pretend to be modest and smiled as he returned their greetings. His official position was now below the several officials, but after the court session he would be on equal footing with them. Thus, his salute was now an equal salute. Soon the palace doors opened. "Lord Zheng, please," an official said with a smile. Zheng Sai smiled and walked into the throne room with his head held high. The first court session of the new year was as harmonious as the previous years. The memorials submitted by the civil and military officials were all praising the emperor's achievements. The emperor was very happy. Similar to the rumors from the palace, he first praised the eldest prince and conferred him the title of Prince Name. Soon it was the Imperial College's turn. Since the Imperial College has been reopened, the position of Chancellor cannot remain empty. Fortunately, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. The emperor's dignified voice echoed throughout the throne room. Zheng Sai was so excited that he straightened his back. He had been waiting for this day for so long. He had been waiting. He had been waiting. He had been waiting. At this moment, his feelings could only be compared to that of a married girl. He was like a bride waiting to be married, waiting for the groom to come and bow to him. Then he saw a eunuch hurriedly walk over and kneel outside the throne room. "Your Majesty." "There's a letter for you." A normal letter would not rush to the throne room unless it was extremely urgent. Everyone thought to themselves, could it be that there's another urgent report from the border? "Present it to me," the emperor said. The eunuch presented the letter to the emperor. After reading the letter, the emperor actually stood up from the dragon throne. Everyone was stunned. What kind of major event had happened? Did the border fall? The next second, everyone heard the emperor say excitedly, "The old chancellor has returned to the capital. He sent me a letter and asked if I was well." Zheng Sai's heart cursed. Didn't the old chancellor retire and return to his hometown 800 years ago? What did he mean by writing a letter to seduce the emperor at this juncture? It was an affectionate letter with very particular words and sentences. Roughly translated, it was, "Your Majesty, I haven't seen you for many years. Are you well? Please forgive me for my willfulness. Every time I think of how much your Majesty loved me, I feel guilty. Now that I'm back, may I ask your Majesty, is your heart still the same?" A proper green TX. The emperor was so moved that tears filled his eyes. "Let's talk about the chancellor later. Court is dismissed." Zheng Sai was like a bolt from the blue. Scumbag. Chapter 176. His Majesty left the incumbent who was about to take office and left without looking back. He went to find the old chancellor. The old chancellor didn't indicate his address on the letter, but His Majesty wouldn't be incapable of this. The person who delivered the letter said that a guest of East arrival and asked him to run an errand. East arrival and very good. His Majesty went to East arrival and personally, But when he arrived, the old chancellor had already left. When did he leave? The chamberlain beside His Majesty asked. The shopkeeper said, he left for a while. He goes out every day during the day and comes back very late. How many days did he stay here? The chamberlain asked again. The shopkeeper flipped through the account book and said, 5 nights. East Arrival Inn was a very inconspicuous inn. It belonged to the kind that would be despised even if it was used as a toilet for the emperor. Thinking that the old chancellor actually stayed in this kind of place for so many days, His Majesty felt deeply pained. The first essential skill of a green tea, act pitiful. The old chancellor grasped the green tea very well. His Majesty patiently waited for half a day at East Arrival Inn, but he still didn't see the old chancellor come back. He couldn't really keep waiting. After all, there were still a lot of memorials to deal with in the imperial study. His Majesty could only leave regretfully. It would be fine if he saw the old chancellor, but he didn't see him. His Majesty always felt that one thing wasn't completed, so he kept muttering in his heart. This was another essential skill of a green tea, to whet the appetite. In the field of thick black tea in the officialdom, the old chancellor had never disappointed anyone. Back then he made the former emperor a green tea step by step, and then banished the demon empress into the cold palace. Although the demon empress came out in less than half a year, he still became the first person in this dynasty to pull down the demon empress. As soon as His Majesty left, the old chancellor returned to the inn. Actually, he didn't go far. He was observing His Majesty in the opposite tea house. Sir, someone came to see you just now. The shopkeeper said politely. Yes. The old chancellor answered without any surprise. The shopkeeper said, are you still staying in the inn tonight? Shall I ask someone to prepare dinner? Or should I send her to her room? The old chancellor said, no, I don't want to stay anymore. Wouldn't it be a waste of money if he stayed after achieving his goal? Even though the inn looked shabby, it still cost 200 to 300 copper coins a night. He was short of money recently. He had to pay for his family's expenses and deal with someone's robbery. The thrifty old chancellor decisively returned the guest room. Next, he would disappear for a while. Only by being neither close nor distant could one scratch one's lungs and heart. Moreover, no one would cherish something that was too easy to obtain. After leaving the imperial court for so long, the Directorate of Imperial College was no longer the Directorate of Imperial College from 3 years ago. He was also no longer the former chancellor who had nothing to worry about. His enemy was not only Empress Dowager Jianghu, who could wake up at any time. There might be more. He needed His Majesty's absolute reliance. The family in Jadewater Alley knew nothing about the black-bellied old chancellor. The old mistress hadn't seen the old chancellor for a few days and thought that he had slipped away because he didn't want to hand over his secret stash. Great, and I'm going to the clinic? Gu Jiao tidied up the house and went to greet the old lady. The clinic opened for business today. The old lady muttered and waved her hand. Go ahead. Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. Great aunt, what's wrong with you? The old lady frowned suspiciously. I'm thinking of my name. Gu Jiao was surprised. Do you remember your name? The old lady shook her head. Your great-uncle said so. Sure enough, they knew each other. They could even call out each other's names. Then what's your name? Gu Jiao asked. Zhuang Jins. The old lady said. Surname Zhuang? Gu Jiao was silent. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. The second boss was at his wits' end in the hall. Gu Jiao walked over. What's the matter? The second boss sighed. Before the new year, we ordered a batch of medicinal herbs for the military camp. Originally, we agreed to pay the balance next month. But now the other party asked us to pay in advance. Otherwise they won't dare to ship the medicinal herbs to us. Gu Jiao was very strict with the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs she made had a higher concentration than other medicinal herbs. Naturally, the amount of medicinal herbs needed was huge. They paid 30% of the deposit before the new year. Although the business of the clinic was good after it opened, the initial investment was too big. They didn't make a profit at all. The 30% deposit was paid by the second boss. The remaining 70% was a few hundred taels of silver. He really couldn't afford it. Gu Jiao lightly said, Oh. She took out a stack of banknotes from her pocket and handed it to him. Here. The second boss thought that Gu Jiao would ask why the other party suddenly changed her mind. But she directly threw the banknotes at him. Too rich, right? The second boss was stunned. You, where did you get so many banknotes? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I extorted it. The second boss. I also want to extort this much, please take me. In fact, Gu Qingfeng was not that rich. The silver in his hands was not more than 1,000 taels. The other 2,000 taels were borrowed from someone. In order to repay the money, he began to secretly take private jobs. This was not as simple as shoveling a few pieces of chicken dung. Those tasks were like licking blood on the knife's edge. During the day he was squeezed by homework. At night he was squeezed by tasks. He lived a life worse than death. It can be said that he was miserable. On the first day of the new year, there were a lot of things to deal with in the clinic. Gu Jiao and Dr. Song took out some of the medicinal herbs in the cabinet to dry. The second boss was busy with the balance. With the money he had more confidence to do things. Song Dafu, I'll trouble you with this. Gu Jiao handed the basket of medicinal herbs to him. See if there are any bad ones and which ones need to be thrown away. Dr. Song said, actually the weather in the capital is dry. The medicinal herbs are not easy to spoil. A little moisture will not affect the efficacy of the medicine. Just dry them. Gu Jiao said, you still have to pick them out. Dr. Song understood that Gu Jiao's requirements for medicinal herbs were so strict that it made people's hair stand on end. He couldn't say anything more, so he obediently went to pick the medicinal herbs. There were not many patients today. Only 4 came in the morning. When it was close to noon, Dr. Song saw that she was still there, so he busily said, Miss Gu, why are you still here? Don't you need to go back to eat? There were people cooking in the clinic, but Gu Jiao didn't eat in the clinic. She had to go home to cook for the old lady. But now she has her granduncle who knows how to cook. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I'll eat in the clinic today. Dr. Song smiled and said, hey, then I'll tell the kitchen to cook a few more dishes. Gu Jiao nodded. It was the first working meal of the new year, so it was good to have a sumptuous meal. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in sorting out the medicinal herbs. Suddenly a thin man came in. His expression was a little cautious. Excuse me, is there a doctor? Gu Jiao looked up. It was a handsome and delicate man, but he was too thin. His complexion was sallow and he looked malnourished. I am come this way, she said, and was about to lead the man into the clinic, but she heard the man said, No, I'll just get some medicine. No need to see it. Gu Jiao, how do you get the medicine if you don't see it? The man took out a crumpled piece of paper from his starched sleeve. I have a prescription. This man's temperament was not like a homeless person, but his clothes were as shabby as those homeless people. Gu Jiao took the prescription and looked at it, then said to him, This prescription is not suitable for your illness. The man was startled. But you don't know what disease I have. How can you conclude that this prescription is not suitable for me? Gu Jiao returned the prescription to him. This piece of paper is so old. It's been used for a long time, right? But your situation doesn't look good at all. If this prescription is effective, you won't be like this now. The man felt pain in his right upper abdomen again. He covered the pain and his brows furrowed tightly together. Alas, appearance is justice. This man is so good looking, it's a pity to let him die of illness. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. Give me to me. The man was in so much pain that he didn't recover for a while. Gu Jiao directly pinched his other hand and put her fingertips on his wrist. The man's face changed color. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that he couldn't exert any strength. Do young girls have so much strength these days? After Gu Jiao felt his pulse, she used her hand to open his eyelids. He was so scared that he stepped back again and again. Shopkeeper Wang put a stool behind him in time. He bent his knees and fell on the stool. No girl had ever done this before. He was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao calmly withdrew her hand. Do you often feel dry and bitter and have an anorexia of oily food? The man nodded. Gu Jiao, how long have you been in pain? The man, 1 or 2 months, I don't remember the specific time. Gu Jiao, have you been taking this prescription? The man shook his head. No, it was another prescription before, but it didn't get better. Later I changed to another clinic. Gu Jiao frowned. Are there so many quack doctors in the capital? He had chronic cholecystitis, which belonged to the liver and gallbladder syndrome. The intervention of Chinese medicine was very effective. Even Dr. Song, who had just finished his apprenticeship last year, could treat it. However, this man had gone to 2 clinics, but he still couldn't get his prescription right. The man lowered his head and didn't speak. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and asked the medicine boy to fill it. Miss Gu, it's done. The medicine boy tied the bag of medicine with a straw rope and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gave it to the man, 1 dose a day, twice in the morning and twice in the evening. Boil it with martial fire and simmer it slowly for half an hour. Take it for 5 days and come back on the morning of the 6th day. The man didn't immediately reach out to take it but asked, "How much?" Gu Jiao, 100 copper coins. The man was surprised. Gu Jiao looked at him. "What's wrong? Is it expensive?" The man shook his head in disbelief. Are you sure you're not selling fake medicine?" Gu Jiao, a dose of medicine only cost 20 copper coins, which was rare in the capital. The prescription itself didn't require expensive herbs. Of course, if a rich person came, they had to get the best medicine. Gu Jiao could also make a dose of medicine that cost 1 tael. The man paid the money and walked out with the bag of medicine. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was bumped into by someone. He fell to the ground and the medicine bags scattered on the ground. He hurriedly reached out to pick them up, but one of his feet stepped on one of the medicine bags. His thin figure was shrouded in the huge shadow of the other party. His hand paused in the middle of picking up the medicine bag. The other party had a blade of grass in his mouth and looked at him with his hands on his hips. He said carelessly, "Oh? Isn't this Master Lu? Are you out to buy medicine again?" What was it that made him uncomfortable this time? "Why don't you talk to us brothers? Can we help you treat it? The kind that doesn't cost money?" The men behind him roared with laughter. The man's face turned red in humiliation. He pressed his fingers on the ground, his knuckles faintly turning white. The big man spread his legs and said to the man, "Crawl under my crotch and I'll buy medicine for you." "Ah! Crawl? Crawl? Crawl?" The men fiercely jeered. The man's eyes revealed endless humiliation and fierceness. All of a sudden, a small figure walked out and sent that burly man flying with a kick. "Who are you?" One of the men rushed over. Gu Jiao didn't want to dirty her hands by touching him, so she picked up the stick at the door and hid him away. The rest of the men weren't too troublesome to deal with. In the blink of an eye, everyone was beaten down. The big man was the best, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. He could only barely stand up with his legs trembling. He looked at Gu Jiao with fear and hatred. Where did this bitch come from? Gu Jiao casually waved her hand and swung the stick at the big man. 4 teeth in the big man's mouth were smashed. The big man was in so much pain that his whole body twisted. He covered his mouth full of blood and roared incoherently, "Do you know who we are?" Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I don't care who you are. He's a patient of the Miracle Hand Hall. You caused trouble in front of the Miracle Hand Hall, so you deserve to be beaten." The big man laughed fiercely. "You don't know who he is, right? He's Lu Yixing. All the doctors in Beijing don't dare to treat him. If you dare to treat him, you'll have a good time." Chapter 177. Lu Yixing? This name sounds familiar. But Gu Jiao can't remember where she heard it before. Gu Jiao asked someone to get him the medicine again and didn't take his money. Lu Yixing held the medicine and staggered away. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Maybe you really shouldn't have treated me." He had been deceived so many times. Every time he had hope, but in the end he was disappointed. But this time he knew that the medicine she gave him was real. Countless times he hoped that the medicine they gave him was real. Only this time he hoped that it was fake. Lu Yixing walked away. Gu Jiao returned to the medical center. In the medical center, other than Dr. Song and shopkeeper Wang who were confused, the rest of the workers all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. "Xiaogu, I'm back." Dongjiao walked into the medical center with a smile. "It's really different to have money. You're speaking more confidently. What's wrong with you? You all look so pale. Did something happen?" Shopkeeper Wang was puzzled and said, "Just now, a patient called Lu Yixing came. He was troubled and didn't allow Miss Gu to treat him." Dongjiao's expression changed. Then did Xiao Gu treat him?" Shopkeeper Wang said, "Yes, she treated him. She also cleaned up those bastards." Dongjia pinched his philtrum and fainted. When Dongjia woke up, he was already lying in his room on the 2nd floor. He quickly went downstairs to find Gu Jiao. The medicine boy went to eat and Gu Jiao was filling the medicine for a patient. Dongjia grabbed her wrist. "Little Song, come here and fill the medicine for this patient." Okay. Dr. Song put down the half-dried medicine in the backyard and went to the hall to fill the medicine for others. Dongjia pulled Gu Jiao to the backyard. He treated Gu Jiao as his sister and did not have any other thoughts. He said to Gu Jiao, "Tell me, what did Lu Yixing look like today?" It looks good, Gu Jiao said. The second boss knew his little Gu's taste. She had seen Xiao Yolong's stunning beauty many times, and with Gu Yen beside her, she still praised him for his good looks. It seemed like he really was the rumored Lu Yixing. The second boss felt that his life was in despair. It's over, it's completely over, Gu Jiao asked. Who is this Lu Yixing? Why can't you treat him? He's from the family of the dethroned crown prince. With a bitter face, the second boss told Gu Jiao about the current situation in the capital. The current emperor was not the crown prince, but the son of noble consort Lu. Later, Empress Dowager Zhuang defeated the Lu family and dethroned the crown prince. Then consort Jing's adopted son was put on the throne. Gu Jiao listened carefully. The second boss continued, the Lu family was not convinced, so they plotted to kill the current emperor. Not only did they use the method of revenge on the emperor and Empress Dowager, but they also secretly had someone make a dragon robe for the dethroned crown prince. After the matter was exposed, the Lu family was either executed or exiled. The crown prince and his wife were imprisoned and died within a few years. The evidence was conclusive, and no one in the court dared to speak for the Lu family. This Lu Yixing is the only legitimate son of the Lu family. Now you understand why the doctors in the capital don't dare to treat him, right? Gu Jiao nodded. No wonder the prescriptions he got before were fake. The second boss glanced at his little Gu. Don't you have anything to say? For example, he wanted to repent. Why did he save this jinx that everyone wanted to avoid? Gu Jiao thought about it and said seriously, oh, don't put too much salt in tomorrow's food. It's too salty. The second boss was speechless. After Gu Jiao sorted out the herbs, she went back to her yard to drink some water. The moment she picked up the teacup, an idea flashed through her mind. I remember where I heard this name before. In her dream. In that miserable dream, she returned to the Marquis's mansion. She lived in the manor for 10 years and no one cared about her. The year before she died, they encountered a huge snowstorm. A group of people passed by and hid in their manor for a while. At the time, a man in his 30s asked her for a cup of hot tea. That man had an air of nobility about him, and every movement of his was filled with the sharpness of a superior person. He thanked her sincerely. I am Lu Yixing. Thank you for the tea. When she took back the teacup, she accidentally touched his fingertips. It was as cold as bone. 2 hours later, the snowstorm stopped and he left with the guards. Before she got into the carriage, she vaguely heard someone call his name. Lu Xiong. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news of Lu Yixing being treated at the Miracle Hands Hall quickly spread. In the afternoon, many people came to the Miracle Hands Hall to watch the show. Needless to say, they were not disappointed. In the evening, the man who was beaten up by Gu Jiao came back. He was followed by a group of guards. They did not look like government officials but more like the guards of some rich family. The burly man waved his hand and pointed, glaring at Gu Jiao. Lord Tong. It's her. She beat all of us up. The leader of the guards, who was called Lord Tong, looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw a young girl around 14 or 15 years old. He was puzzled. Which one? Her. That girl. The man said. Guard Tong frowned. He looked at Gu Jiao, then looked at the man. Are you telling me that you were beaten up like dogs by a little girl? What dog? The man refused to admit it. But when he thought about how they were looking for their teeth on the ground, they were indeed more miserable than stray dogs. Bodyguard Tong asked, are there any other experts behind her? Did she beat him up herself? He did not believe it. The man was so anxious that he became angry. Lord, it's really her. Bodyguard Tong walked over and walked into the medical hall. The commoners immediately surrounded him, blocking the entrance of the medical hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. I heard that you injured someone. Guard Tong looked at Gu Jiao, who was looking at the account book behind the counter. Gu Jiao flipped through the account book and did not pay attention to him. The second boss saw that the situation was not good and quickly walked forward with a smile. Lord, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? She beat me and my brothers up like this. Are you blind? The man was blind, so he had more confidence now that he had someone to back him up. The second boss quickly smiled apologetically. We will pay for everyone's medical expenses. Pa. Gu Jiao slammed the account book on the table. The second boss panicked. It's over, it's over. Little Gu is going to flip out again. Little Gu, calm down. This is not the county or the hot spring villa. This is the capital. This group of people seems to have a strong background. We can't afford to offend them. Gu Jiao stood up and rubbed her ears impatiently. One by one or all at once? She then said, all at once. Annoying. The second boss. No, little Gu, don't, you're wrong. Guard Tong was shocked by Gu Jiao's words for a while before he realized what she was referring to. She was just a little girl. How could she be so arrogant? Guard Tong said coldly, I'm a man. I don't bully women. Call out the person in charge. Before he could finish, Gu Jiao had already dashed out of the counter, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him all the way out of the medical center. Guard Tong was not an ordinary guard. He did not want to expose his identity, so he wore the clothes of an ordinary person. However, his identity was enough to let him do whatever he wanted in the capital. There was no need to talk about his martial arts. He had never been treated like this before. Before he could react, he had already crashed into the stone lion at the door. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and pulled out his sword. However, before he could unsheath his sword, Gu Jiao kicked it back into the scabbard. A stick rolled in front of Gu Jiao's feet. Gu Jiao tiptoed and stepped on the end of the stick. The stick immediately stood up. Gu Jiao grabbed it with her hand and performed a dog-beating stick technique on the spot. The man quickly rushed out of the room. When he saw that bodyguard Tong was being suppressed by the maidservant to the point that he was unable to retaliate, he shouted loudly, Stop! Official Tong is from the prince's residence. If you dare to touch him, I think you don't want to live anymore. Speak of the devil. A man dressed in brocade robes rode over on a horse. Behind him were several martial arts experts of the imperial palace. He was unrestrained, elegant, and elegant. He was the epitome of the royal family's good looks. He also had a pair of bewitching eyes. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the beautiful monk she had met in the forest. The only difference was that the beautiful monk was more beautiful than him. Guard Tong also saw him and quickly knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and greeted, Fourth Master. There were more and more people watching the show. The man who was called His Highness didn't seem to care about being watched. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying it. He looked at Guard Tong with a smile that wasn't a smile. What happened? Guard Tong glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes. The man was already scared out of his wits the moment Guard Tong knelt down and called him Fourth Master. Others didn't know who Fourth Master was? How could he not be clear? This was the dignified prince of Zhao country. Guard Tong frowned. This person was a distant relative of his. Usually he bullied others, but he didn't go too far. More importantly, there were many things that he couldn't do, so he had him take care of. Guard Tong said to the fourth prince, reporting to Fourth Master, a servant girl committed a crime on the street. I came to question her, and she also fought with me. The fourth prince's gaze fell on Guard Tong's swollen left cheek. So, your face was beaten up by a servant girl? Guard Tong lowered his head in shame. At this time, the second boss still hadn't guessed the fourth prince's identity. He came out and said to the fourth prince on the horse, Young master, the matter is like this. Our medical center has just opened not long ago, and we are not familiar with the capital. We treated a patient and angered this brother, so this brother fought with our medical center's doctor. After that he called for help. The fourth emperor. As soon as the man opened his mouth, he received the fourth prince's sharp gaze. He trembled and changed his words. Fourth master, the patient they treated was Lu Yixing. The Lu family had plotted against the fourth prince's imperial father. How could the fourth prince allow a descendant of the Lu family to be treated? Stupid girl, you're dead meat. Who treated him? This young lady? The fourth prince's gaze slowly fell on Gu Jiao. He narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a meaningful smile. This young lady doesn't know Lu Yixing. She treated him, then so be it. The man was startled. What did the fourth prince mean? Didn't he hate the Lu family the most? Last time, the owner of a rice shop had bought several caddies of good rice for the Lu family, but the fourth prince had smashed the shop. But Guard Tong understood his master's thoughts. There was a saying in the capital's circle of nobles. The fourth master had a slim waist. Although that servant girl's appearance wasn't satisfactory, with such a large red mark on her face, her waist was really slim. The fourth prince had taken a liking to her. The fourth prince rode his horse in front of Gu Jiao. He looked down at Gu Jiao from his horse's back. He slightly bent his body and asked with a smile, May I ask for this young lady's name? Gu Jiao ignored him and turned to leave. One of the imperial guards beside the fourth prince suddenly dismounted from his horse and raised his hand to block Gu Jiao's path. "Gu Jiao, get out of my way." The imperial guard, "Answer my master's question." The remaining three experts also glared at Gu Jiao like tigers eyeing their prey. Gu Jiao slowly walked a few steps towards the fourth prince and looked up at him. The fourth prince smiled and waited for Gu Jiao's name. But he saw Gu Jiao pull him down from his horse and step on the stirrup. She nimbly mounted the horse and galloped away. The fourth prince was stunned. He was furious. "Chase after her." The four imperial guards chased after Gu Jiao. To be honest, this was Gu Jiao's first time riding a horse. Her riding skills were not good and the four imperial guards soon caught up with her. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. When she passed by an alley, she decisively abandoned the horse and climbed onto a roof with her bare hands. Below her was a carriage. She lightly jumped and planned to use the canopy of the carriage as leverage. Then she turned around and shot out the silver needle in her hand. Gu Jiao would never have thought that this was Marquis Xianping's carriage. At this time, Marquis Xianping was lying on his side on the luxurious couch with one hand supporting his head. He was leisurely eating winter dates. Chang Jing was looking for something outside the carriage. His hidden weapon was missing. He looked all around but couldn't find it. He frowned and stood up from the outer seat. He removed the carriage's canopy. Gu Jiao missed a step and fell down. Marquis Xianping experienced what was called an unexpected disaster. That foot landed squarely on his handsome face, and his entire body flipped off the couch. For the first time in his life he was used as a human cushion by someone. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She tilted her head. "It doesn't hurt." But Marquis Xianping was in so much pain. His old waist, the old waist that he had taken care of for so many years. "Chang Jing, how many times have I told you, don't casually tear apart the carriage?" Unfortunately, he couldn't say these words. He choked on the dates. Chapter 178. The weather was good. All the major academies in the capital had opened their classes, including Qinghe Academy. Early in the morning, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun came to the academy with their bags of books. The first day's homework was not much, mainly to settle down. The moment they entered the courtyard with their bags of books, they met Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin, the brothers of the Lord Protector's manor. Gu Qinglin was finally able to walk normally after 2 months of recuperation. However, he was still traumatized and felt that he would get hurt if he walked a few steps. The four of them met at the door and the scene was really awkward. Gu Qinglin's gaze on Gu Yan was still filled with hatred, but under the hatred there was even more fear. As long as he saw Gu Yan, he would think of the scene where Gu Jiao locked him in the small dark room and ravaged him. He didn't dare to touch Gu Yan easily anymore. He only hoped that something would happen to Gu Yan so that his hatred could be appeased. Gu Shaoshun decisively stood in front of Gu Yan and blocked their gazes. What a joke. From an inarticulate carpenter to the #1 bully in the surrounding area, there was only a difference of a chicken feather. He, Gu Shaoshun, was not someone to be trifled with. "Let's go." Gu Qingfeng didn't want to fight with the two in the academy. Gu Changqing had already given them a death order. If they caused trouble outside, they would be punished to live in the ancestral hall for a year. It didn't matter if they couldn't live in the ancestral hall. The main thing was that they were in debt and had to sneak out to do missions every night to repay the debt. It would be inconvenient for them to go out if they were watched by their eldest brother's secret guards. Gu Qinglin was taken away by the two guards. Gu Yan, humph. The four of them went to their respective classrooms. On the other side, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong also came to the directorate for class. Xiao Lulang sent little Jing Kong to Meng Shui's door first and said to him, "I'll pick you up for lunch at noon." "I know." Little Jing Kong said casually, "I'm already 4 years old. I'm not a kid anymore." Xiao Lulang doubted his age. He always felt that it was possible that the abbot estimated his age too early. After all, he was so young, not like the 4-year-old Tuanzi at all. "All right, let's go in," Xiao Lulang said to him. Little Jing Kong entered the elementary school with his school bag in his arms. Why go to school? He clearly only wanted to stay by Jiao Jiao's side and become Jiao Jiao's little tail. Little Jing Kong's class had changed a lot. Because the children grew up very quickly, everyone had either grown taller or fatter. Only little Jing Kong was still a tiny ball. When he sat on the stool, his head was almost covered by the desk. Some of his classmates began to laugh at him. Jing Kong, why are you still so young? Can't you grow up? Yes. Didn't you not eat? Are you still a baby? In little Jing Kong's school bag, there was a bottle of milk that Gu Jiao gave him. Gu Jiao said that if he drank more milk he would grow taller. But he refused to drink milk in front of these classmates. He didn't want to be laughed at by them. Among these people, the one who laughed the most arrogantly was Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu had been asking for leave since he got acne, so he came back after the spring festival. He was 8 years old now. Not only was he fatter, but he was also taller. He reached out to touch little Jing Kong's scholar hat. Little kid, do you want to eat candy? I'll give it to you if you call me brother. Little Jing Kong glanced at him speechlessly. Childish. Qin Chuyu. Not long after, the teacher came over. It was not Teacher Jiang, but a teacher whose surname was Zheng. Teacher Jiang was transferred to Guangya Hall. From today on, Teacher Sun would take over the classes of the gifted class. After Teacher Sun introduced himself, he began to check the homework of the gifted class. The classmates who were laughing at little Jing Kong suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. They were having so much fun during the spring festival that they didn't even remember to do homework. There weren't many parents like Xiao Lulang who would check their children's homework every day. Most of the time they just let their children grow up. The result was obvious. The whole class wailed. Amidst the wailing, Jing Kong's little kid quietly opened his school bag and took out his winter homework. The atmosphere in the directorate was a little unusual. The children in the elementary school were still young, so they didn't notice this change. However, as soon as Xiao Lulang entered Xingxing Hall, he felt that the atmosphere was strange and serious. There was also a hint of gossip mixed in the seriousness. Hey, did you guys hear? Zheng Sai fell sick. Why did he fall sick? It's because of that thing. What thing? You guys didn't hear about it? No. His classmates never let Xiao Lulang down. They explained the ins and outs of the matter in a chatter. It turned out that the palace had already spread the news that His Majesty would confer the title of Prince Ning and confer Zheng Sai as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Zheng Sai even had the Chancellor's robes custom-made and the banquet was set. Even the invitations were all prepared and waiting to be distributed after the court. But who would have thought that halfway through, the former Chancellor wrote a letter to His Majesty, saying that he had returned to the capital. His Majesty couldn't sit still when he heard that. Since the old Chancellor was back, why would he need a new Chancellor? His Majesty threw away his responsibilities on the spot. Zheng Sai was so angry that his face turned green. Before the morning court session, Zheng Sai's back was as straight as his head was lowered after the morning court session. He lost all his face and became the laughingstock of the entire imperial court. Such important news spread to the Imperial College in less than an hour. Zheng Sai won't be coming today. He even said that he's here to teach us. A classmate said. He's not here to teach us but to listen to us call him Chancellor, right? Another classmate said. After the matter of Xiao Yolang's exam papers and the embezzlement of the account books, Zheng Sai tried his best to clear his name for a long time, but there were still many supervisors who held grudges against him. Among the 6 halls, the supervisors from the straightforward hall were the hardest to fool, and their support for Zheng Sai was also the lowest. After Xiao Lulang entered the classroom, everyone stopped talking. Xiao Lulang had always been a maverick existence in Xingxing Hall. He always had a cold face and did not allow strangers to approach him. He was obviously a poor scholar from a small county, but he always got first place in the exams. He also suffered from leg problems. If this was the previous dynasty, he wouldn't be able to participate in the imperial examinations. Zheng Sai had once targeted him. He thought that he would be forced to drop out of school. Who would have thought that he didn't leave and instead, Zheng Sai's career wasn't smooth. They didn't know whether to say that Zheng Sai was unlucky or that this kid was tough. Zheng Sai's matter wasn't discussed for long by the supervisors. After all, to them, their studies and the next month's spring imperial examination were more important. Everyone quickly entered a state of study. Among the 6 halls of the Imperial College, the first year's Guangya Hall, Chongji Hall and Justice Hall were the most popular. The second year's Dao Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall were the second most popular. When it came to the third year's Straightforward Hall, there was basically no one reading out loud. Straightforward Hall was very quiet. Of course, the atmosphere for preparing for the examinations was also the most depressing. This year's spring imperial examination wasn't limited to only this year's high scholars. The previous high scholars who had failed the examinations would also continue to return to the examination hall. Therefore, the competition was huge. After a morning of classes, The supervisors all went to the cafeteria with gloomy faces. Xiao Lulang went to Mingxue to fetch little Jing Kong home for lunch. He waited outside Mingxue for a long time before little Jing Kong came home. "Is the teacher staying in today?" he asked. "No, I just have something to do." Little Jing Kong raised his chin and said, "You have something to do? You really think of yourself as an adult?" Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. He went back to Clearwater Alley with him. Their house was really close to the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang seriously suspected that the teacher of the little guy bought this house to make it convenient for him to go to school at the Imperial College. Lunch was prepared by the old chancellor. It was delicious. Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshan didn't have any dietary restrictions. They ate in the cafeteria of the academy. After lunch, the old lady went back to her room to sleep. Little Jing Kong went to wash his own small bowl. Only the teacher and the disciple were left at the table. "Why did you do that?" Xiao Lulang looked at the old chancellor and asked. The old chancellor was not stupid. How could he not understand what his disciple was asking? He didn't want Xiao Lulang to have any psychological burden, so he said, "To earn money and support the family." Xiao Lulang, some tacit understanding was in the bottom of their hearts. It was dark in front of him. He couldn't see the way out. Gu Jiao and the old chancellor were illuminating his way out in their own ways. Little Jing Kong had to take a nap after lunch every day. But he didn't today. Xiao Lulang came out of the house and saw him acting sneakily in the backyard. "What are you doing?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Nothing." Little Jing Kong said as if nothing had happened. He didn't take a nap, nor did he turn into a little loudspeaker. His behavior was very suspicious. As the saying goes, if a child is quiet, he must be up to something. Sure enough, after Xiao Lulang attended one class in the afternoon, little Jing Kong's teacher called his parents. The cause of the incident was that little Jing Kong came to school in the morning. Because of his small size, he was ridiculed by his classmates. Among them, Qin Chuyu was the worst. Little Jing Kong was not convinced. After class, he called Qin Chuyu aside and said that he wanted to compete with him. Qin Chuyu almost laughed to death. "Ah, how are you bigger than me?" Little Jing Kong thought for a moment. "Do you have a bird?" Qin Chuyu choked on the spot. He was 8 years old. There were some things that he didn't understand, but he still knew what a bird was. He blushed and became angry out of humiliation. "How can you say that? I'm a man. Of course I have a bird. Don't you?" "I do." Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, "Then let's compete with birds. Let's see whose bird is bigger. I'll come find you after lunch. Let's go to a deserted place. We can't let others see my bird." After lunch, little Jing Kong went back to the Imperial College. He really came to find Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu was embarrassed. You really want to compete with that?" He was a prince. He had rules and etiquette. This was too much. Besides, how could a 3 or 4-year-old boy be bigger than him? Qin Chuyu looked down at his pants as he walked. He wondered if the boy was really bigger than him. "Okay, here." Little Jing Kong stopped under a big tree. This was a small grassland for elementary school students. Usually no one would come here. Little Jing Kong walked behind the big tree and said to Qin Chuyu, "Come here. Did you bring your bird?" Qin Chuyu thought, "What are you talking about? He was born with it. Do I need to bring it? I'm not a eunuch." Qin Chuyu walked behind the big tree with a gloomy face. He thought for a moment and still felt that it was inappropriate. Are we really going to compete?" Little Jing Kong looked at him. "Are you scared?" Qin Chuyu couldn't stand being provoked. He stomped his feet and said, "Are you kidding me? How can I be scared? Let's compete. Come on. I'll count to 3 and we'll walk our birds together." Little Jing Kong said generously, "Okay, you count." Qin Chuyu gritted his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Little Jing Kong hugged the biggest bird in the house, the baby eagle from the bulging book bag. Qin Chuyu took off his pants immediately. Little Jing Kong, the baby eagle, Qin Chuyu. Hearing this, Xiao Lulang broke out in a cold sweat. Then what happened? Teacher Sun was a new official and had a bigger headache than Xiao Lulang. He said in fear, "Then the eagle pounced on Chuyu." Xiao Lulang's body shook. "Pounced on him, could it be?" Teacher Sun hurriedly waved his hand. No. It was held down. Jing Kong held it down. However, Qin Chuyu really thought that his little brother was going to die. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and peed his pants. It was so embarrassing that the crown prince of a country had peed his pants in the Imperial College. However, this matter was ultimately Little Clear Sky's fault. Bringing such a terrifying bird of prey to the Imperial College could easily lead to an accident. Xiao Lulang facepalmed. I was too naive to think that you wouldn't cause trouble just because you're a year older. Qin Chuyu's parents hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong were waiting in a separate classroom. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and looked listless. Don't tell Jiao Jiao. He looked at the baby eagle in his arms. Don't send little Nine away either. Xiao Lulang looked at him seriously. You wish. Little Jing Kong thought for a moment and tilted his head. I'll waive your rent for a month? Xiao Lulang. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.